private plan change hearing. Just before we get underway, just need to, a couple of announcements. COVID has hit us. Ms. Sweetman, who is the Section 42A officer, tested positive for COVID late last week. Commissioner Tepani, and they're not here, but they were there sitting here, and Mr. Mark Brown have also both tested positive for COVID. They are both, and all three of them, including Ms. Sweetman, are all well enough to participate, and they will be participating online, and they're here at the moment. Ms. Ratt and myself have both twice tested negative. We'll continue testing to ensure we maintain our negative status. Ms. McShay and Ms. Day, the same, have both tested negative. So COVID is with us. So can I please just make a plea to everybody here? We need to be very careful and mindful. When you are not speaking, it's probably useful to have your mask on, or if you're distanced, that's over to you. But if you're approaching Ms. McShay, who is the hearings administrator, please approach her with your mask on and stay at least a couple of metres away from her so that she maintains her safety, and the same if we're dealing with Ms. Day. We'll just keep an eye on that situation. The panel talked last night and again this morning, just to ensure that both Ms. Tepani and Mr. Mark Brown were well enough to participate. We were clearly mindful of where we are in the hearing. The obvious, Ms. Jep, your witnesses have come down, and there's been an extensive amount of work to prepare for the hearing. So if we can, we're going to keep the hearing going as best we can. I understand communication was with you, Ms. Jep, that your team is all well.
Yes.
Thank you. I think one of your team is coming in by Zoom, and I think Mr. Marston, I think the same with your team is all well. So all right, so on that basis, we just need to be very vigilant and mindful, and we'll continue with the hearing. So thank you very much for that. So today we're hearing from Save the Maitai. Ms. Jep, as you know, most of the day is given to Save the Maitai. We have, I think, 4 other submitters later this afternoon. So I think we've got sufficient time, and I think I'll, and with you, we'll just sort of manage the day with your witnesses. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you. I'll just stand for my mihi and then I'll sit for the rest of it. Thank you. I ngā komihana tēnā koutou, i ngā tangata whenua ki te tau ihu tēnā koutou, ki te whānau i hui hui nei tēnā koutou katoa. Ko mangatapu te maunga, ko Maitahi te awa, ko aorere te moana, ko Jep taku whānau, ko Sally taku ingoa, no whakatū ahau. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. My name is Sally Jep. I'm counsel for Save the Maitai Incorporated, a submitter number 367 on Plan Change 28, Maitahi, Bayview. And in my 45 minutes this morning, I'm going to touch on some of the issues that were addressed in my written submissions that were filed last week, and touch on a couple of matters that have arisen through the first few days of the hearing. So Commissioners, if you have a copy of my submissions to hand, but I'm not going to read through them.
Thank you.
So if I just start at the start with who my client is. Save the Maitai was set up as a not-for-profit community organisation to provide a vehicle for the community to voice its concerns about Plan Change 28 and to take action to protect and preserve the valley's tranquil rural character and open green space for current and future generations. There's an issue that's arisen as to my client's motivations, and I'm going to address that at the end because it really is a bit of a distraction from the issues, the important issues that we're here to talk to you about. The primary reasons for my client's submissions that this plan change should be declined are that the Maitai is fundamentally the wrong place for urban type development, and the site is critically important as a gateway and a green belt between the urban area of Nelson City and the rural and recreational hinterland of the valley. There is also a significant concern about the propagation of urban development further up the valley if its character is altered through this initial urban development. Community expectations are important, and they are codified into the regional policy statement as a matter that must be considered when determining the location and extent of urban expansion. So the clear community expectation for a very long time has been that the Maitai Valley would be retained as a place for open space and recreation rather than for urban development. In my submission, preferencing intensification over greenfields development is a legitimate option that is supported by regional policy and is not precluded by national policy, in particular the NPS for urban development. In this case, there is capacity to provide for housing for Nelson for at least to meet demand until 2051 if intensification is provided for. And there is, even without intensification, there is no shortfall in short to medium term housing capacity. While Plan Change 28 lays claim to achieving good environmental outcomes, the applicant has not demonstrated that with respect to effects on landscape and visual amenity, management of stormwater and catchment hydrology, also a lack of information with respect to earthworks and climate impacts of this development.
Timely reminder, could people make sure their cell phones are off, please?
As a result, the plan change does not give effect to the critical higher order policy instruments being the Freshwater National Policy Statement, the National Policy Statement on Urban Development and the Nelson Regional Policy Statement, and it fails to implement existing objectives and policies of the Nelson Resource Management Plan. And lastly, I touch on the issue of the non-notification clauses if PPC 28 were to be approved. My client's submission is that those clauses are wholly inappropriate. Turning to the, I'm going to turn over to paragraph 2.3 of my submissions in relation to sufficiency of information. And I think Commissioner Te Pania put this well when she said the issue is, well, the approach is that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. And it really does fall to the significance of the environment and of the issues as to the level of information that is required. Certainly, it is no answer to just say that all is required is a conceptual approach, because in order to implement or in order to approve a plan change, you must at least be satisfied that you have had regard to the effects of the activities that could be undertaken under the plan change rules. And you must also, in terms of the Schedule 1 matters, have regard to the effects on the environment commensurate to the scale and significance of the effects of the plan change. The reason why Save the Maitai says that a reasonably high level of information is required at this stage is that we are dealing with a sensitive receiving environment that appears to be acknowledged by all parties. The receiving environment in this case is sensitive both in terms of its biophysical characteristics, its biodiversity, its assimilative capacity, but also because of the amenity value of these places. And I include in that not just the water bodies that are immediately in the vicinity of the Kaka Valley site, but also the ultimate receiving environment of the estuary, which is where any sediment that is flushed down these rivers, down the Maitai River, will ultimately end up. We heard from Mr. Ridley that without understanding sediment yields, we don't even know if earthworks should occur in all places where they're proposed, and that best practice doesn't stop sediment discharge. And in those circumstances, I submit that you are entitled to have a higher level of information about those, about earthworks in particular, than what you have. The other area in which there is a significant lack of information is in relation to the hydrological changes to the valley and what that means for management of stormwater and for integrated water-sensitive design of hydrological changes and stormwater management. And Mr. Sajik will comment on that. I have referred you in my written submissions to the Okura decision, or the Lee decision, which discussed in some detail the information that was required in the context of that plan change. Similarly, a sensitive receiving environment where there was the potential for earthworks to have a significant impact on the receiving environment. Now, in that case, the court was ultimately satisfied that the earthworks could be undertaken in a way that would protect the environment, but it took a long time and a lot of information to get to that point. And as I think Mr. Ridley said, we don't necessarily need a Gleams model that has a six-figure price tag, but we do need more than what we have in this case, which is, essentially nothing. And what we've now received on Thursday last week was a plan produced by Lang Consultants, who aren't here giving evidence, and that was based on some information about, well, you were told that those earthwork slopes were conservative, but we don't have any actual written information justified in terms of the Code of Conduct to describe how that finding can be sustained. A major focus of the applicant's case appears to be that the answer is, don't worry, there's a requirement for resource consent and everything can be dealt with at that stage. In my submission, that's not a good enough position. You need to be confident at this stage that the activities that are anticipated by the objectives and policies and the rules that would be put in place are appropriate and sufficient to protect the environment. And it also, that approach begs the question why we zone at all. If everything can be left to the consenting stage, then all we would need to do is have a clear discretion to consider matters at the consenting stage. But that's not how planning works. We plan on the basis of information about places that is sufficient to understand the capacity of those places to absorb development. I'm turning now to my next topic, which is the approach to directive planning instruments, and that's at paragraph 2.16 of my submissions. And the key point I want to highlight here, because it does have particular relevance in this process, is the Supreme Court's finding in King Salmon that the language of relevant policies is significant, and various policies are not inevitably in conflict or pulling in different directions. Objectives and policies are expressed in deliberately different ways. Some give decision makers more flexibility or are less prescriptive than others, whereas others are expressed in more specific and directive terms, and those differences matter. Now, the reason I draw attention to that passage in the court's decision is that here we have a national policy statement for urban development that requires that a particular level of capacity is provided for, but it is, and it is directive in that sense, but it is flexible as to how that is provided for. Sitting beneath the NPSUD, we have the Nelson Regional Policy Statement, which is very directive in relation to how this community anticipates urban development will be provided for, and that the regional policy statement is very clear that there are only limited circumstances where expansion of the city limits will be contemplated, and that requires consideration of that outcome being a net benefit compared to intensification. That is a very clear directive policy. It does not derogate from the national policy. It provides more detail at the regional level as to how that national policy is to be implemented. So those policies in my submission are critically important, and they do need to be given their full effect and not have clauses that are inconvenient lopped off them. I addressed you at the start of the hearing on the Eden Epsom decision, and as there has been an amendment to the NPSUD, that the issue that had been previously identified falls away. And just to note that we do have that new NPSUD called the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020, updated May 2022. So I just urge the panel to refer to that version in their decision.
Mr. Can I just, this is the issue I clarified before, so I just want to be clear, from what you've just said, are you saying that the Eden Epsom decision with the amended National Policy Statement, our consideration in terms of giving effect to it is now not limited to Objective 257 and Policy 1 and 6? Is it the whole national...
To the extent that the NPSUD is relevant to a private plan change, then the whole thing in my submission is relevant. There are obviously clauses in that document that are clearly aimed at a regional council's region-wide planning functions.
Right.
So I think there will be content that is not relevant or is less relevant, but other parts of it will be relevant. Right. If I can just touch on the second issue in Eden Epsom, that it doesn't directly apply here because it was in relation to those minimum building heights and densities that are relevant to a Tier 1 authority, but it's a good example of how there will be some parts of the NPSUD that you cannot sensibly implement without having done the other side of the coin, the work to address the constraints on intensification. And so that was the sub-issue in Eden Epsom, that they said you can't have the benefit of the intensification of heights and densities clause without the council also having done the work to identify the no-go or the less-go areas. I don't think that exactly arises in this case because we're not dealing with those clauses, but there may be provisions that you need to have an eye to whether they can sensibly be implemented at this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. My next topic on the overarching legal issues was the reconciliation of the NPS-FM and the NPSUD. You have clear case law both at the Independent Hearings Panel level and at the Environment Court level, Judge Borthwick's division and Otago Regional Council, that the NPS-FM and the NPSUD are to be read together, and that growth and development capacity does not outweigh te mana o te wai. So it's important that in providing for growth, you are meeting those directive provisions of the NPS-FM. That, in my submission, is another example of policies not being in conflict but being able to be read together and reconciled. The NPSUD is a nationwide approach to enhancing development capacity, but the environment and its needs will override that in specific places where necessary. My next topic at 227 is the applicant's approach to anticipated future planning outcomes that are not yet secured. I noted the difference in the applicant's approach to the future plan provisions that will be the future process to implement the freshwater NPS. And I don't argue that those matters have to be disregarded. I accept that it is inevitable that this region will be implementing the NPSUD. But what I do say is that we know at this stage that the recommendation or the finding when the Section 42A report was written for this plan change was that the proposed provisions and the existing provisions of the Nelson Resource Management Plan and the Land Development Manual may not be sufficient to address the effects of development, especially the catchment scale and cumulative effects, which is a matter that Mr. Soljic will touch on, and also where existing controls such as flood overlays may not correctly reflect the future developed form, high intensity rainfall effects, erosion and flood extent. Now, in that context, yes, you can expect that the NPS-FM will be implemented and will enhance the existing provisions of the Nelson Resource Management Plan, but we don't have any certainty about what those provisions will look like. It's different to, for example, we could take the example of farming intensification, where we have a clear existing outcome from the Freshwater National Environmental Standard. We know exactly what is required and we know what will be required in that context of farmers. We don't know exactly what will be required of urban development because the provisions in the freshwater NPS are broad and general and about outcomes rather than about how you get there. As I said, there is a distinction between the applicant's approach to those future provisions which it seeks to claim the benefit of at this stage versus its approach to future intensification. And there's been several comments made about that there haven't been any runs on the board so far and that there is intensification is not part of the status quo of the Nelson Resource Management Plan. My submission is simply that you can't have the benefit of one future planning process but ignore the benefit of another future planning process when we know that the draft Nelson Plan does provide for a large amount of intensification which would sustain this region out to 2051 if implemented. And just one more aspect in which there is a bit of a divergence of approach by the applicant is that there's been a lot of reliance on the current nature of the site being degraded by farming and that it is certainly not in a pristine state at the moment, and that is correct. However, we know that is not going to be the way that things continue. If this site were to remain as a pastoral farm, it would be required to implement certain rules and regulations and policies that are already in place, such as stock exclusion, such as there being future rules in the plan to manage activities that would cause pugging or significant erosion from farming activities. So the existing environment is not one of a degraded farm. It is the existing environment is a degraded area that will need to improve on the basis of existing requirements. I'm turning now to the key Save the Maitai's key issues, which start on my page 16. And as I said at the outset, one of the key issues is that the Maitai Valley is fundamentally the wrong place for urban type development, and that you will have seen the statements from the lay submitters, and they will speak to you further today about the importance of the valley to them for peaceful recreation and open space, and they will address you on they have noted, because they've been listening, and I have noted that you have had questions about how this development that is off to the side up Kaka Valley impacts on the Maitai Valley and the recreational experience there, and they have been considering that, and they will address you on that point. But I want to just start by having a look at the Okura decision, and I'm flipping backwards and forwards between calling it the Okura and the Lee decision. And I do want to refer to a couple of specific passages in that. Do you have a copy of that decision to hand? It was one that was filed with my submissions, but well, that's all right. I can just read from it if you don't have it to hand. So if you could just note paragraph 553. And I'll just read that out. Before I read it out, I'll just provide some context. So this case was about moving the rural-urban boundary as part of the Auckland Unitary Plan, and it was also about zoning and a structure plan for the slopes on the southern side of the Okura estuary that were owned by a company called Okura Holdings Limited, or OHL. Just around to the east of that estuary is the headland that has a regional park on it, and then to the south is Long Bay. And those of you who are experienced with Auckland planning matters will know that there's been a number of Long Bay planning decisions. And the court is reflecting on the relevance of the Long Bay decision to the decision it needs to make about the Okura site. And it said at 553, the Long Bay decision is of relevance to our considerations. not because of any findings which were made as to the character of the area subject to that appeal, which lies beyond the Okura catchment, but rather for the emphasis which the court placed in its initial decision and in its 2 subsequent decisions on providing screening between the urban development which was to take place in the Long Bay catchment and the adjoining regional park. The court went to considerable lengths to ensure that urban development at Long Bay did not intrude into otherwise natural park views. A similar issue arises in this case with the OHL land. And then at 554, and this is a critical passage in my submission, although OHL contended that Auckland's development circumstances have changed since the issue of earlier decisions, and we accept that must be so in a general sense, none of the evidence we heard in these proceedings challenged the findings in the 1996 and 2003 decisions as to the high natural values of the estuary, that it was the last estuary on the east coast of the former North Shore city unaffected by urban development, which retained its natural character and its significance in a regional context. It seems to us that those circumstances have not changed at all, but we will make our own findings on these matters rather than simply relying on the findings of earlier decisions. And then over the page at 555, the court said that OHL submitted that the proposed development could be accommodated in this environment, and the court said, we consider there is considerable merit to the council's submission that since the 1996 and 2003 decisions, the population pressures in the region have increased and will continue to do so. The council submission is that it will be progressively more important for places with special environmental values to be protected and for Aucklanders to have an accessible experience of an estuary in a natural condition. It seems to us that, if anything, the increased pressure for residential development in Auckland generally and the extent of urbanisation in the Long Bay catchment heighten the sensitivities identified in the 1996 and 2003 decisions. And there's one more passage in that decision that I'd like to refer to, and that is at 778. At 778, the court is considering Part 2 matters, including the requirement to have regard to finite characteristics of resources. And the court said, we consider that the characteristics of the estuary which we have identified previously in this decision are finite. It is the last estuary on the east coast of Auckland's North Shore, remaining in a substantially undeveloped condition. It is the only estuary where all of the features, recognitions and protections we have identified may be found. In its 1996 decision, the court recognised the need to protect the estuary for the enjoyment of future generations. We consider that the factors which led the court to that conclusion in 2006 exist today, indeed more so.
Can I just ask you a question on that while we're there?
Yes.
If you, just so, is the conclusion that you're drawing in terms of that legal submission is that the two environments are directly comparable, and therefore in the Auckland context, the regional park and the marine reserve, which was the receiving environment, versus the Kaka Valley, or is it more the legal principle that you're referring to?
Oh, no, I'm not. No, they're totally different environments. Right. One was really being the issues of interest were to do with the ecological values of the estuary primarily, and also the experience of people using the regional park. Whereas there are certainly ecological values of the river that Mr. Sojic and also Roger Young talk about. But this is, but it is the concept of there being one last valley close to Nelson that is not urbanised. And you heard Mr. Lyle talk about, well, we've had to go up all the other valleys in Nelson, and that's correct. And there has not been a major outcry about that development. But it's got to the point, and also because those valleys do not have the recreational values that this valley does. But in this case, we have got to the last one, close to Nelson. I mean, certainly if you go well out of Nelson, you can find places like this. But a place where you can be, where people in central Nelson can be in nature, in an undeveloped valley, this is the last one, and it is a finite resource. So that is really why I draw on that. Why I draw on that decision is for its acknowledgement that as development pressure increases, it becomes more important to protect places, not less important. It's not a case where we should look at development pressure and say, therefore we must develop everywhere. The reverse is true. We must be alive to the need to sustain places where people can still experience open space and a sense of quiet and a sense of undeveloped surroundings.
Thank you.
At 3.2, I discussed some of the objectives and policies of the regional policy statement and the resource management plan that are of particular importance to my client's case. I note that the policy NA 233 is to avoid development which detracts from the landscape and amenity values afforded by gateways between urban and rural areas and different landscape units. And I've discussed with Ms Stephen about the questions that have come up about gateways and viewpoints and so on over the last few days, so she's ready to address you on those questions. And also policy DO 1513, which is the Greenbelt policy. That policy names 3 specific places in Nelson, and the Maitai Valley is one of those specific places. So it could not be more clear that this plan approach is to maintain that greenbelt and to constrain development from proliferating up the valley. And the explanation to that policy is really interesting. It is that the policy reinforces the existing clear transition from rural to urban areas and recognises the amenity value of those areas, especially the recreational and scenic value of areas relatively close to the urban area. And that's what I've been submitting to you about in relation to the Okura decision. Also that other objectives and policies encourage intensification of development in urban areas and limit development in the rural and open space and recreation zones, and these policies supplement those provisions. The anticipated environmental result from these policies is compact urban form, increased infill development and maintenance of amenity values, and those anticipated results are directly relevant again. I talk about, at 3.5, the effects of the Resource Management Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act. I acknowledge that Nelson is a Tier 2 authority and that at this stage those standards do not apply to it, but all that is required for those standards to apply is for a regulation to include, the Act already provides for Tier 2 authorities to be included or to be covered where such a regulation is made. So I do submit that there is a significant risk that once an area is zoned residential, there are national level implications to that kick in and do take some of the control of density out of the hands of local authorities and out of the hands of this type of a planning process. Also that the character of the valley the change in the character of the valley will also increase the potential for further urbanisation through subsequent plan changes, and from what I heard from Mr Lyle, that it appears to be entirely anticipated. It does not appear to be the applicant's case that this is the only development that will occur in this valley. Mr Lyle talked about how we've gone, as I said, gone up the other valleys, and this is essentially the next one off the block. I then address you on community expectations for intensification of urban Nelson and protection of the Maitai, and you do have the suite of consultations on on intensification and on development in Maitai Valley, and I've noted that the one outlier is the Future Development Strategy 2019. My primary submission to you is that the Future Development Strategy 2019 is not a future development strategy as named in the NPSUD, and I've set out why I say that is the case. There is a definition of future development strategy in the NPSUD 2020, which does not describe the document that was produced in 2019. So they have the same name, but they're not the same thing. My secondary submission is that if you do take it into account under your ability to take other plans and strategies under other acts into account, then the approach to consultation and the fact that it resulted in 4 submissions in relation to this area is relevant and should mean that you give this little weight in terms of whether it represents community expectations.
Ms. Jeeps, can I just come in here again? Just,
Yes.
I'll come back with some broader questions, but just dealing with that issue, because it's an issue I dealt with Mr. Marsden about. I understand your submissions are very clear, and Ms. McCabe is very clear in her evidence about the weight we should be placing on it. She says none. But the Council is currently progressing the future development strategy in terms of the 2020 National Policy Statement.
Yes.
I understand the Council will adopt that in some form or not in August, most likely before our recommendation goes back to the Council. I asked Mr. Marsden how we might handle that, because Council's legal counsel said that we should address it. Should we address it, and if so, how?
Yes, I agree that you should address it if it comes out before your decision. On the broader legal issue of having regard to planning instruments that come out through the process, I think that the position has been made clear by the courts, and they've needed to consider it a lot because of the freshwater policy statement coming out partway through planning processes. I think the position is clear. To the extent there's scope to do so, you have to give effect or have regard to these documents. And I do think from, as you mentioned to Mr. Marsden, I think it would be, from a natural justice perspective, appropriate to invite submissions on how you should take it into account. But I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I've really addressed you already on my next topic, which is that intensification over expansion is supported by national and regional policy. As I said, I won't repeat myself, but as I said earlier, just to recap, the urban development capacity NPS is general. You need to provide for capacity, but it doesn't say where and when. The regional policy statement is more specific for this region and does not derogate from, and I didn't understand there to be a key or a clear legal proposition put to you that the RPS derogates from the national policy. If that is the case, I disagree with that. I think it particularises in a way that is entirely appropriate for it to do. And it is clear that intensification is only to be provided for where it has a greater, the reverse, urban expansion is only to be provided for where it has a greater net benefit than intensification. The applicant has not produced evidence that addresses that point. The position taken by Mr. Lyle is that those words are superseded by the current requirements of the NPSUD, and I submit that that's not, as a matter of law, that's not correct. And I don't think that there is an issue with the fact that that requires a comparative analysis. The whole point of planning is that you are deciding what to do where. So perhaps it's more difficult in a private plan change where you're more focused on enabling development in a particular area to do that sort of region-wide analysis of comparison, but it is a requirement of the policy to do so. And you will hear from some of my clients' representatives on intensification that has occurred and is occurring and will occur in Nelson City, and certainly they don't accept Mr. Lyle's non-expert opinion that that intensification is always very expensive and can only be undertaken in a way that provides houses for rich people. Lastly, effects on the environment. I'm not going to go through my submissions on that because they really are in large part a summary of my client's expert evidence, but just to note that there are a few legal issues that arise in relation to your consideration of the environment. One is obviously the extent of the coastal environment, and Ms Stephen can address you on the factual aspects of that, her analysis, and I would just note that the new NZILA guidelines do provide guidance on where the coastline is to lie, and there is a reasonably recent 2020 decision of I think it was Judge Dwyer, an Environmental Defence Society and Thames Coromandel District Council, where helpfully they sort of say it's going to be a factual question, apply common sense to it, which when you've got experts with differing views on it doesn't really give you a particularly useful steer. But that is essentially the case law is saying it is open to you to make a finding based on the information that you have before you. So stormwater and catchment hydrology and water sensitive design, I'll leave to Mr. Soljic to explain his residual concerns with that, including having considered the rebuttal of Mr. Foley. Mm-hmm. And I touch on terrestrial ecology and climate matters. And then my submissions really just summarise the areas where I say that there has been insufficient information provided. That relates to wetlands, earthworks, stormwater and hydrology, transport effects. And one point I would just pause on there is my paragraph 3.53 talks about the issue of traffic from State Highway 6 using the route through Bayview and Kaka Valley. And I heard your questions to Mr. Clark, and the idea that this route will not be used often, and I would just note that an effect under the Resource Management Act includes an effect of low probability but high potential impact, and in my submission the effects of traffic from State Highway 6 using this route, even if it is limited to situations where the road is closed for a period of time, is an effect of low probability but high potential impact, which you don't have any information about. But I also question whether it will really be as uncommon as thought. We know that that road is essentially at sea level at the moment, or very slightly above it. What the submission by Waka Kotahi states that it has resilience issues. So in a world of rising sea levels and climate change, I think it may not be accurate to say that it will be an uncommon circumstance for that road to not be passable. And lastly, on that topic, just to note that the council's approach seems to be, well, if we need to use this route, that then this can be approved at the time of council engineering consent. I don't think that's the appropriate time to consider what is really quite an important point for the way in which traffic moves through this part of Nelson. And then my last topic is in relation to the non-notification clauses. I understood Mr. Lyle's answers being that the NRMP already provides for non-notification of medium density residential development and for subdivision, and also that there are lots of reasons why those activities might trip over into something other than restricted discretionary and not be able to rely on the non-notification clause. I don't see those as answers to the issue of whether non-notification is appropriate. The law on non-notification clauses is, for example, should not be supported where the change in activity status poses an unacceptable risk of more than a minor adverse effect, or and there must be proper basis for supporting a non-notification clause to justify a derogation of public rights. In this case, where you have a contested plan change, you have a lot of effects being left to be considered at the consenting stage. In my submission, those circumstances mean that it is not appropriate to have non-notification clauses for such a significant development in this sensitive receiving environment. Those are the matters that I had addressed in my written submissions. There are just a couple of things to touch on that have arisen in Mr. Marston's submissions or over the last few days. The first is the group's, my client's aims. I wrote to Mr. Marston to ask him to either justify or withdraw the statement in his written submissions that my client's objective is to get this plan change declined so they can get the council to buy the site for a rate for a value that's less than its market value. I took no issue with Mr. Marston's description of my client's objectives, which are to not have urban development in the Maitai and that they would like to see this area preserved as a regional park. They know that that second aspect is not able to be achieved through this planning process, and you won't find a reference to it in my client's submission. But what I did take issue with is the suggestion that there is some sort of underhand behaviour going on. And I wrote to Mr. Marston. I did not receive the courtesy of a reply. I was very surprised to see my letter put before you as evidence when there had been no reply to me. I think that's entirely inappropriate. And I remain of the view that the submission is unfounded and unfair, that my client is seeking to get the council to buy this land for a reduced rate, and that its involvement in this process is to that end.
I think the only response I can make is we've seen your letter and I understand your position. I think what you're saying is your client's view and the evidence you're presenting is this is in an appropriate place for urban development, and it would be nice if the council acquired this for a regional park.
That's right.
Yeah. So I'm not going to take it any further. I think the point's made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The second point to address is the evidence of Mr. Dixon. You will have seen my memorandum on the 11th of July, withdrawing that statement as soon as it became clear that Mr. Dixon hadn't seen and approved the final version of his statement. I have asked members of the group if you would like, or a member of the group, to address that, Mr. Stallard, if you would like to know the background to that. I see it as a sideshow. It's really not an issue that is relevant to the issues before you. What is again disappointing is that the statement had already been withdrawn when that evidence was filed. Again, there was no discussion to see whether, how were we proposing to deal with that issue. So I think that's a real shame that that's the way that these matters have been handled, but I do see it as a sideshow and a distraction and not something that is in any way relevant to the matters you need to consider. So I'll leave it to you whether you want to hear from...
I'll tell you what we'd like to do now. I mean, we don't need anyone to explain.
Thank you.
I think it's been explained. What I would just like you to confirm, though, just so we're not in this situation, and I'm not casting any accusation, that are all the other statements that have they all been authorised?
Absolutely,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yes.
That's clear.
The last point is that there was a criticism of my client's planner, Ms. McCabe, that her job is to optimise the plan provisions within scope, and that she has not done that form of analysis. Firstly, as a matter of law, I think if you look at the Okura decision, the court didn't try and find a way to make the plan change work within scope. It said that the plan change did not give effect to the higher order policy instruments and therefore was not appropriate. So that is essentially the approach that Ms. McCabe has taken. She has looked at whether this plan change implements the higher order instruments and said it doesn't. It is urban expansion in circumstances where the regional policy statement doesn't provide for it, and it doesn't implement the NPSFM. But she can talk more to those points. But in my submission, there is nothing wrong or inadequate in her approach to this plan change. She has certainly considered the counterfactual of a level of development occurring under the rural high density provisions. And she's also considered the existing environment. So I think she's gone about that in entirely the correct way. I think it's also probably in a real world it's a little bit unreasonable to expect a submitter to put forward a whole other plan change that they say could meet the requirements of the higher order instruments. It's just not a realistic proposition. Those are my submissions, and I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jep. As a general comment, given that Ms. Tepani and Mr. Mark Brown not here. We've had to. I'm probably going to lead off the majority of the questions to you and to all the witnesses, and then I'll bring the other commissioners in at the time. So we've talked about what the conditions are, so to make sure that we still get full coverage. Excuse me. Just a few, I've asked a number of the questions as I've gone along, but I really obviously just want to focus on some of the legal issues here, because we'll pick up, for example, the insufficiency of information and all those sorts of things with your witnesses. But just come to the, and I'm really just sort of following through your executive summary, sort of in the order of asking the questions. The gateway issue we'll pick up with Ms Stevens and Ms McCabe. This whole issue of community expectation, which I accept there is a policy in the RPS about that. Ms McCabe draws on this as well, and the idea that there have been a large number of submissions, and the majority which are in opposition, over 600, but clearly the majority of Nelsonians and others have not submitted on that, and equally there is reference to the petition, and Mr Spittle in his statement has sort of shown the breakdown of locals versus not. So what is your position, or your legal position, what is the legal proposition that we should rely, and the extent on community expectation in that context? We have got a number of submissions opposing, we've got a number of supporting, we've got an application which supports it, we've got a petition, we accept that, but something like less than 30%, I think it's 25, are local people. Doesn't mean it's any people are any less concerned, but I wonder whether people in Australia and other places who may or may not be here represent the community view. So what's the legal position on this?
So you do need to form a view on, my submission is you do need to form a view on community expectation, because it's a relevant matter to those policies. You have a range of information before you about how community expectations have been derived, and Mr Stallard has a really good breakdown of that, which I think will assist. It's not, so in terms of the petition, I think that you can place some weight on the petition, but I don't submit that it's determinative one way or the other. I think you can place weight on the submissions in opposition to the plan change. Again, it's not determinative. I don't think you can place weight on what might the people who have not submitted think, because we just don't know whether
that's
they
the point I'm making, isn't it?
oppose.
Because we don't know whether they're supporting or opposing.
Well, that's right.
We're silent. They're silent.
That's right. So no conclusion can be drawn one way or the other in relation to those. But you also have a number of consultations, and the most recent one being the consultation for the Future Development Strategy 2022 or 2021.
Yes. Yep.
And so, and Mr Stallard provides the breakdown of submissions on that consultation as well. So I think you're going to need to look at this in the round and look at a number of documents and form an overall view on what that means for community expectations.
Thank you. Just following that through, again, there is evidence from particularly the lay submitters following that whole issue of community expectation. And at para 311 of your statement, where you say the one outlier, and I'm assuming you've clearly used that word deliberately, outlier. What's again the legal view here? You've made the point that planning is about future focused. The outlier you refer to is the latest one, the 2019 year. Is it the implication that everything needs to be static? So what's the legal position here?
Well, first of all, the 2019 is not the latest. It's the latest document that's been concluded, but it's not the latest consultation. So there's been consultation on the 2021 FDS, and we have that is available to us to know what people submitted on that.
So just the word outlier to me implies not to be taken seriously, or it's one, when you're doing your bell curve, it's the one way out there which you would discount.
Well, it is, because we have 2006, we have, I think, nearly 1,000 people submitting in support of intensification and opposing urbanisation of the Maitai.
No.
Then we have 2021 FDS, I'm skipping, 2021
Yep.
FTS, again, a large number of submissions in opposition to urbanisation of the Maitai. We also have the submissions on this process, a large number of those who submitted in opposition. The outlier is the FDS 2019, where there were 4 submissions. There were a large number of submitters, but there were 4 submissions that related to the Maitai Valley.
Yes.
And that cannot, when you look at that context, it must be seen as an outlier, because it can't be the case that Nelson suddenly decided at one point in time that they no longer cared, when they did before and they did after. So the most obvious explanation for that is the one that was put to the Ombudsman, that by calling this area Kaka Valley and not referring to it as Maitai Valley and not including a map that clearly showed Maitai Valley, people just didn't know what was being consulted on.
Thank you. Excuse me. In terms of that Ombudsman decision, which levelled some criticism at the council, but ultimately, and we've got this in legal submissions from the council and Mr Marson, didn't say the process was so flawed that the document wasn't relevant. Again, are you placing any significance on that decision?
It is an interesting decision in that it clearly said that that aspect of the consultation was unreasonable. But the Ombudsman, is very, very careful to say, I can't reach a view that all those other people who weren't the 4, all those other people who didn't submit, did so because they were misled by the council's documents. So he wasn't prepared to make a finding that that was the reason for that there were only 4 submissions. The document has not been challenged by way of judicial review and overturned. Therefore,
No.
it is not an invalid document.
Okay.
It remains valid on its face. But I've really set out in my submissions that I think that there's a legal issue with taking it into account as an NPSUD, future development strategy, but there is also, it does go to the weight that you place on it if you are using it as an example or as an instance of community expectation. That context and that Ombudsman's decision do go to the weight that you can place on it in that regard.
No. Thank you for that. Just turning to this issue about this preference for intensification versus greenfield and the provision in the regional policy statement. Is it your legal submission to us that the National Policy Statement on Urban Development 2020 clearly sets out any preference or no preference?
I think the NPSUD no longer sets out a preference one way or the other.
So is it your submission to us that given the more directive provision in the regional policy statement, we should prefer that?
I don't think it's a matter of preferring one or the other.
No.
I think you need to give effect to, or the plan needs to give effect to both, and therefore you can give effect to in the same way that you would do it with freshwater issues, you can give effect to the NPSUD by looking at whether there is development capacity that meets the requirements of the NPSUD. And then you also need to give effect to the regional policy statement, which is very directive about preferencing intensification. So you need to give effect to both.
What's your legal submission to us in relation to that the regional policy statement is a very dated document versus a national policy statement, which is much more recent, which clearly, as I read it, has a focus on ensuring, policy 2, I think, at least sufficient capacity over the short, medium and long term. And when I look at the council's documents about intensification greenfield, there is a split. It's not 100% intensification. So the council itself envisages clearly some greenfield development. So where does that sit in terms of that sort of age of the documents and the much more recent national policy statement?
I don't think that the age of the document per se is relevant, because if it was, then the community groups would always be disadvantaged by the council not having kept its planning documents up to date. I do think that if the regional policy statement derogated from the national policy statement on urban development, that would give you the ability to look up to the national document and look past the RPS. And we see that regularly with local plans that don't implement freshwater, the freshwater national policy statement, so decision makers need to look beyond. But that's why I've been careful to explain that in my submission, it does not derogate. It is just particularising for this region, and it is entitled to do that. It is not. To put that another way, if the council were writing, as it is, if the council were writing a regional policy statement today, it would be a valid choice for the council to say, for this region, we're going to implement the NPSUD by preferencing intensification and only providing for urban development, only providing for expansion in certain circumstances. It would be entirely lawful for the regional policy statement, if written today, to do that.
And we can't speculate on what that might be because it's not written. Hence I'm just really asking for your legal view, which you've given me.
Yeah, no, well, we can't speculate, but we don't need to because we already have a regional policy statement that says that. So I'm just using that as an example to say it doesn't matter that it's old, it could do it again today.
I understand the submission you're making to us. Just a couple of other points. This whole issue of precedent, essentially, saying that if this plan change is approved, it's more likely to lead to others. Again, what's the legal position on that?
It's a factual rather than a legal precedent. It's a change in the environment such that future development becomes more likely because of the change. It's not an argument that like cases must be treated alike in a non-complying activity consenting sense.
Okay. That's clear, thank you. Just a specific one, and I think I raised this. This is in 2.9. This is your reference to that four-world decision. Yes. And I just want to put the submission to you because Ms McCabe raises it, where you talk about it as bad resource management practice, and this is in relation particularly to transport and infrastructure. And I made the point to Mr Marston, because again that case had been put to me in the panel in an Auckland case, where it seemed to me the key issue wasn't so much, well it was, the court did talk about bad resource management, but they talked about unmeetable expectations. We've got expert evidence before us, and I accept Mr James is here, who may have a different view, that a lot of the infrastructure, wastewater, water supply, and even transport can be done, and it's clearly not an unmeetable expectation. What's your legal position on that?
Does it? I don't recall where it talks. It may talk about unmeetable expectations. I don't recall that phrase. What it does say at paragraph 15 is that it's bad resource management to promote the sustainable management it's bad resource management to zone land for an activity when the infrastructure necessary to allow that activity to occur without adverse effects on the environment does not exist and there is no commitment to provide it. So there are aspects of this plan change where there is no commitment to provide the infrastructure.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Rick, do you have legal questions for Ms. Jett?
Perhaps just one on that last point, which is we've been told that the applicant discussed the requirements with the council and there has actually been significant work done on it, but that there was nothing included in the long-term plan because that would appear to prejudge the decision on the private plan change. Do you have any comment on that?
I think it's speculation, and I think we don't know that that's the case. I think that there was a lot of criticism of so-called political decision making, which I think is an unfortunate way for the applicant to characterise the democratic process. I think that what we do know is that it's not in the long-term plan, and there are aspects of particularly transport that we don't know whether they are able to be provided and will be provided.
So you would have expected that it should be in the long-term plan, even though there was a separate process now to make a decision on this private plan change? Not necessarily. I think it would be good if it had been included in the long-term plan as a contingency, but I think that we don't have a clear commitment from council to say this is going to be something that we put in our annual plan. Okay, thank you.
Ms Tierney, do you have any questions of Ms Jett? On mute. just going to unmute you, or if you're on mute. Can you hear me, Ms. Tiffany? If you can hear me, can you unmute yourself if you're... Oh, right. Can we just check with... We'll just...
Good.
Kia ora, can you hear me now?
Thank you. Yes, we can. Well,
Morena koutou. Thank you, Ms. Jett, for those submissions. I did have a question similar to that of the chair in terms of the urban expansion and the MPSUD. One of the submissions you've made is that the applicant hasn't provided any evidence to weigh up or assess the net benefit, but there is economic evidence, and you will have seen, of course, the joint witness statement where there's agreement between the experts on economic effects in terms of the expansion. So both the experts have agreed that that the MPSUD removes any suggestion that priority in terms of timing should be given to intensification over greenfield development promoting competition. Both economic experts consider that that further supports their assessment of appropriateness of urban development. So I wonder if you'd turned your mind to that in terms of your submission.
Kia ora, I have. Thank you. I think the experts are right that the MPSUD has removed the requirement to preference intensification, but those experts have not considered the regional policy statement requirements. I mean, that's just, that's a legal issue rather than one I would necessarily expect them to directly consider. I would qualify my earlier submission to say there is economic evidence about the net benefits of greenfields development over intensification, but I don't think that the RPS policy is purely directed at economic evidence. I believe that when it refers to net benefit, well, more than I believe, I submit that it includes a whole list of criteria around the net benefit of a range of different criteria, aspects of the environment, and then my submission is that you don't have that comparative assessment for those other aspects.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The other questions have been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown, anything from you?
No, thank you. Nothing from me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Jett.
Thank you, sir. I'll call Ms. Stephen.
Thank you. Now, kia ora, you'll need to get a microphone.
Yes, we'll just do some rearranging. Now, Ms. Stephen,
No, I was just talking there. Could I have a cup of tea or coffee? Coffee?
Coffee?
You might need to mute Mr. Brown. We'll all get a cup of coffee soon.
Oh, sorry.
now, Ms. Stephen's got two documents that were circulated.
I've seen one, which is a one-page, and I'm just pulling up the other one, which has got some
other's a
PowerPoints on it.
What do you want up first? The PowerPoint?
My attachments and everything else.
Now, there's an awful lot of them, Ms. Stevens, 57.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of photographs that I've just taken over the weekend, which won't take long to go through. It just seems a lot, but it won't take long to go through them.
That's fine. Just before you get underway, did you get to do this on-site visit yesterday?
Yes, I did, and thank you very much to Mr. Spittle for driving us around. We had a good look at the site, and it was very much appreciated. Thank you.
And has that changed anything in terms of your evidence? Does it confirm what you've said, or have you got different views given that you've now been on to the site?
No, it didn't change any of my views. It just confirmed one particular aspect, which I will mention as I go through.
Right.
So, do we have attachments up on? available to do that for you or not?
Why you bring up, you'll probably know that the commissioners, we had a very detailed site visit, and it might have been similar to you, so we are pretty familiar with the area and the site and the surrounding area.
Right.
So if you could just ask there's a document, I'll hand out the hard copies, and also, could we have attachment A to Ms Stevens' evidence on the screen, please? I do have some A3s of the attachment A, if it will be useful to just, Ms Stevens is going to talk through those, so would you like to have a hard copy of those?
Yeah, that would be good to have
Thank you.
one here.
Better put my mask on.
Do you want to put your mask? Just. That's one. That's two for Nigel and one for Sheena.
There's a set there that's here. Okay, we set to go?
Yes, thank you.
Right. So just if we could have that attachment A handy, probably for questions more than me explicitly referring to it. So yes, my name is Anne Stephen. I'm the expert landscape witness for Save the Maitai. My qualifications and experience are as set out in my evidence in chief. So I've just prepared a verbal presentation which I will quickly go through, and it will be made available to you as a written document after this. So I don't have any corrections to my evidence. The overall purpose of my evidence, as stated in paragraph 42 of my evidence in chief, was broadly to provide an opinion as to the appropriateness of the development that PPC 28 would enable, with respect to the landscape values of the site and the requirements of the relevant statutory provisions regarding their protection, maintenance and enhancement. Now I'd just like to update paragraph 46, which relates to my site visit details. Over the 16th and 17th of July, I have carried out additional visual and landscape assessment of the site. I viewed the site from the Grampians Reserve, Hanby Park, the True Left Maitai River Trail between the Waihi Takaro Golf Course and Hanby Park, and I went up onto, I think it's called Britannia Heights, Prince's Drive, and looked at it from there. I also viewed the Melbourne Hills from the Nelson Marina and State Highway 6 again, given it was inclement weather when I was here last in February. And I also had the opportunity to look around the site yesterday by vehicle with Mr. Spittle. With regard to describing the elements and features of the site, these have been comprehensively documented in the various technical and landscape documents that are now on the Shaping Nelson webpage. There's a lot of them. I have relied on these to a large degree. The only areas of uncertainty that were relevant to landscape centred around remaining native vegetation cover, the location, the extent, what species were present, and identification of all the wetlands on the site. I did notice a lot of wet, pugged ground on my site visit yesterday, which Mr. Spittle advised was due mainly to an excessively wet season. I note there is still uncertainty over whether the existing alignment of Lower Carcass Stream is natural as an assumed historical alignment around the western edge. For the purposes of my evidence, I have assumed that the more natural alignment is around the western edge, but I defer to the freshwater and ecology experts on that matter. Difficulty seeing. Take that off. Sorry, I can't see you now, Commissioner.
That's all right. Might be an advantage.
Regarding the landscape character unit framework for the site, we did agree in our joint witness statement that the way the site was framed up was appropriate, but as I progressed with my analysis, I found that a finer landscape character unit framework assisted my assessment. My view is that the southwest basin at the south end of the Melbourne Hills is a separate unit. It is not part of the Carker Stream system. It actually drains into Branford Park. I also see the lower Carker Stream floodplain and the Walters Bluff area of the Melbourne Hills Ridge as identifiable subunits. I did map them as separate landscape units on their own in my figure 4 of my attachment A, but they should have been subunits, not actual landscape units. I described the landscape units in my Appendix C in some detail, and I rate them on attributes, the key ones being legibility, intactness and natural character, openness, and I'll just clarify, by openness I mean absence of built form and the clutter that goes with human occupation and activity. It is not referring to a spatial open character, which also includes tree vegetation. And visual coherence. Overall, legibility is high, openness is very high, intactness, natural character is no more than moderate, tending towards low in places, and visual coherence is, generally moderate high. In describing the landscape context of the site, an area of disagreement between myself and Mr. Milne relates to the character of urban development on Nelson's Hills. Urban areas only extend onto the lower slopes of the hill ranges to an altitude of around 120 metres above sea level, occasionally as high as 150. Urban development across upper slopes and on the ridge summits is not characteristic, apart from what I believe is called the Port Ridge, where Britannia Heights is. The hills backdropping Nelson City are dominantly rural landscape, with relatively very little built development, limited to their lower slopes, providing an effective greenbelt. The strong visual contrast and the visual relief between intensively built-up coastal plain and open rural coastal ridges and interior valleys is characteristic and important for Nelson's identity. There is agreement generally between myself and Mr. Milne over the range of landscape values the site has. We have both relied upon and accepted the values scheduled in the Boffa-Miskell Nelson landscape studies as a starting point, and that's agreed in the joint witness statement. Where we disagree is the spatial extent of those values, or which parts of the site confer those values, and the degree of value, whether it's low, moderate, high, etc. My process of evaluation was to first review and schedule the biophysical, sensory perceptual and associative values, including tangata whenua values, documented in the RMM landscape reports and in the Nelson landscape studies. I augmented this data with supplementary information obtained from the RPS and the NRMP and other strategy documents relevant to the area, such as the Nelson Halo project. The final step was to affirm the values through field work where possible. This mainly related to the biophysical and sensory values. A key area of disagreement between myself and Mr. Milne is whether Carker Valley as a whole is a significant landscape. Mr. Milne and Mr. Gavan maintain a view that the backdrop and skyline areas and the Maitai River itself, including a narrow riparian margin as mapped in the draft WWNP, are the only parts of the site that have significant status. I maintain my view that the whole of Carker Valley is a significant, what I'd call a significant amenity landscape, and that Carker Hill could be identified as a significant natural feature. Based on the schedule of values I have set out in my Appendix D and summarised at paragraph 114 of my evidence in chief.
Can I just come in here, because I think this is one of the critical issues and the difference between the two of you in terms of the significance of the Kaka Valley, and Mr Milne and Mr Girvin for the council both agree that in terms of that Boffa study and that say that you have misinterpreted the significance of the entire valley, and it's just the Maitai River which is significant. Do you agree with that or disagree?
Well, I was just coming to that.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry.
so I will be able to answer your question.
That's fine. Well, because I think what I'd like to focus on, I think your evidence is clear, so I'm not sure we need to step through what you have done. I think what we'd really like to explore is the differences between the two of you, and this seems to be a fundamental difference, whether it's significant or not. And if your view is it's still significant, that's fine. We understand that's your position. So rather than sort of go through sort of a reasonable thing of what you've done, it's really the differences that we're going to be focusing on.
Oh, right, yes, right. Well, so I do maintain my view that the whole of the Kaka Valley is a significant landscape, and that Kaka Hill could indeed be a significant natural feature within that landscape. I do not accept that I've misinterpreted the findings of the Nelson landscape studies, or that I misrepresent the value of the landscape. So I'm just going to go back to those Nelson landscape studies to make it clear why I think it is significant. I agree with the analysis of the values, although not necessarily the conclusions, set out in the 2005 and 2016 Boffa Nelson landscape studies, which in my opinion clearly refer to at least the valley floor area having the values, with the river being a significant central element. Coherent and picturesque scenic qualities contributing an iconic and memorable inland valley landscape in close proximity to Nelson. That is the main value scheduled in terms of the sensory values. The evaluation...
Sorry, can I just ask you a quick question on that? Is that an assessment of the Maitai Valley or of the Kaka Valley?
Well, the Kaka Valley is part of the Maitai Valley landscape unit when it's mapped. I've included a map at the end of my one of my appendix, which was one I found that mapped the extent of what's called Maitai Valley, and it includes the floor of Kaka Valley.
Just to clarify, the statement that you, I think, have quoted from the Boffa report is in fact a statement that applies to the Maitai Valley and environs, if you like.
Yes.
It's not a specific statement about Kaka Valley.
Not specifically to Kaka Valley, no. And we must remember that this statement related to the landscape unit, which only mapped the Kaka Valley floor. Mm-hmm. The sides of the valley were in a separate landscape unit. However, when you actually read the description of values, it is somewhat confusing because they refer to the sides of the valley in the description. So there are some issues with the way this landscape was assessed. But nevertheless, I do agree with the description of values. The evaluation statement at the bottom of page 28 in the 2016 final Boffa study stated that the Maitai River within the Maitai Valley is considered to form a significant landscape. Well, a river on its own is not a landscape, even with a narrow marginal strip, it's a feature. So that's the first point I'd like to make. Where am I up to? Mr Milne and Mr Gavan are relying on that one statement, but it doesn't reflect the description of attributes in the table above it, which talk about the valley and the scenic and picturesque valley. It is given, and the whole unit was given a landscape quality rating of high, with very high associative values relating largely to the high recreational values, including the setting and tangata whenua values. Further, it went on, earthwork subdivision and development on the enclosing valley slopes were listed as a potential threat, indicating that those slopes must have value contributing to the overall value of the landscape of the valley. So again, it's a bit confusing because they were including the slopes now in their description of the unit and analysis of its values, while at the same time trying to say it was only the river. So it's somewhat inconsistent in the way it's been described and assessed. The extent of the Maitai Valley Landscape Unit is shown on the map at the end of my Appendix B, showing that this unit includes the lower angle debris fans on both sides of Kaka Stream Valley and the stream terraces. The 2005 study, in that study, the entire site fell within either the Kaka Hill Ridgeline Hilltop Overlay, which includes the Melbourne Hills Ridge, or the Maitai Valley Amenity Landscape. In this assessment, the landscape value was considered to derive from the low-density, open, rural character, in contrast to the urban areas and the prominent skyline ridges. The Melbourne Hills Ridge, quote, forms an important open rural backdrop to the more intensively modified coastal strip formed by these suburbs. And the values for the Maitai Valley were similar to those described in 2016, but more specifically, quote, the picturesque scenic qualities of the landscape setting contribute to the high visual amenity values. The Maitai River itself was regarded as a significant landscape element within the valley unit, and that's how I would see it too. There are 4 factors to bear in mind regarding these studies. A landscape character unit was required to have very high associative values and at least one other high rating in the biophysical or the sensory, or both, to be significant. Now, this is a methodology unique to Boffin-Miskell. It's not in our NZLA guidelines. Secondly, the ratings were applied to larger scale landscape character units, which do not necessarily capture or accurately reflect the specific values of the site. Third, the landscape character framework split Kaka Stream Valley into 2 and then 3 separate units. An alternative valid approach is to assess the valley as a whole unit on its own. The 4th point that I'd like to make is that these studies have not been peer reviewed and have not gone through the rigorous testing process of a proposed plan change. Regarding the backdrop and skyline areas, before I move on to that, does that answer your question, sir?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, basically you disagree. And you set out why.
Yes,
Yeah.
Regarding the backdrop and skyline areas, it is important to bear in mind that these have only been delineated with respect to views from the city and State Highway 6. They do not include all the skyline and sensitive upper slope backdrop area as seen from public viewpoints within the Maitai Valley. The core landscape values of the site relate fundamentally to its highly open, unbuilt rural character and related aspects of rural quiet and tranquility and natural dark. The value of this landscape type is elevated due to being the setting for recreational activities along the Maitai River and its function as greenbelt and distinctive rural backdrop. And I'd add there, Ms. Gepp was telling you how as population pressure grows, these remaining open spaces become more and more important. And I haven't been to Nelson much in recent years, but it had really impressed upon me how lucky Nelson is to have such a accessible open space of the Maitai River in its setting, so close to the central city. Within a matter of minutes, you're in it and enjoying it. And I had a lovely walk yesterday, and I was thinking how lucky Nelson is to have this.
We might need to come back to your evidence as a landscape architect, not your personal view.
Yes, but the point I'm making is that Ms. Gepp is right, is that these places and spaces become more and more valuable as pressure mounts. And we've had this experience in Wanaka as well. The site, together with the public reserve land, provides visual relief to the built-up areas. The particular structure of landform and patterns of land cover and the way in which the site is viewed confer high visual amenity and aesthetic value overall, despite the weed burden and the recent clearance activity. Clean landform or vegetated skylines and prominent ridgelines are a valued feature. In my view, and here we're getting onto the gateway landscape, sir, Kaka Valley and the lower Maitai River Valley is a gateway landscape, a concept embedded in policy NA 2.3.3 of the RPS and alluded to in the explanation and reasons for the rural zone at DO 16.1.110. I agree with Mr. Milne that the experience of this landscape is from the valley floor. I do not agree that a gateway landscape can be reset to a location further up the valley, as the urban-rural boundary would not be as clear as it is now. Did you want to ask me any questions
I do.
about that at this point?
So tell me, so from your perspective, what is a gateway?
A gateway landscape is a transitional landscape where you're moving from one place to another, and specifically in this case, it's between rural and urban, where there's a very clear experience and awareness that you're leaving the rural landscape and you're approaching and entering an urban landscape. And it really is directed by the RPS, where...
No, I understand that, so
Yes.
I'll come to those permissions. So in terms, what we've heard in evidence is if you were certainly driving along the Maitai Valley Road and going out, towards the golf course, given there's already recreational opportunity in the cricket ground, that you would, and the planting, you would be unlikely to see very much of development, and therefore it isn't the sense of it's a gateway where you would be clearly identifying that this is rural and this is urban. What's your position on that?
Well, to me, and I have driven through there and walked through there and been thinking about this, it is a very strong gateway landscape where you're very clearly leaving the urban area behind and entering the rural interior.
Right.
There are parks along the way, as you'd expect, on the outside of a city area, the Greenbelt reserves. The urban area peters out very quickly, and it has some quite strong constraints, where the view of the river at Hamby Park is a definite stop to urban development.
Right.
And once you're past there, you're completely out of range, if you like, of anything that's urban.
What do you class as urban? In the sense of you drive, there is open space and there's reserves, but there are bollards and there are public toilets and there are other small buildings. Is that urban or is that rural? What's when you're driving out there? I mean, is it that clear distinction?
Well, you can't just look at certain elements and say it's urban or rural. You have to look at the landscape, and the landscape is very definitely rural.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Your position's clear. That's the bit. I mean, your view is clear. This is a significant landscape, and your view is that if this development is proposed, that landscape, that gateway landscape, would disappear.
I think it would,
Okay.
and I don't think it can be reset to somewhere further up the valley. The conformation of the valley isn't the same further up.
Right. Understood. Thank you.
I maintain my view that the seaward side of the Melvin Hills Ridge is part of the coastal environment. My main reasons for this are that the ridge is in close proximity to the sea. It's less than 1 kilometre away. It has a strong visual association with the sea, and it is likely it did and is able to support coastal forest. And that's the evidence. The diagram I included in my evidence of
Yes.
the map, and that was prepared by Channel, is that the right name? Channel Courtney, who's a very respected ecologist with the Department of Conservation.
On that issue of the coastal environment and the development that is proposed higher up on the ridge, are you saying that, I mean, there's contention whether this is coastal environment or not, we'll put that aside for now. Are you saying the scale of development with the rules proposed, i.e., essentially controlled activity or restricted discretionary with design controls, do you think that will lead to what? I mean, in terms of adverse landscape effects, are they significant landscape effects? What are they?
Well, it certainly wouldn't preserve the natural character that's there.
Is that an absolute though, preserving natural character?
Well, that's what's required, to
Isn't it
preserve
from-
natural character of the coastal environment under
Is that how
Section
you
6A.
interpret? Is that how you interpret the NZCPS?
Well, it's Section 6A of the RMA, which is the overriding, and it's repeated through various policies throughout the hierarchy and it's broken down into a number of different policies for the coastal environment in the NRMP.
Can I just check with you if your understanding is the same as mine, because I might have a different understanding in terms of in Section 6 and protecting or avoiding it's outstanding natural character. And I think you all accept that this is not outstanding,
No,
don't
that's
you?
Section 6B. We're talking Section 6A, which is
Which is from
preservation-
inappropriate, isn't it?
preservation of the natural character of the coastal environment and protection from inappropriate subdivision.
So that's the argument. Are you saying the scale is inappropriate?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Or the nature, not just the scale, but the nature as
okay.
well, where it is, location.
So is it any development would be inappropriate, or any urban form, is it inappropriate?
Urban, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand you. I think I understand you, but that's why I'm just testing that.
Yes. I mean, we have to acknowledge that there's, as a controlled activity status, there could be some housing up there, but literally a handful, maybe 3, 4, I think that's how the applicant described it and indicated, which is very different to tens of houses across an area that's currently extremely open with no buildings on it.
Is it because you think they'll be highlighted against the skyline or the backdrop as opposed to simply being visible?
No, it's covering the land with urban development.
So do you characterise the existing urban development there, some of which is quite new, is that all inappropriate?
I couldn't say that because I haven't done an assessment. I don't know what the ridge was like prior to.
That's the point I was making. When I said the ridge, you are now saying, is it the ridge or is it simply that you can see it from the sea? This makes it inappropriate in this context.
Well, the assessment issue is, will the natural character be preserved and protected?
And that's the point I'm making to you, because it's not pristine now, is it?
No, it has a low to moderate level of natural character as it is now, and that's what you have to ask, is that going to be maintained at a low to moderate level? And as soon as you start putting urban development on, that natural character level drops to probably low.
And that's inappropriate in your opinion?
Well, it doesn't preserve natural character.
No, but is it inappropriate? Because that's the test.
Yes, it would be inappropriate.
Okay.
Yes. Despite the native planting that's proposed within some of the lots.
All
yeah.
right. No, I think your position's clear.
Right, this is where we get to look at some pictures. Mr. Milne,
I'm just wondering, given that we're going to get to pictures, I wonder if we might take a morning tea break.
yes, that would be good, thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you. So if we come back in 15 minutes, everyone, thank you.
Oops. Culminate. north is dominantly of Kaka Valley. You have to physically turn to look west over the city. The separation between city and Kaka Valley is very clear. The juxtapositioning of urban area and rural lower Maitahi Valley is no basis, in my opinion, for urban development to be seen as appropriate in the Kaka Valley. In fact, the converse impression of the contrast with and the sense of containment of the urban area is strong. Now, this is where I come to the pictures. I have walked the Ridge Trail in the Grampians Reserve. Mr. Milne assessed the visibility of the site from here as being limited and typically viewed along with most of the Nelson CBD and inner suburbs. My experience of walking the tracks revealed a different experience. I'll quickly go forward. There were many views of Kaka Valley, and often only of Kaka Valley, or the Melvin Hills Ridge, or Kaka Hill. Although a relatively distant view, the detail of the valley and its landform and vegetation could clearly be seen. Many views are framed views of the Kaka Valley or the Melvin Hills Ridge, or Kaka Hill. What impressed me the most was that in almost all the views, none of the urban areas of the Brook or East Nelson could be seen. The contrast between urban coastal and open rural interior, just one ridge back, was complete. Another impression I took away with me was that from the ridge track, there were not many views to the west due to the enclosing vegetation alongside the track. Now, whilst I accept this was my experience on just one day in the afternoon, when I did get a view to the west, it was disappointing due to glare and shadow combined with cloud cover and an expansive foreground of urban and industrial landscape. The view north and east, with the sun shining brightly on the landscape, was more interesting and the preferred view. In summary, Kaka Valley was more visible than I expected, based on Mr. Milne's evidence. And it focused more on the site than I expected. I also observed that the site contributed significantly to the high amenity value of the landscape being viewed. So I did have a range of photographs illustrating that, but if you, in the interest of time, you can view that in your own time.
Thank you. We've got them, so we can certainly look at them.
Okay. I also visited the Port Hills Ridge to observe the visibility of the site. Now, this was a site that neither of us had previously assessed views from. And the majority of the views, the mid to upper slopes of Kaka Hill and the southwest end of the Melvin Hills Ridge are visible as very open, rural and green landscape. But very little of the development would be seen from the view. I'll take my glasses off, that will help. Housing would be seen at a higher elevation and coming onto the ridge crest in views from the more north end of the Port Hills Ridge. I also walked the true left Maitai River Trail between the golf course and Hanby Park. Again, the site was more visible than I expected based on Mr. Milne's analysis. Views are intermittent due to mature tree cover, but most of the site is visible in a sequential way. Many of the views are of parts of the site pleasantly framed by trees. This fieldwork confirmed to me the high aesthetic value of the site as the setting for the Maitai River recreational activity areas. There are areas of disagreement, however, over the extent of visibility and the degree of visual change to the landscape that would result from the development. And I've set that analysis out in my table at 162. Overall, I assess the magnitude of visual change to the landscape to be moderate to high rather than low to moderate, as assessed by Mr. Milne. There is also disagreement over the potential for skyline effects. I demonstrated how effects of buildings on skylines could still occur despite provision X.5c, due to not all of the skyline areas being identified as primary ridgeline. And I did prepare a slide showing some further analysis, but I think you can also view that in your own time. It's very similar.
That's right.
Yes, that's the one.
That's the single.
And that's the one-page version
Yes.
that you. Thank you.
In terms of landscape character, there's agreement that there would be change, but in my opinion, Mr. Milne has understated the degree of change that would occur. I consider it would be high. This is just changed landscape character. We're not doing assessment of effects yet. I do not agree that the reduction in openness would be minor. It would inevitably be high. And I do not agree that the new urban development would be consistent with existing landscape character. I do agree with Mr. Milne's assessment of the degree of existing natural character of the Maitai River and Kaka stream corridors, and I agree there is potential for enhancement of natural character. I do not agree that there would be a significant improvement to the natural character of the site as a whole due to the scale of development proposed, despite the potential for ecological gains. In my view, the tagging of Kaka Valley as a site for future urban development is not relevant and should not influence a landscape effects assessment.
Just on that point, I was going to raise that. I'll put it to you now. It's probably rhetorical now because I put that exact question to Mr. Milne because that was one of your major criticisms. I think that you said his whole frame of assessment was based on it being tagged urban, and therefore his view of the landscape effects was within that context. He says it's not. That was his position. So you have a different view.
Well, it's stated in the evidence that.
Just the question. You have a different view.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
yes.
Understood. Thank you.
With respect to Nelson's identity and distinctive, so now I'm getting on to the assessment part. As Nelson's distinctive character, aspects would contribute positively to that, but other aspects would undermine the fundamental characteristics of open, undeveloped rural hill backdrops and skylines, a strong green belt, and the quiet rural character of Kaka Valley. I do not agree with Mr. Milne that the urban development would appear as infill and a logical extension to existing urban character. With respect to visual amenity effects, my view is that Mr. Milne has understated the degree of adverse effect on visual amenity, and again, they appear to be influenced by the tagging of the site for urban development and the premise that urban development would be consistent in character. There is potential for skyline effects, as I said earlier. The visual amenity of the seaward-facing slopes would not be protected. They would be adversely affected to a high degree. There would not be any loss of views from major transport corridors, but there would be a degradation of views. There would not be any loss or degradation to any significant views scheduled in Table 9.1 of the NRMP. We've talked about gateway landscapes and the significant landscape and the natural character of the coastal environment, so you have my opinions on those. As far as urban sprawl goes, the spread of urban development above the existing urban areas constitutes escape through the green belt, what I've called a cap or capping effect of the undeveloped backdrop ridgeline. So it breaches it and sprawls out over the top of the ridge. There would be positive effects on the natural values related to the restoration of Kaka Hill, the extensions of open space to Branford Park, the stream corridor enhancements and the revegetation areas, providing there is clear provisioning within Schedule X. There is some uncertainty that all the wetlands have been provided for. A notable natural feature that has not been protected as a whole is the Kaka Stream floodplain. And finally, the existing strong rural-urban boundary would not be sustained as it relies on the undeveloped open rural character of the Melvin Hills Ridge and Kaka Valley, Lower Maitai River Valley. My overall conclusion is that the development enabled by PPC 28 is not appropriate development for the site with respect to its existing character and landscape values. Thank you.
I'll go to questions. What you've just been reading from, can you just file that with...
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's right. Do you have questions?
No, I was going to ask the same question, which was, in essence, is what you've read out is basically a summary of what was in your full submission or your full evidence, expert evidence.
Yes, there were some updates, however, following my field work over the weekend.
Yes. Yeah, of course. So you will provide that
Yes.
for us to read. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Tiffany?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. I just wanted to have one question of clarification. Ms. Stephen, you referred to Section 6 of the RMA, but what I wanted to understand was your definition, if you like, of coastal environment and how you define that.
Sorry, what is the question?
What is your understanding of the words coastal environment in terms of Section 6 of the Act?
The coastal environment is defined under the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and we also have guidance in our own NZIA guidelines about how to define the coastal environment. So those are the documents that I have referred to.
I appreciate it. So when you refer to coastal environment and consider the aspects of the site that fall within that, you're referring to the definition which we're all familiar with in terms of the NZCPS, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms Deputy. Mr Mark Brown.
Yes, I do have some questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms Stephen. My first question is, towards the end of your presentation, you said that your view, the reduction in openness is high or will be high. Can you describe how you come to that and what the qualities of openness are for Kaka Valley?
Well, as I said earlier, openness means a presence or absence of built form. High openness and very high openness mean virtually no or very little built form, where vegetation and landform overwhelmingly dominate the landscape. So low openness is where you have a lot of buildings, a lot of human activity, a lot of visual clutter associated with human occupation and use of the landscape. Urban environments have extremely low or virtually no openness, whereas wilderness environments have extremely high openness, understandably. So in this case, Kaka Valley has one farmhouse, one woolshed, and then at the mouth of the valley there's some existing rural living development. The site itself has obviously a very high level of openness because there are only 2 buildings or 3 buildings. But the wider landscape has a high degree of openness as well overall, given the scale of the built form within that landscape, and it's nestled down in the valley floor. So inevitably, if you're going to introduce hundreds of houses and all the other infrastructure that goes with it, that will have a very strong effect on the degree of openness. You could break it down into which parts of the site are altered, but we're talking about landscape, which is a much broader concept, the entire Kaka Valley, or the Melbourne Hills Ridge when you're looking from the west and northwest.
Okay, thank you. My second question is, you said that the Kaka Stream floodplain is not protected. So we have heard that there's going to be extensive planting of the floodplain. So can you please explain what you mean by not protected and why that's a problem in your view?
I'm not necessarily saying it's a problem, but I have identified it as an outcome. The Kaka Stream lower floodplain is the entire delta between the scalloped terrace edges, which is very clearly defined, and I've included a very clear diagram of the contours of that landform in my evidence in chief, which shows that landform very clearly. My understanding is that it's a dynamic floodplain where historically the stream has crossed from one side to the other and occupied different channels and interacted with the Maitai River as it moves around at the bottom. So by taking half of that floodplain away and restricting its flow to only one side instead of allowing it to do its thing and meander across from one side to the other over geologic time, we're talking really, then you're not protecting the natural dynamic character and the landform unit.
So how significant is that in your view from a landscape point of view?
Well, if you're technically talking about protecting natural character, which includes hydrologic process, and you're artificially constraining it, then you're not protecting that natural character or allowing the stream to do its natural thing. How significant that is a function of scale. Kaka Stream is a very small stream, comparatively speaking. I'm not familiar enough with the technical aspects of it. I'd have to defer to Mr. Salyuk for that, and I haven't looked into it in great detail because I didn't think it was that relevant. A better outcome would be the entire floodplain is dedicated to open space and ecological restoration and has a flood mitigation role as well, because I understand about 2/3 of it is
Just need to
part
be
of the
careful here. I
floodplain.
think that might be stepping outside your area of expertise, I think.
Well, it has ramifications for natural character And
So from a natural character perspective, you think it should be left undeveloped or restored?
that would be the optimum, yes. That's how you'd best protect the natural character, is leave the floodplain alone and allow it to go back to its natural state. My observation was there was a lot of wet ground on that floodplain, which probably indicates it was wetland originally, or at least a wetland forest.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Okay, thanks for that.
Those are your,
That's all I have.
Apologies for asking another question, but the conversation about openness, and I guess it's, I mean, I'm obviously not a landscape expert, and there seems to be quite a bit of subjectivity involved in the judgments. So when you're talking about openness, I mean, when I think of openness, I guess I would think of that, of the openness of the valley when you look into it. It's not a narrow, constrained valley, and I guess I struggle a little bit with how that. I certainly accept that the landscape values change because you will have housing if the plan change goes ahead and the subdivisions go ahead. There would be housing in there, but where do you source your definition for what is an open landscape? And I guess some of your other definitions as well. Are there accepted landscape professional definitions of these terms? Because we obviously have to make some judgments around what are conflicting views between yourself and the applicant's landscape experts. So can you give me any guidance on that?
Yes, I can. Certainly in Queenstown Lakes District, openness is a key concept, and there's a very clear distinction between openness, which refers to, as I said before, presence or absence of buildings, and typically, often in our district, it's residential activity that affects openness. It's not the same as open spatial character, which is what you're talking about, the form of the valley, whether there's vegetation or not, restricting your views. That's a physical sense of enclosure or open space, which is a different concept, okay? So I'm talking about openness in terms of presence of buildings and people and activity and vehicles and so forth.
So that's, you say, as a QLDC
well,
definition,
it's used in our
is it
district, but it's used elsewhere as well. It's not an uncommon term, and you have to be very careful which term you're using, because in my experience, landscape architects are continuously conflating the two or alternating which word they use. I always make it clear in my evidence that what openness refers to and what open character refers to, and they're two quite different things.
Thank you.
Just, I think, two questions from me, and just relating to your evidence, you don't need to go there. So paragraphs 78 through 18, that's under the heading of permitted baseline current and potential development, where you acknowledge that there is a certain level of development that could occur through subdivision and additional houses and earthworks to create that. But you don't, as I read it, you don't then give an opinion about whether that would impact on openness or open character. Have you got a view?
Yes, I do comment on that in my evidence. I couldn't say exactly where, but I have always borne that in mind and have stated the difference between the effects of that as a controlled activity and the effects of the development that PPCT 28 would enable. And my view generally is that they're not comparable. The effect of 40 or 50...
No, I understand not comparable, but,
Yes.
but well, I suppose let me ask you the direct question. In terms of what could occur either as a controlled activity or permitted in terms of subdivision and the development that would enable, generally some houses and maybe some utility buildings and other activities, what impact does that have on the landscape values that you've been talking to us about? Would it significantly alter your view, or are you saying those would be acceptable type developments within this landscape?
Well, they have to be acceptable because that's what it's zoned for. That's part of what you expect to see in that landscape potentially. So you factor that in. Of course, people who are not aware of that potential for development may find it impacts on their experience, but the way we assess landscape is you always have to accept activity that is as of right, or in this case, it's as of right, but it's controlled, so the outcomes aren't necessarily adverse if they're controlled and managed properly.
So by definition, that cannot be an adverse effect. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. The final point I've made, and you've touched on it, and this comes to paragraph 94 of your evidence, and this is the where you talk about Kaka Valley and the site as a significant landscape, which we've covered, and then you say, but Kaka Hill and some of the valley could be a significant natural feature. I'm assuming SNF means significant natural features in the parliament. But it isn't, is it? It's not, in that respect, it's not in the plan, it's not protected as that. There's nothing outstanding, so it's not a significant natural feature, is it?
No, it's not outstanding, that's acknowledged and agreed. I'm saying it could be a significant natural feature if there had been an assessment looking for those features in this district, and I understand there hasn't been.
Right.
You might appreciate that I've just gone through a long process of identifying SNFs in the Waitaki district. So it's right to the forefront. I was specifically asked to do that, that was my brief. That hasn't been the case here, so that's why I say that, in my opinion, if I was doing the landscape assessment, I haven't done a full assessment, but would have assessed it as a significant natural feature because of its relationship to Central Nelson and other places. It is a very distinctive landform, and it can be defined as an entity.
And my final question, so just on that, so you accept that it's not identified as a significant natural feature, but in your view, if you had done the assessment in the way that you've just described, you think it could be, and therefore, if this was a district plan review, you might be suggesting that it should be?
Yes, the landscape assessment, if it was required to assess SFs through the district, would put it forward as a recommendation. It might go through a proposed district plan process, there might be submissions on it, and at the end of it, it will or will not be a significant feature.
Right. Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence. Thank you, Ms. Jebb.
Does it work? Nice.
Morning.
Good morning. Kia ora katoa. No Horowinia aho, kei Titirangi Tamaki Makaurau e noho ana, kei Tectus Consultants e mahi ana, he kai Pukahataku Turanga mahi, ko Dali Sulich aho. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you. So I've prepared a summary of my position.
A number of things have come through an email. Do we have that yet, or have you just got it yourself?
I don't think Darley's
Has that been emailed through?
I have emailed it to you as a draft yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a summary, but
That's fine. It's not a problem. I'm just wondering whether I should follow something.
You
Okay.
don't have it.
Thank you.
But again, as with Ms. Stephen, we can file it
Fine enough.
afterwards.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Cool. So I have been listening to the hearing to this point, and I'll refer and respond to some of the relevant matters that were discussed throughout my summary. In my view, the assessments in the Stormwater Management Plan supporting the Plan Change 28 have not adequately assessed the sensitivity of the receiving environment, and that is particularly with regards to the effects from the changes in quality and quantity of stormwater runoff that will result from the proposed urban development. I do not agree that the proposed stormwater management provisions have been developed in accordance with best practice water-sensitive design, and I question the appropriateness of some of the proposed stormwater management requirements and whether they can be practically achieved through the resource consent stages. In my evidence, I have discussed the effects of earthworks on the natural movement of water, which we also refer to as hydrology. I would like to emphasise that my evidence focuses on the long-term effects that include reduction in the ability for soils to infiltrate and retain water and the changes to the natural catchment boundaries. This is somewhat different to the short-term effects of short-term effects of earthworks that include the management of sediment runoff, and that has been covered by Mr. Parsonson and Mr. Ridley. There was no assessment provided on the permeability of the existing soils that cover the floodplain, the bottom of the gullies, and the valley slopes. And I recognise here that Mr. Foley has subsequently submitted his rebuttal evidence and discussed the permeability of the floodplain and the potential fill management practices that can be implemented to maintain the hydraulic connectivity of the floodplain following earthworks. However, this assessment, including the hydraulic response mechanisms, have not been considered in the Stormwater Management Plan all have been included in the Schedule X provisions. I also note that the effects of the elevated floodplain level on the hydrology of the connecting watercourses haven't been discussed. I remain of the opinion that the effects of earthworks in the context of soil permeability were not adequately considered. Earthworks form a very important aspect of water-sensitive design as they increase the frequency and volume of surface water runoff once topsoil is removed, soils are compacted, natural infiltration limited, and in some cases precluded. The inability to mimic natural soil permeability through engineering interventions generally increases with the steepness of the land due to elevated geotechnical constraints on surface water infiltration.
Doug, can I ask you to pause a minute? Are we able to do anything about the very high-pitched noise?
Must be so high-pitched I can't hear it.
Oh, sorry. Hopefully it's not the tone I've generated.
Can you hear high-pitched noise?
All good?
I'm told it's gone. I couldn't hear it. My hearing must be going.
Stay standing over there. Oh, it's back.
It's still going. It comes and goes.
On again now.
Can we continue? As I said, I'm oblivious to it, so it's
Sure.
not affecting me.
Sure. I'll probably just repeat the last
Okay,
sentence
good,
because
thank
it
you.
ties in quite nicely with the next stuff. Where was I? The inability to mimic the natural soil permeability through engineering interventions generally increases with the steepness of the land due to elevated geotechnical constraints on surface water infiltration. In his rebuttal evidence, Mr. Mills discusses that the development has been restricted to, and I'll quote, flat, gently inclined and moderately inclined slopes. I would like to point out to figure 2 of my evidence, which is my original evidence, which clearly shows a large proportion of the development extending into areas which exceed 20%. Now, just for context, the Nelson Land Development Manual limits public roads to a maximum gradient of 16.7%. Nevertheless, to mitigate the effects of the development on hydrology, the Stormwater Management Plan proposes minimum retention and detention requirements, which are based on the Nelson Development Manual and revegetation. Now, given the topography of existing land and the use of word where feasible, there is a high likelihood that the implementation of hydrology mitigation, and in particular retention, will be very limited. Furthermore, as the permeability of existing soils has not been assessed, and there was no hydrological modelling carried out for small and frequent rainfall events, there is a high level of concern that proposed hydrology mitigation requirements and provisions are not adequate to achieve a hydrological balance. And I also note here that both Mr. Mills and Mr. Farron acknowledge that further work is required on this matter. However, to me, it's not clear who will carry out this work, when, and how it will be implemented at a catchment-wide scale. In my view, the proposed Stormwater Management Plan and Schedule X provision do not demonstrate that a post-development balance in hydrology can be achieved in a way that it will ensure the protection and enhancement of the receiving environment. There is a high likelihood that development under the proposed plan change would adversely affect the change of the existing catchment hydrology and elevate the erosion of Kaka Stream. In terms of water quality, the applicant has proposed water quality treatment measures which are over and above the minimum Nelson Land Development Manual requirements. However, it's not clear how the proposed water quality treatment criteria were developed and whether they can achieve an adequate level of treatment that will ensure long-term protection of the receiving environment and the community values. And just for context, this includes the swimming holes, recreational walkways, freshwater, and ultimately marine ecosystems. In my evidence, I have highlighted several concerns around the proposed level of treatment. As no specific assessments was carried out, such as a contaminant load model, there is a high likelihood that the existing freshwater system and then amenity values will not be protected and enhanced under the proposed plan change. Mr. Jebb already touched base on this, but I'd also like to comment on the position of Mr. Farron that the proposed urban development will improve the water quality of the Kaka Stream with the removal of stock from the catchment and the implementation of the proposed treatment measures on urban stormwater discharges. I recognise that the Kaka Stream currently has poor water quality due to existing agricultural uses, but I note here that there are currently national regulations in place that require and will require stock exclusion from streams. There are also nationally recognised best management practices for agricultural land, which also include planting of riparian margins. As such, it is likely that the water quality of the Kaka stream will improve in the near future, irrespective of the proposed plan change, as these regulations and practices are being implemented. Mr. Farron and Mr. Markham also discussed the appropriateness to locate stormwater management devices within proposed riparian margins. Now, it's important to note that, particularly for the water quality treatment devices, these require regular maintenance. This generally also includes machinery access to remove sediment and replace the planting media. Furthermore, locating water quality treatment devices within active floodplains can result in captured sediment resuspension and increase the maintenance cleanup costs following rainfall events that trigger flooding of these devices. I would also like to highlight the effects of increased level of erosion protection and elevated velocities through culverts in the operation of online detention devices. In my view, best practice water-sensitive design would incorporate stormwater treatment devices so that they complement riparian margin, but are not located outside of the intended riparian ecological corridor. Sorry, I'll repeat that because I muddled it up. In my view, best practice water-sensitive design would incorporate stormwater management devices so they complement the riparian margins, but are located outside of the intended riparian corridor. In my opinion, a catchment-wide stormwater management plan is required to support the approval of the proposed plan change, and it's not appropriate to rely on the provisions to develop a catchment-wide management plan after the approval of the plan change. The catchment-wide stormwater management needs to clearly set out the stormwater management principles and requirements, how these were developed, what they will achieve relative to the sensitivity of the receiving environment, and how they will be practically implemented for future developments at resource consent stage. In my view, the proposed stormwater management plan has not demonstrated this. I would also like to note that in my opinion, it's not appropriate to assume that the delivery of catchment-wide provisions can be more easily achieved at the resource consent stage because there's currently only one dominant landowner. There is nothing precluding a fragmentation of this land in the early stages of future development. For example, it's entirely possible to construct and earthwork the main road, install the bulk infrastructure, and subdivides part of the land into vacant super lots, which can get then on-sold to parties for further development. And so in conclusion, in my view, the development of the proposed stormwater management framework has not followed the hierarchy of obligations of Te Mano Tuai, which positions the health of the water and people above all other uses. In other words, the proposed zoning and density should be based on the environmental capacity of the existing environment to support the proposed plan change use. There is a high likelihood that the proposed development will cause adverse stormwater-related environmental effects that will not be adequately identified and controlled to subsequent resource consent processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for your statements. I'll just start off with two high-level questions, and I'll hand over to Mr. Mark Brown. Am I correct that your general proposition in your evidence is that the applicant has not still supplied sufficient information that would satisfy you in terms of an appropriate planning framework that the site could be adequately managed in terms of earthwork, stormwater, and all those technical issues? Is that still, that's your...
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
Some of the things you're reading out in your statement seems to suggest, sort of, if you were doing it, this is what you would do. Are you implying, therefore, that there are appropriate solutions, they just haven't yet been identified in your opinion?
So, in this particular case, there's the way to do it is, not that I would do it, but what you would, what in my expert opinion would be that you have to do certain things before you can suggest that a land is appropriate for urban development. And some of these things are important to set at the start, because some of these things are particularly to do with the water quality treatment and hydrology mitigation, is that they need to be set at the plan change, because you have to identify whether water quality to the level that it should be achieved relative to the receipt can actually be achieved through engineering solutions at the resource consent stage, so you can actually demonstrate that, and it goes, the same thing goes for hydrology mitigation.
Just on that, that last part, what needs to go into a plan change, and again, I'm not suggesting that your experience is not fully covered, but what experience have you had at actually developing plan changes, so that the sorts of things you're suggesting would need to be in a plan change or sit outside the plan change and inform the plan change. Can you just talk us through what experience you've had?
Okay. I've personally developed private plan changes. I've been involved in private plan changes myself. I've also been involved in a council-led plan change for Queenstown Council, and I've also been administering the rules of a plan change through Auckland Council as a consultant specialist.
Are the sorts of issues that you were raising here, were they relevant in those plan changes? Then again, the only reason I'm asking is, in terms of Section 32, we'll need to decide what is the most appropriate, and has the applicant, for want of a better term, done enough to determine that the planning machinery that they've developed sufficient? Yeah.
So in particular, in terms of from a council perspective, in terms of administering the rules of a stormwater management plan that gets developed as part of the plan change, when there's obviously quite a lot of gaps and a lot of where feasible put into those plan changes, and there's not enough investigation done at the plan change stage, once it gets into a resource consenting stage and more investigation gets done, some of those things get identified as not being practical. Particularly with, say, hydrology mitigation, if there was not enough evidence, not enough information provided in terms of whether infiltration to ground is even possible to achieve some of these hydrological targets, to achieve hydraulic, not really neutrality, because it's probably quite not difficult to achieve hydraulic neutrality, but at least the outcomes that the SMP set. And sometimes if that gets identified, can't be done, then it can't be done, and that compromises the outcomes of what hydrology mitigation should be providing in the first place. Right. So it gets quite difficult to administer that once the plan change is granted, because it practically can't be done.
Right. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Mr. Mark Brown, do you have questions for Mr. Sulik? Mr. Brown still on?
Sorry, am I on mute, am I? No, yes. I'm unmuted.
We can
you
hear
not hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Mark Brown, now.
Okay, good, thank you. So my first question is infiltration, and you're saying that, especially on steep slopes, the infiltration can be reduced, and I understand that, what you're saying. My question to you is, we've heard from the applicant, you've probably heard that discussion too, and their evidence during the hearing, that on the flat areas, they're confident that they can use coarser grain materials to actually fill that floodplain and provide infiltration. So they've done enough work. We've heard evidence from the geotech engineer. So does that not sway you that they can do infiltration in that area, and that would be beneficial for hydrological mitigation?
So my understanding is that the information provided on the where infiltration can be achieved was for the area where the floodplain is only, which is where the fill is coming in. Now, I couldn't see, or there was no documents provided. I mean, the applicant might have done investigation into that, but there's no evidence provided that that could be achieved for the entire catchment and where exactly those devices would be sitting. Because I think, I don't think they're saying it's for the whole catchment. Yeah. But for that particular lower area, do you think that that is going to have benefit for that lower area in terms of hydrological mitigation? Yeah, there's definitely potential to have it, but as I said in my summary, there's, that floodplain there's other water courses and overland flow paths draining to the floodplain, and the floodplain is being at the moment elevated up to fill the floodplain to achieve, because it's getting flooded, to probably achieve freeboard levels that you need to achieve. So there's also a hydraulic connectivity from the gullies and other overland flow paths going onto the floodplain, and it's probably quite important to understand how that is getting achieved through what is being proposed, which hasn't been reflected in the stormwater management plan or the provisions.
Okay, thank you. So hydrological mitigation, I mean, you work in Auckland, so you will know that in Auckland, hydrological mitigation can be done, is done by a variety of means, and if you can't get infiltration, which is the case for a lot of Auckland, then you do the extended detention, and you have reuse. So I don't, can you explain why you don't think that same approach can provide hydrological mitigation here. In other words, there's different ways of skinning the cat.
Yeah.
And until you actually do your detailed infiltration work, you're not going to know, which is, in my experience, what's often done in Auckland. They say, well, if you can't do infiltration, then you do reuse for house water use, or you do extended detention.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's obviously two elements to achieving a hydrological mitigation. One of them is detention, where you sort of take the volume of water, you hold it back and you slowly release it. And the other one is retention, where you essentially take the water out of the system like it would happen in a natural system. Now, particularly where you've got highly permeable soils, the volume of water that's getting taken out of the system becomes quite important, because in the natural environment, that water either gets infiltrated into the ground and evapotranspirates. So the level of mitigation particularly for retention becomes quite important, because what retention essentially would be doing in this case is controlling the volume, but not just the volume, but also the frequency of runoff. Because if you put everything incorporate everything into detention, you increase not just the volume of water that goes into the receiving streams, but also the frequency that happens. So it may be that previously, some smaller rainfall events, there would be no flow going into the stream, whereas now taking, this volume out, you would actually increase, although you're providing detention and you're holding the water back and you're releasing it slowly, the frequency of water going into the Kaka stream would actually be a lot higher in this context. It would happen in less frequent events as well, which then can elevate the erosion potential in the stream.
Another way of reducing that total volume is by reuse, isn't it? Domestic reuse for non-potable use.
Yeah, that's correct.
You see that would be possibly a viable way of achieving hydrological mitigation, or assisting in that in this situation.
Yeah, it would be, but that would only be achieved for the roofs. That you also got other impermeable surfaces, which you can't really offset by just doing retention and reuse within the roof areas. And there's also a second element to that, is that at the moment it's proposed to be 5 mil retention, but there could be a lot larger volume to be retained and reused for that particular impervious surface if the current infiltration of the soils is quite high. So potentially that could be 5, 10, 15 mil. And there's also, in terms of the actual how the water gets reused, the most appropriate way is for that to be plumbed back into the houses. But there is quite an often experience that could be quite, it's not costly, but it may not be provided, because it could be it'll be just used for landscaping. And I'm just speculating here, but these are sort of real issues that you get from applications through resource consent stages, that these reuse tanks only get used for landscaping, in which case it defeats the purpose because they don't get used for a lot of the time.
Yes.
And that can then result in adverse effects. Yeah.
Yep, I understand that. So my next question is, you commented about stormwater devices really not being online. Did you hear my questioning of the experts about this, about having detention dams online, and that surely best practice is to have them offline? And they said, no, we can do it, including Mr. Markham, the ecologist. He said, as long as the culvert's sort of not a kilometre long, if it's only 10 or 20 metres long, can be done with no adverse effects.
Yeah.
So I think with stormwater it is multidisciplinary, but you've given some evidence about why you don't think they should be online, but you're not an ecologist. So can you perhaps elaborate on that?
Yeah, so from a that's predominantly from a water sensitive design perspective, locating devices online, yes, it can definitely be done, but there are implications that come to those when we talk about stormwater design. So the first thing is that because you have to detain water to a particular release rate, you most likely be constraining that water through a undersized culvert, in which case the velocities that come through that culvert are elevated, again, depending on the peak flows and the grade of the culvert. But the velocities are elevated through those culverts, in which case, if you're kind of aiming to maintain the substrata of a natural stream, there is a high potential that the velocities that you're achieving in some of those large flush events that you're detaining, that's going to be quite elevated, and it's going to start eroding the substrata if that's the approach that you've been taking. But there's also a second element to it, that the water coming out of the culvert will also have elevated velocities, in which case the erosion protection that goes into mitigating the immediate erosion after the water comes out of the culvert also becomes quite extensive. So there's two practices here that obviously are not best practice in terms of water sensitive design, because they require quite large erosion protection on the outfall, but they also increase the velocity through the culvert, which means if you were looking for natural fish passages by maintaining a natural bed channel through a culvert, which could be like a U-shaped bridge culvert, then that can get eroded as the big events hit.
Yep, okay. So my final question is water quality. And I take your point that with various measures, including NPS freshwater management, that hopefully rural areas will be improved in terms of preventing sediment and things. But I mean, for this particular catchment, are you aware that there's going to be significant vegetation overlays and then the 40-metre wide riparian strip? Do you not think that in itself is going to provide a major benefit, water quality benefit, in terms of reducing sediment?
So I do agree that planting the riparian margins, taking the stock out, that definitely improves the current condition that it is now in terms of E. coli and sediment delivery into the stream. But where I'm also, in my evidence, where I also discussed, that doesn't mean that the level of treatment provided from an urban environment is then not to the level that it should be, because there are different contaminants that come from an urban environment that are not that you don't find in a rural environment, and they could be equally detrimental to the environment, and could result in a degradation of the environment from a different perspective. That would be from a failing to properly manage the urban environment.
The applicant is offering to do first flush treatment for all the impervious areas, in accordance with, I take your point, that perhaps not a locally derived guideline, but I think certain rainfall depth. Do you not think that will, using rain gardens or appropriate devices, will not achieve adequate treatment of urban stormwater runoff to reduce the contaminants of concern, which are copper, zinc, and maybe some nutrients to an acceptable level?
Yeah, so the way that the provision in the stormwater management plan is framed at the moment, obviously, I did talk in my evidence about the inert burning materials and not providing treatment for the roof areas. So
yep.
Again, I'm not clear whether the roof areas will then also get routed through the treatment devices. That's not clear, but by also saying that, I think the level of treatment that's being provided currently, it's not known what that actually achieves. Because what you're dealing with is there's contaminants that come in different forms. So you've got obviously the dissolved matter and the contaminants that get bound to a particular matter. So one sort of device may not be able to strip those contaminants to an appropriate level, which is why sometimes if it does warrant, and in this case we don't know because that assessment hasn't been done, but that sometimes warrants a treatment train approach to certain things so you can target those contaminants, because it's not that one device does everything. In my opinion, this plan change hasn't demonstrated that what they're proposing in terms of water quality treatment will actually achieve the protection of the environment to the levels that are appropriate.
There's lots of ways to do stormwater treatment, aren't there? So you don't you're not confident that at the resource consent application level, this matter could be addressed by looking at the contaminants, looking at the treatment, and satisfying the council reviewers that this matter is addressed.
Yeah, so the main point is why I don't think why I think it's appropriate to do it now is that it has to be established in terms of, because the treatment of an urban area is only as good as what the maintenance and the design for that particular device that's achieving the water quality treatment is. Now, if as part of the resource consenting it gets established that you need and this is hypothetical because we don't know because we don't have the information, but you might require 2 devices in series to actually achieve the water quality treatment that you have to achieve, and that's quite a lot of assets, and council has to have there's operational costs to that, and there's council needs to have the budget to do that, and if that can't be done, then it may potentially come to a point where because the provisions are not clear, that compromises start being made based on what is practically achieved, and having 2 or 3 devices in series that take a lot of land might not be practical from an urban development perspective, and then that sort of poses a question of whether some of these areas should be developed at the density that they're proposed, or even should be developed in the first place if the proper water quality outcomes can't be achieved.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Brown. Ms. Tiffany?
Kia ora. Just picking up on some of your comments in there with your conversation, answering questions to Commissioner Mark Brown. You're talking about concerns around potential costs to council, etc., and managing devices. Those are usually matters that are dealt with at a resource consent stage, and really that's a risk for a developer, I would have thought. So if council's not prepared to pick up the costs of infrastructure in terms of that, that's a risk that the developers have to take in terms of meeting those costs. But you keep saying that you're not confident that this is that the proper appropriate water quality will be achieved. What do you mean by that? What's appropriate to you in terms of water quality?
So in terms of water quality, it's like what would be appropriate is first establishing what the current restricting environment can take. So now we've got, and that's from a freshwater perspective, in terms of the species that are currently present in both the Kaka stream and the Maitai, but I mean ultimately also the marine environment further downstream, and then it's also the fact that it's a recreational use immediately downstream. And first, it would be appropriate to set some targets on certain contaminants in terms of to what level they actually have to be mitigated to. And then setting some baseline values for those. And then in terms of the proposed plan change use, there can be estimated what sort of contaminants and in what sort of concentrations those will be generated through certain rainfall events throughout the proposed development. And in that response, then you frame which devices and how many devices would be appropriate to achieve the level of protection that can be appropriate for what the environment can sustain in terms of those baseline levels that you establish first.
I understand that. In terms of that, what I understand is that the applicant is looking to apply the water sensitive design with at source initially treatment at the outset. But we have evidence from Mr. Parsonson, which you'll be familiar with, where he is satisfied that the Nelson-Tasman guidelines provide an appropriate, that coupled with the adaptive management policies impose an appropriate requirements around water sensitive design to achieve freshwater outcomes. So he's quite satisfied that there's enough there in terms of current planning provisions, in terms of the Nelson-Tasman guideline, in terms of water sensitive design, that the outcomes can be achieved through the next stage.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure because I think I've said in my summary, Mr. Parsonson's, it's particularly his area of concern is sediment control, and that's through earthworks and construction stages. Whereas
Yeah,
this is
but you're also talking about water quality, so I'm struggling a little bit because you're jumping between water quality. You're also talking about freshwater species. So we also have evidence from Mr. Markham, which satisfies him as a freshwater ecologist that there's sufficient information to understand the potential freshwater ecological effects. We've got evidence from Mr. Parsonson that he's satisfied, having also heard the geotech evidence from Mr. Foley, that and Mr. Foley's expertise with local soils reinforces his confidence that all these effects can be adequately managed. So when you're talking about freshwater quality, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Okay, so yeah, thank you. So my particular view is the long-term effects of water quality, which is once this particular plan change takes its urban form. So once it's fully developed, the contaminants of concern become they are different to the ones that Mr. Parsons is looking at, which potentially with the sediment runoff that comes off earthworked areas. What I am concerned about is the long-term water quality effects, and that has to do with gross pollutants, which is all the stuff that get chucked off, all the leaves from the trees that bypass straight into the catchment, straight into the system, and then it's also other contaminants like microplastics also touch base on that, which is there's not a lot of research done in New Zealand, but they are important stressor on the environment. Heavy metals, that's
I
the stuff.
understand.
Yeah.
And in terms, just wonder if you have a comment around Mr. Foley gave evidence last week, his comment that the Maitahi is the considerable influence on Denny's Hole, not the Carcass stream. Do you have a response to that?
Sorry, what was the question there?
So Mr. Foley's evidence last week was that it's the Maitahi that is the considerable influence on Denny's Hole, noting your concerns around the influence on Denny's Hole in terms of its recreational values. His view is that it's actually the Maitahi that's the considerable influence on Denny's Hole, not the Carcass stream. Do you have a comment in terms of that?
I'm not sure in which perspective, but I can try and answer it. So in terms of Carcass stream being a tributary of the Maitai River, anything, any discharges that go into the Carcass stream do eventually end up in the Maitai River where the swimming holes are. So it does have an effect on the discharges to the Maitai River because it is a tributary.
I appreciate your point that it has an effect, his view being that it's not a considerable influence.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to answer that really.
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. B. Ms. Rett, do you have any questions? No. I don't have any further questions either. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Presentation.
Cheers.
Thank you. I might just, Darley, can I just ask you to move it back and then I'll get Andrew to move forward?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. We'll just do a little reshuffle.
There you go.
So we'll have Mr. James now.
Morning, Mr. James. Still morning? Just?
Good morning. It is still morning.
Yeah.
The microphone's quite in your face, isn't it? Right. Taking my evidence as read.
Thank you.
And clearly, I think it was explained that I'm not focusing on the state highway aspects of the application. So I'll just talk in summary to the key points in my evidence. And there's three of those. The physical constraints that, in my view, require further assessment to ensure viable infrastructure from active modes should the plan change proceed. The active mode trip rates and the response to the targets set in the government's emissions reduction plan. So for the physical constraint, in terms of the active mode infrastructure along the Maitai Valley Road, I think the physical constraints need greater consideration. Walking and cycling infrastructure is known to be challenging to implement in almost every situation because of competing demands on the network. Often stakeholders influence programs, compromises get made, costs escalate, all to the detriment of the final outcomes, which result in lower and less safe active mode trips being achieved. A key point, which I think has been agreed, is that shared paths need to be clearly separated from traffic. And there's three constraints that I think necessitate consideration now along the Maitai Valley Road. The first of those is the section at the start of the Maitai Valley Road, just off Niall Street, where it is narrow and drops quickly into the Maitai River. I fail to see how a separated shared path can be provided here without some major engineering into the riverbank and potentially impacting on the Maitai's flood capacity. Combined with signalisation of the intersection here, I'm concerned that active mode infrastructure could be compromised in this critical area due to a lack of physical space. The second point is that there's no space for any overflow parking by the sports ground to the west of Gibbs Bridge once the separated shared path is built. I'm unclear how parking will be accommodated. Now, I know that parking may not seem like a major issue, and it's obviously intermittent only when there's events on, and that it's generally viewed an assessment matter, but it may be difficult resolved through an ITA process as it involves multiple stakeholders. My final concern along the Maitai Road is the Jekyll's Bridge. This is narrow, obviously not as narrow as the Gibbs Bridge, but it's still narrow, and so providing a shared path here is going to need either some structural considerations to the bridge or even a separated bridge structure similar to alongside the Gibbs Bridge. The important point to note in all of that is that we're looking at the provision for commuter facilities and commuter users as opposed to recreational users, and that's quite a different level of service requirement. I'm just going to talk about the physical constraints now along Niall Street. And look, since my evidence was prepared, Council has released a draft active travel strategy, which proposes providing primary cycle connection along Niall Street through infrastructure improvements and speed reductions. As mentioned in my written evidence, I think a primary walking and cycling routes are adequate levels of service to address commuter active transport users from the development. But I think that there will be challenges in the delivery of this for Council in terms of cost escalation, community acceptance of detailed design, continued support for the project in the final strategy and in subsequent Council annual plans, and potential compromises that may arise in the final designs, final upgrades, such as at the Collingwood Nile roundabout, Tasman Nile roundabout, parking loss, tree removal, and provision of separated paths along Niall Street Bridge, which is also relatively narrow. If the plan change proceeds, I believe greater assurance is needed in the services overlay that suitable provision for active modes can be provided. I also believe that active mode infrastructure and speed changes along Niall Street should be delivered prior to the commencement of the subdivision works to ensure that current commuter active mode safety isn't compromised by the additional heavy vehicle construction traffic along that route.
Can I just step in and clarify, are you suggesting that all of those things need to be done due to this proposal? Is that none of these are existing issues? I'm just thinking, you know, I've raised questions about other case law decisions about the extent to which this proposal that goes ahead needs to mitigate its effects. But so I'm just wanting to clarify, are you saying all the things you're saying now are all required because of this rezoning? And if this rezoning didn't go ahead, none of these things would be required?
Yeah, that's. I think the things along Niall Street it's meritable that council are supporting those things because obviously there's a commuter demand along Niall Street, but there's no commuter demand at the moment along the Maitai Valley Road. So I think that's why those things need to be addressed now.
Thank you. So it is in response to what this development will. That what you're saying?
It's response to this development because I think for this development to achieve good active, to have any opportunity.
No,
of
I understand
achieving,
that. Just it was a simple question. I just want to be clear. You're saying this proposal will require all the things that you were saying. They're not required otherwise.
along the Maitai Valley Road.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And along Nile Street, I think the importance of them is greater because you're going to have you're demanding a far greater number of active mode users that will be using those facilities, as opposed to without that it would be a lot smaller catchment.
I'm not questioning what you're saying. I'm just trying to make sure I understand correctly. Sorry, carry on.
No, that's fine. No, thank you. My second key point was around the active mode trip rates. And there's an expectation around the active mode trip rates. I think 20% cycle, 12% pedestrians were estimated proposed by the application. And considering these rates are an integral component to the plan change, and the applicant appears confident in achieving them, I wonder whether that should be included as achievement of these rates as an additional assessment criteria during subsequent plan stage subdivisions. I think I'll just by way of comment, I think that the trip rates proposed are probably quite achievable within 15-minute walk of an urban environment, and that's what we tend to see in the stats. We've got between 15 minutes walk between an urban environment or PT hubs, but when you're looking at a development like 43-minute walk from urban areas, it's going to be a lot harder to achieve those trip rates, in my opinion, which is why I think they should be included as assessment criteria. My final point is around the targets set in the government's emissions reduction plan. And I provided a view that given the transport emissions on the site are modelled as substantially higher than for intensification, then intensification should be prioritised over the development of greenfield sites. I note Council's aim is to achieve higher VKT reductions than they are currently proposing. That's in their draft active travel strategy. And I'm really at a loss of how they're going to achieve those reductions without stronger focus on integrated transport planning. I understand sub-national VKT targets will be disseminated down to the urban areas later this year, and progress towards achieving their goals will guide national land transport funding to those urban authorities. I therefore think the key initiatives coming out of the ERP merit further consideration prior to approving the plan change, as there finally seems to be a shift towards strengthening integrated transport planning. That's just a summary of my evidence. I don't know whether you wanted me to comment on, I note there was a legal challenge over a point of mine.
Well, I was going to ask you that question at some point. I don't think it was necessarily a legal challenge. I think what was presented to us, this whole, and again, I'll ask the question differently. I've been looking at the joint witness statements and your evidence, and it seems to me that your opinion is different than the other two traffic experts. So just really exploring that. And it was part of this, and you've covered it in some of your summary, is what needs to go into the plan change provisions versus what can be left to the resource consent process. And I think what the applicant provided was in relation to, I was just opening it, in relation to another plan change where you representing Wakako, were you at the council then, or Wakako?
I was the council at
that stage, where you had said, essentially, if I'm paraphrasing, is that you said a lot of the provisions could be left to the resource consent stage. So really, it's raising an issue of consistency of evidence.
Yeah. So I've got some points just to comment on that. Then, in my view, the strategic importance of quality walking and cycling infrastructure is clear. Whereas at that point in time, the strategic importance of traffic efficiency downstream from the application site was very unclear in the context of the Nelson transport environment. Also, the downstream impacts from that plan change were considerably more diluted because they were quite some way from where the comments were being made. Whereas in this situation, as I said in your questions earlier, we've got a direct impact on Maitai Valley and the Nile Street. And also, the provision of active mode infrastructure is known to be complicated, tends to be problematic in terms of costs, community support, and then you get design compromises. And so I think that's why it's quite a different environment to what that was.
So let's just say, so you're saying it's distinguishable. You think this situation is different to that.
That's right.
And,
Yes.
and therefore is not relevant, is your view.
That's right.
Just looking at the second joint witness statement, which and it was talking about essentially these triggers, where it said all experts agree except for you and Ms McKay, it would be appropriate to supplement the existing overlay provisions with further provisions relating to provisions in this plan change. And I think that what's referring to is the triggers which are now proposed before development occurs, and that was at X11. Have you had a look at those in the rebuttal version of Mr Lyle's provisions, i.e. this, before certain development can go ahead, certain upgrades have to be done, active mode provisions need to be in place. Have you had a look at those?
Well, yes, in the Schedule X, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And what are your comments on those? Are they appropriate to address the concerns that you've got? Not the constructability so much, because that's a technical detail, but in terms of the planning provisions to require it, because they're there, they'll need to be provided somehow.
I think the terminology and the wording there needs to be tightened up to address some of the points that I've raised.
Right.
And I think the timing, as I say, of those ones for Nile Street needs to be brought forward.
Right.
But I think the other ones along the Maitai Valley Road are probably appropriate in terms of timing and triggers.
Right. So in your respect, it's moved some way. You think there's still some detail to go.
That's right. Yes.
Right, okay. So you support that. That's fine. Thank you. Ms Ratt.
Thank you, Mr James. Couple of questions, in addition to Greg's point about that Schedule X11. I think you commented or compared the travel distances from this potential development with others around and with distances from the Nelson Centre. And I think Mr Taylor in some of his comments has questioned whether you took appropriate consideration of traffic congestion and also the terrain over which, I guess that's from a emissions perspective, and from an active transport perspective, the terrain as in a hill, you've got hills in the way between some of those other locations and the city centre, whereas in this location it's essentially, certainly from the proposed more intensive housing area, it is a flat ride into the city centre. Any comments in relation to those points?
You've raised a few points there, but I think I was looking at that diagram I gave in my evidence was obviously a minimum distance, and I think there's obviously further development proposed within the subdivision, which would provide a band, and I didn't provide a band in that diagram around typical walk-cycle rates. But I think I'm fairly confident that if you looked at the evidence around the area, then those walk-cycle rates are going to be really difficult to achieve what's been proposed, and that's why I'm commenting that I think there should be some further tightening on that.
And from an emissions perspective, it would seem to me that you do probably have a lower emissions likely profile from Karka Valley than you would have from some of the other areas on the south of Nelson in terms of vehicles coming into the city.
Well, my evidence there was presented on the paper that was prepared for the Tasman District Council, and well, I think it was for Nelson City Council as well in their development strategy. So I just applied that evidence that was provided there. I know the argument is about would levels of congestion increase emissions, and I would go back to the Nelson Future Access Study, which has recently been approved by Maitahi and the Nelson City Council, which has essentially acknowledged that the focus isn't, that the congestion isn't significant enough to warrant a response other than encouraging walking and cycling and public transport.
So that congestion doesn't have a significant effect in relation to emissions, is what you're saying?
Well, I think there's obviously quite a lot of detail involved in going through the modelling, and I'm unclear about how much that extent was, but I do know that the modelling, the levels of congestion within Nelson are relatively small in comparison to many other places.
Sure.
And that was what the Nelson Future Access Study determined. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And the other question, one of our submitters yesterday proposed a cycle route that would avoid the Milton Street by coming down the north bank, the true right bank of the Maitai from Kaka Valley, and then through underneath the centre of New Zealand and come out onto Hardy Street, in fact. I realise that's not included in the, I don't think it's included in the Nelson City Active Transport plan documentation that's being drafted. But any thoughts on that from your perspective as an alternative commuter cycle route into town?
Yeah, I noted that the council's transport planner was not wanting to entertain that route, and there's certainly a couple of constraints to that route in terms of under the bottom of the centre of New Zealand being able to provide kind of an at grade through there. I don't know how much space or how much retaining would be needed there with the properties backing on there, and certainly over the Maitai Bridge there would need to be a widening of that bridge. But it would seem to me that would be a more appropriate route for active transport because the traffic volumes are a lot less. And so if you could look at those mitigations and probably find a better solution. But I haven't had a proper look at that. And I think that was kind of part of my thinking in my evidence is that it hasn't been looked at to the level of detail that walking and cycling infrastructure needs to be looked at because it is so difficult and it is so complicated to do.
Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown.
One question regarding this, I guess the following on from the chair's questioning about infrastructure that's required for the plan change and others that are not. So with the cycling and walking track on the Maitai, adjacent to the site and perhaps further up, I understand that the Maitai is widely used by cyclists. Is it possible that would want to be upgraded in the future anyway, even if the plan change doesn't go ahead?
Just going back to my earlier point that I think providing cycle facilities for commuter cyclists is very different to providing cycle facilities for recreational cyclists. Commuter cyclists are a different type of user to recreational cyclists that are often going up there to go onto trails and tracks, whereas commuter cyclists are probably wearing work clothes and carrying bags and travelling early in the morning and later at night. So I think that requires a different level of assessment.
Yep. Okay, thanks for that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Tiffany.
Firstly, Mr. James, I agree with you that transport can be really difficult for some people. It certainly is for me. So excuse my question if it seems a bit ignorant. You refer in your evidence to the Tasman District Council's household transport emissions analysis, and Mr. Clark pointed out that analysis was based on a 2018 census data and vehicle use. Do you have comment to make given that?
Well, if it was based on 2018, there's been growth in traffic since then, not reduction. So it probably hasn't improved in any way.
I appreciate that. I was reading that in terms of, there'll be a growth in traffic, but we're trying to look at this application and its impact and trying to understand what that means in terms of if someone did a census now and they looked at this development, one can't assume, I guess, that everyone's going to commute to town to work. Certainly one of the things we're finding following COVID is most young professionals actually work from home. So census data might be a little bit different were that survey to be carried out today, do you think?
I don't think we've seen a great reduction in traffic volumes in the region, and certainly in Richmond, where we've had further development, the traffic volumes are still going up and up in that region. And I think that the key point is around the differential between, on the graph there, the differential between the emissions from this site compared to the emissions through intensification, and that's quite a significant difference. And that was the key point I was trying to put across into my evidence. I mean, I acknowledge that there's probably a lot of finesse in the modelling, and the emissions reduction plan acknowledges that there needs to be more work in how you model and understand emissions. But I think you could see from the graph that there's quite a significant difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. You happy to carry straight on with Ms McCabe?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have reviewed the information and evidence throughout the plan change process. I was involved in a number of the expert conferencing topics, and I've been watching the hearing online until this point. Overall, and as stated in my original evidence, I consider that there is insufficient information to make confident recommendations on PPC 28, and that aspects of PPC 28 are not consistent with higher order objectives and policies. My summary today incorporates some matters that I originally addressed in my evidence, and I've additionally incorporated some of my views on matters or topics that have been raised in both the rebuttal evidence and discussions throughout the hearing. As I see it, the topic of the sufficiency of information remains to be an area where there are vast differences in opinions between the applicant's team, council and submitters. The legal submission of Ms. Gepp has comprehensively detailed the need for sufficiency of information to be provided for a plan change in section 2.3 of your summary. From a planning perspective, I agree with the approach to sufficiency of information that she laid out. An understanding of whether the existing or proposed zoning is more appropriate for the site requires an understanding of the effects on the environment. Furthermore, when making a rule in a district plan, we need to be sure that those rules are sufficiently robust to manage the activities and their adverse effects. I consider that there are some large gaps in the information that has been provided to date. This has impacted on my ability to be able to understand the effects on the environment and to establish whether the planning mechanics are appropriate to control the anticipated activities and their adverse effects. There are areas where the applicant's team considers that the applicant team and the council experts are very close in their views. For example, this has been stated by the applicant's team for stormwater management, freshwater ecology and water sensitive design. That has not been my interpretation of the section 42A reporting officer's evidence, where I considered it to be quite evident in those statements that the gaps were somewhat larger than very close. The SMP is considered to be inadequate in its current format and needs refinement. There are many other disciplines in which there are varying degrees of views on the level of information that is required. In some cases, these differences of opinion are vast. The panel raised the question in the hearing as to why the SMP hadn't been produced in the initial stages of the PP project and whether it is now a race to get the information in. From my perspective, this is how it appears to me, and it does not apply only to the SMP matter either. The applicant was sent a request for further information that covered a detailed number of matters across a number of disciplines prior to the notification of the plan change. I note that the response from the applicant's team stated, and this is a quote, "At this point it is also relevant to point out that there are some items in the further information request that we consider are unnecessary in order to understand the request and the associated effects. Our assessment as to why some of these requests are unnecessary is provided within the attached further information response table. In particular, we consider some of these requests seek information that the NRMP requires would be assessed and managed as part of a resource consent process. Incidentally, these matters are topics that we're now discussing at the hearing in terms of information requirements, rather than being able to provide constructive assessments and feedback. There have been other opportunities in the process where experts have indicated to the applicant's team quite explicitly in terms of what information would be needed for assessments to be undertaken. This included the expert conferencing, the Section 42A reporting, and expert evidence. However, we remain at the same point where we're unable to understand the extent of adverse effects. During the hearing, the applicant's team have made mention of some of the prior assessments and plans that they have undertaken or prepared, but these documents have never been provided as part of the plan change document. For example, Mr. Foley stated that he had previously assessed the permeability of the floodplain soils and that infiltration can be achieved, but this has not been submitted as part of the information. With respect, that is information that should have been provided to demonstrate a cross-discipline assessment of the proposed approaches in the SMP and would have enabled the other relevant experts to consider the effects and the workability of the planning mechanics within their disciplines. In terms of the MPSUD, in my view, development capacity can be met through either intensification or through urban expansion. I referred to the Eden-Epsom case law in my evidence, as has been stated in Ms. Gepp's legal submission and in the hearing. The definition of planning decision in the MPSUD was changed to include private plan changes. These changes coincided with the time that I was preparing evidence, and I was not aware of that change. To confirm, this case law is no longer relevant to PPC 28. In my evidence, I concluded that in its current form, PPC does not contribute to a well-functioning urban environment. My reasons for this conclusion are based on inadequacies relating to transportation and stormwater management. Mr. Sulik and Mr. James have discussed these matters, and I don't intend to repeat those concerns in detail myself. Related to the MPSUD is the matter of the FDS. Questions have been raised around the weighting that should be given to the 2019 FDS. As stated in my evidence, the Ombudsman decision indicated that the consultation was unreasonable in the respect that members of the public would not have clearly understood that the Maitai Valley area was referenced as a potential residential expansion area. This was a component around my reason to apply no weight to the 2019 FDS, as I simply cannot reconcile that in terms of a consultation process, the fact that the public would not have understood the implications is by no means an adequate process. There are other clear issues with the 2019 FDS, such as it having not been promulgated under the MPSUD. I remain of the view that no weight should be placed on the 2019 FDS. If a new FDS is produced before the panel makes its decision, I consider that it should be taken into account. There have been claims by the applicant's team that I have avoided the inconvenient truth that the status quo undermines the aims of the MPSUD. I certainly recognise the need to give effect to the MPSUD directives to plan for growth and ensure that the delivery of well-functioning urban environments for all people, communities and future generations. However, I don't see the MPSUD as directing that any proposal that provides for housing must be approved. The responsive planning clauses use the words "have particular regard to." The MPS does not provide any directive that overrides the need to give effect to other planning instruments, which results in ensuring that growth management is achieved through robust integrated management approaches and that environmental outcomes are also achieved. I have used the information in the 2020 HBA around housing demand and supply, which states that there is adequate housing supply enabled through the current planning framework to meet demand until at least 2039 and to 2051 if the draft Nelson Plan is implemented. Additionally, the MPSUD must be applied in such a way that the objectives and policies of the MPSFM are given effect. To date, I consider that this has not been demonstrated by the applicant. An issue remains as to whether all the streams and wetlands on the site have yet been identified in the structure plan. This information is needed in understanding whether the pattern of density and necessary works to facilitate PPC 28 can give effect to the MPS FM. And I was just going to table a report, I think, it has already been circulated, or I'll just keep talking. I further table a report that I came across last week. It is titled Maitai Ecological Restoration Plan, and it is available on the Nelson Council website. This council-initiated project involved Morpham Environmental developing a restoration plan to guide restoration efforts along the river and riparian corridor. I refer to section 2.6.7 under the heading Water Sensitive Design. Don't know if you have that.
Well, I'm just going to make a statement here. I mean, that report, you might have discovered it more recently, but if you're relying on it as part of your expert evidence, it should have been circulated with your evidence. I'm not going to take it any further. Mr. Marson might want to address us and reply the relevance of it. I know you're just saying it's a public document, but you're introducing... Well, let me ask you the question. What's the purpose of providing it to us?
It is just... that report actually refers to a wetland that is located on the site. So, in effect, I think my original evidence did say that it's unclear whether all wetlands have been identified on the site.
So you're saying it reinforces your view that you don't think they have been?
Yes.
Well, we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
So yeah, back to that. So the third paragraph down states, there is also an opportunity, and this is a quote, there is also an opportunity to further enhance an area of wetland along the Kaka Hill tributary within the vicinity of the confluence with the Maitai River confluence, possibly integrated with the ecological enhancement and or stormwater management aspirations of the proposed Kaka Hill development, noting that the wetland likely covers both private and council-managed land. By my understanding, this indicates the possibility of a wetland within the PPC 28 site that has not been identified. The matter of the identification of all wetlands on the PPC 28 site has been raised as far back as the request for further information, with council requesting mapping and classification of wetlands within the structure plan area, beyond those two that were identified. This matter has been raised in expert conferencing and within the expert evidence. This has never been explicitly addressed by the applicant's relevant experts in any responses or within the evidence. Understanding the constraints and receiving environment is important when considering matters such as stormwater and water-sensitive design, the management of earthworks, streamworks, and the floodplain works. At this point, we cannot be certain that the planning mechanics that are proposed in PPC 28 are appropriate to manage adverse effects.
Ms. McCabe, can I just step in? You constantly use the word we. Who is the we that you're referring to?
Probably more so myself.
Probably, or is this your? Is this your?
Yeah, it is mine.
Thank you. So I think you should try and refrain from using the word we.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's a good point. It is my view that the stream realignment for the Kaka stream does not align with the imperative to avoid loss of stream extent and values. There is simply insufficient detail to conclude that the enhancement opportunities provided by the realignment outweigh the enhancement of the current stream alignment, as the applicant has stated. For these reasons, along with the strong directive of the MPSFM, if PPC 28 is approved, I do not support the proposed framework that implies that the realignment is more beneficial than the protection and restoration of that existing alignment. In terms of freshwater quality, inadequacies in the stormwater management plan have been discussed during the hearing. There has been no information provided that supports the claim that these earthworks can be managed appropriately during later stages. Mr. Solik addresses these matters in more detail in his evidence. The downstream environment, including the Maitai River and particularly Dennis Hole, are vulnerable given the recreational activities that occur within those waters, and there is need to ensure those values are protected along with the wider environment. I've heard the evidence relating to the hydrology of the Maitai River, including its flushing power, but that raises a new issue about the ultimate receiving environment where that sediment is flushed and deposited. Overall, in my view, there is inadequate information to demonstrate that PPC 28 will give effect to the MPSFM. In addition to applying the MPSUD in a way that the objectives and policies of the MPSFM are given effect, PPC 28 must also give effect to the RPS, which encompasses matters that are important at a regional level. And the MPSUD and MPSFM and the RPS are the key planning instruments that I consider to be significant to achieving appropriate and well-balanced outcomes for the PPC 28 site. I acknowledge that the RPS is an older document, but it is very clear in its description of anticipated community outcomes. The level of detail in the RPS appears to be a major reason for the differences in opinions between myself and Mr. Lyle from how I see it. The RPS contains specific policies that relate to urban expansion. This includes policy DH 1.3.3, which seeks an outcome where expansion is only to be provided where it has a greater benefit than intensification. Within the listed criteria to assess this policy, there are infrastructure-related matters, environmental issues, and amenity-related matters. I conclude that there's been no demonstration at this point that urban expansion will result in a greater benefit than intensification. Furthermore, policy DH 1.3.2 seeks that regard is given to community expectations when determining the extent of urban expansion. The degree of opposition to PPC 28 and the current draft FDS indicates that the community are not in support of urban expansion in this plan change area. I consider that landscape character and natural features within the RPS contain some strong directive language and should be accorded high weighting. Ms. Stephen has concluded that the PPC 28 development would result in adverse effects on landscape character and visual amenity of a moderate to high degree. There are also concerns related to the gateway landscape and the Maitai Valley Greenbelt function, which Ms. Stephen has addressed in her evidence. To extend further on the RPS, there are unknown effects related to amenity and whether PPC 28 meets the high level of amenity that is sought under the RPS, being to maintain and enhance amenity values. I consider that a noise report should have been prepared to address the noise effects arising from PPC 28. I've considered the existing NRMP framework around noise-related matters, and I do not consider them to be sufficiently robust to address the extent of acoustic issues that may arise from the development of PPC 28 at later consenting stages. The community have expressed concerns around the impacts arising from urban development on the tranquility of the Maitai Valley recreational resource. Those in the community are best placed to describe these amenity values and their associations with the Maitai, which I'm sure they will express in the hearing. I consider that it is important that development of the site is compatible with maintaining and enhancing amenity values as is sought by the RPS. Overall, I have concluded that PPC 28 does not give effect to the RPS. Regarding the non-notification provisions that are proposed, I am of the view that these provisions should not be based on a presumption that the existing planning mechanics are the most suited for the PPC 28 site. Furthermore, the NRMP has been mentioned throughout the plan change process as being dated in other regards, which poses a question as to whether the existing planning structure is the most appropriate method. Mr. Lyle has outlined that there will be a high likelihood that future consents will be tripped into higher activity status by rules and overlays, and these will likely be the subject of normal RMA notification tests. That may be the case, however, I consider it as more appropriate that the notification structure is relevant to the explicit rule that it is addressing, rather than relying on other sections of the plan. Based on the information provided to date, I consider that if PPC 28 is approved, the normal RMA test for notification would be more appropriate. In my view, there is a high degree of uncertainty that PPC 28 is compatible with a preclusion for notification. The panel has given some constructive advice on how to address the workability of Schedule X should PPC 28 be approved, as has Ms Sweetman in her Section 42A report and addendum report. I agree in this respect that the provisions are not workable in their current format, have an element of confusion, and require more specificity in terms of what the provisions are attempting to address. I understand that the applicant's team are working to address this matter. However, my bigger concern is that there has not been adequate levels of information provided in the plan change process, and that this information is critical for Section 32 evaluations and demonstrating relationships between the issues, objectives and policies that are proposed in the plan change. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'll start off and then I'll talk to the other commissioners. As you know, in these processes, we're required to have regard to all of the submissions from lay witnesses, and certainly in terms of expert evidence, where there's contested expert evidence, we'll need to decide who we prefer and why. And I just want to ask you a question that you have a Bachelor of Science degree.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that's in?
That is in environmental science.
Can you relate that to me to RMA planning matters?
Really, I'm just trying to get it in my head.
How many papers that you did which were relevant to the Resource Management Act and planning?
I did a few that were relevant to the Resource Management Act. There were definitely some papers in there that did apply to the RMA. And beyond that, I actually started a postgraduate degree in planning. So I did quite a few papers in that, but I haven't managed to complete that as yet, as I went on maternity leave. And yeah.
And are you a member of the New Zealand Planning Institute?
No, I'm not.
Have you applied to be a member?
No, I haven't.
Would you accept that the qualifications you have are not recognised planning qualifications?
Yes, I would recognise that, although I have had years of experience in the planning role. Yeah.
Right, so unlike Ms Sweetman and Mr Lyle, who have recognised planning qualifications and are part of the planning, you accept that we need to weigh your evidence in light of your qualifications?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you explain, and just in terms of your experience, when you talk about the experience that you've had in planning, and this is at paragraph 6, I'm just unclear, I just want to explain it in terms of plan change. You said, I was involved in plan change areas, and in that capacity I was also part of the team that was involved in the implementation of plan changes, i.e. the subsequent consenting stage.
Yes.
So can you just tell me, so what experience have you had with actual plan change provisions in Section 32?
Sure, yes. So I worked in the Waitakere District Council under the Auckland Council strategy when that came through, and basically the way that team worked was that we sort of worked in areas, geographical areas to some degree, and we had a team of people that were involved in the Westgate plan change there. Yeah. So I was kind of involved, I was one of the planners that was involved in that Westgate plan change. And then subsequent to that, there were the consents that came in, they were distributed to people within that certain team. I think there were 4 of us, so we were kind of instrumental in implementing the resource consents after that plan change had gone through. So
it was really implementation as opposed to development?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, more so, a little bit of input into that actual plan change process as well.
Thank you for that. Other high-level issues. Have you read Mr Lyle's rebuttal evidence, rebutting some of yours? Have you read that?
Yes, I did, yep.
He poses a number of, I suppose, criticisms in terms of the joint witness statements, which say that he says that you have agreed to things in those. For example, one of them is the ITA and transport and whether it needs to be at a higher level. He says in a number of places that he thinks you have stepped outside or recanted from the joint witness statement, and reading them to me, it looks like you have. Do you want to make a comment on that? I mean, it's fine. Experts can, as long as they explain.
Yep. So I think for the ITA, I think it's actually quite clear in there that I didn't put my name there to saying that. I think that's possibly the way that it's worded. It's almost looks like it's taken a bit I agree that it could be read that way.
Right.
But the first part of that paragraph in that JWS refers to whether the NRMP allows for an ITA to be provided for a resource consent. So that is the first part of that. And then I think a few paragraphs down, all other planning experts had mentioned that they considered that an ITA could be required through the plan change mechanisms, and my name was not there because I did not actually agree with that, and I said that at the time.
Right.
So that's one point there.
So the point, so let me just say, are you satisfied that you have not stepped outside, or where you have, you've explained it?
I think that where I have explained it. And I think another one was the coastal environment as well, perhaps. And that was because we were asked the question on the first day of our planning topic, and so the question was posed: is the site within the coastal environment? And within the NRMP, it is. I think the wording says it is not within the coastal environment that is defined in the NRMP, so that was correct. And then following through, we had additional conferencing, and the issue of the coastal environment did come up, and we re-discussed that in either the second or third planning conferencing there. So that is quite explained in there as well. I think we sort of said that that actually requires landscape architect to really evaluate that coastal environment issue.
So just on the coastal environment, your evidence, you don't conclude either way.
I don't really conclude either way. I did look into that in some detail before we actually went to the next planning session, and it's actually really complicated to establish, well, how they establish coastal environments. And so I went through the MFE guidelines to kind of see how that was established historically and through case law. And there was, I think, part of the argument that Anne was talking about as well is that it was generally adopted as being that first, or the visible ridgeline. And so, there were just sort of those questions either way, really.
So I suppose this is a rhetorical question, so I don't need you to answer it, but that was why I was asking you about your qualification and experience, and you've signed up to the code. I mean, it's your role to assist us in making a decision and whether those coastal policy provisions apply, and you haven't been able to do that because in your evidence you haven't been able to say whether it is or it isn't.
Yes.
So do you see, I mean, do you understand that position that I'm putting to you?
Yes, that really you're seeking whether I have a
Well, I'm not going to put
it.
it. Your evidence is clear that you said you can't decide, and I suppose it leaves us in a position, clearly, if the expert's role, and everyone, but your expert is to assist us in coming to a decision. It's just that I found you not being able to form an opinion unhelpful.
Okay.
So I'll leave that there. So can I just I've only got a few more. I really want to focus on the broad areas. Your evidence was very comprehensive. You'd clearly set out all of the issues, and again, your summaries made it clear what your view is. But just coming to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, and I accept, we accept the proposition that we will need to reconcile the National Policy Statement on Freshwater and the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. But your view is, you say that this proposal doesn't give effect to it, and I accept that you've stepped away from that Epsom decision. Can I just very briefly, I don't want to go into it in too much detail, when I look at, for example, Policy 1, which is that one about well-functioning urban environments, can you just help me? Can you just tell me what you disagree with, just in terms of that policy? I'll read them to you. Because I think, again, this is a key difference between you and the other experts. The other experts, or certainly Mr. Lyle, saying this will give effect to it. So Policy 1 is that one about well-functioning urban environments, which, and it says as a minimum, and you make that point, have enabled a variety of homes that meet the needs in terms of type, price, location, and will enable Māori. Is there anything you disagree with in there?
Nothing in particular. I probably have some questions around some of the stuff. I did bring up about the whole housing affordability, which I wasn't confident on, but
So exactly. So just on that, there was criticism about on what basis do you say that, given we've got the joint witness statement from the economists who all agree that this may well assist with affordability. What's your qualification to say that it won't?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I state that in my evidence, that it just really comes down to a question really that I had was, I see this site as being, it needs quite considerable works, and that economics, JWS was one of the first ones to come out, and we've since been kind of adding on things like certain transport upgrades, and I have some uncertainties there with the transport stuff as well. But there just seems considerable upgrades needed, and I'm wondering how that feeds into housing affordability. And I noted that Mr. Lyle had raised that in his view, intensification was a more expensive option than expansion. So it really, yeah. I do have a question on that. But
I come back to what are you basing that upon as an expert?
I guess in my experience as well, I just haven't really seen that intensification. I don't see that as being a more expensive option from what I've seen in my experience as well. So it is a personal experience there, and I accepted that the economics experts had come to that conclusion. So it wasn't really anything that I wanted to dwell on too much with the housing affordability.
Good accessibility for all people between housing, jobs, community services, natural spaces and open spaces. What we've heard is this site is ideally located close to Nelson to achieve those things. Do you disagree with any of those?
The close to Nelson, I can accept that. And sorry, what was the second part of your question there?
Well, it's the policy that says that well-functioning urban environment is. It says have good accessibility for all people between housing, jobs, community services, natural spaces, open spaces, including by way of public or active transport. And I suppose, is there anything you disagree with in terms of what the applicants told us in terms of the location and what they're providing?
I think my main disagreement there is just around the transportation accessibility. As we've heard from Mr. James, there are still those questions around accessibility and active modes.
And the next one is just competitive operation of land development markets, which was really the question I was putting to you. The economists say that it will, but you disagree.
I've not really said that I disagree as such. It was just a sort of a question, because in my experience,
but you do question whether it will be affordable, and that's part of what the competitive land market would be to supply land so that presumably prices will come down.
Presumably, but it is quite complex, I think, the whole housing affordability thing as well. It's a bit more than just probably the provision of housing.
Just the other two, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and resilient to climate change. And again, the argument put forward to us is it's better to urbanise here. Well, one of, in terms of greenhouse gas, it's better to develop land closer to Nelson Centre than further out.
Yep.
Right, okay. Policy 2, Tier 1, 2 and 3 local authorities, which includes here, provide, and this is a term, at least sufficient development capacity to meet the demands of housing for the short, medium and long term. And it just leads into your question where you were saying intensification is a preferred or could be preferred or was legitimate. Just in your planning experience, how do you interpret that policy in terms of directing intensification versus at least providing development capacity in the short, medium and longer term when the council's strategies talk about some intensification in some greenfields?
Yeah, I think with that policy there, it's really, I recognise that they want to provide at least sufficient capacity. I did base some of my discussions there around the housing business capacity assessment, which does state that there is sufficient housing for the short, medium and into the long term as well.
Does it?
Well, I think into the long term, I think there's a shortage of something like I think there is a shortage maybe the long term, but they do mention within the HBA that the new planning provisions that are giving effect essentially to the MPSUD will provide additional housing. So within there, they say that they have sufficient capacity till 2039, and with that envisaged additional capacity, if the draft plan is implemented, that it will be to 2051.
How much weight should we place on the draft planning provisions, in your view?
I don't think that we can really speculate exactly on that. However, that is stated in the housing business capacity assessment. That's not something that a number I've come up with. So I think it does have some sort of relevance in there, and that they have included that in their discussions as well. So it is envisaged that there is going to be more housing provided. And whether it's to the extent that they are envisaging under the draft plan is still in question there.
So I suppose that goes back. So you're saying we can rely on what's in the draft plan?
No, I'm saying that would have to kind of take that. I would take that cautiously in terms of speculating really on that. But I am just stating that is what they say in there. And we acknowledge that there would be some additional housing provided through the future plan.
So just my final question on the national policy statement is that one about policy 8.
Yes.
Which you suggest that the applicant's relying on. Local authorities, decisions affecting urban environments are responsive to plan changes that would add significant development capacity and contribute to well-functioning urban environments that are unanticipated by the documents and out of sequence. Is this proposal do that? I mean, will this add significant development capacity, and the fact that it might be out of sequence in terms of the initial staging that was put through in terms of later this decade, does that address those issues?
It does to some extent, and I think the responsive planning clause ties in quite nicely with that. I think it's clause 3.24, which states that any out of sequence and unanticipated development that council shall have particular regard to. So in my view, there's merit in private plan changes. However, I think they need to be planned and that integrated management, so it's also giving effect to the MPS, FM and RPS as well. It's kind of that balanced approach.
My final question then that nicely segues into that is this whole line of reasoning you've got in your evidence around this community expectation. And I suppose I raised it with Ms. Jett as well. You are quite strong in saying that the community opposes this development, and that's referenced by the number of submissions opposing and by the petition. And I suppose the question I have for you is, what community are you referring to? Is it the Nelson community? Is it a community of people who are opposed to it? How do we determine that there is widespread opposition to this, in the sense of, there are a lot of people living in Nelson, a lot of people haven't submitted. We don't know whether they're for it or against it. But you make this view that because there's a lot of submissions opposing it, and there's this petition, that clearly it's not what the community wants. I accept there's a large element of people who don't want it to proceed. That's clear.
Yes.
But I want to understand the planning argument. How you get to that point.
I think from my perspective, looking at it's really been looking at the numbers of submissions for the PPC 28 plan change, and also for the 2022 FDS, which they are quite high numbers for a plan change, for quite high numbers of submissions, and I think really the proportion as well of those that opposed and those that support the plan change as well. I think that I think that looked pretty evident that there is a high degree of opposition to plan change 28.
So to labour the point, there is a high degree of opposition, but does that mean the community is opposed to this? In planning terms, I said we're going to hear from other people who say yes, absolutely, but I'm interested in your professional view.
Well, yeah, that is a hard one, I guess, to really answer, because I guess that comes down to precisely where those submissions came from. And from my position, I would say that it is probably representative of the community.
Final question. Just how much weight have you put on the petition? Given, have you seen Mr. Spittle's breakdown of who?
I didn't see that specifically. However, I don't think I give that much weight to the petition per se. It was just another sort of point.
So you don't give much weight to the petition? Is that what you're saying now?
No. It is kind of one factor, but I wouldn't give that a significant amount of weighting.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ms. Rack.
Just a further question around the community expectations and following from the chair's questions. And I mean, that is something that we obviously do need to take account of. And the petition in particular, that we do get told quite frequently that there are 13,000 people signed the petition. And in Mr. Spittle's statement, when they've looked at that their analysis, and I guess it should be easy to do and check,
yes.
25% were Nelson City Council rating base, 29% were overseas, and 46% were elsewhere in New Zealand.
Right.
So at that stage, that was in 2020, November 2020, when the petition was presented to Nelson City Council. So there were nearly 10,000 signatures. But that was 2,400 signatures from Nelsonians, which is very different from us being told that 13,000 of the local community are opposed to the development. How do you think we should be balancing the local community, as in people
yes.
who are resident and ratepayers in Nelson, compared to others who are from outside of the region, and in a lot of cases outside New Zealand?
Yeah, I accept that that's quite a challenge with the differences in numbers. I just trying to get my head around it exactly. As I said, that 13,000, I haven't really given that much weighting to that. It is an additional factor, but yes, I mean, I don't think it's a factor that needs to be given a high amount of weighting particularly, but I think the submissions are probably a different representation and something that obviously needs to be considered in the process. It's very hard to say, because some of those submissions also could be people that do have an association with the area, while they're not necessarily Nelson based. They may have that interaction and association. So I accept that that's a real challenge to work out what are the community expectations exactly.
I accept that some may well have a particular association with Nelson, but that again comes down to what is that weighting between someone who lives here, pays rates here, and someone who has a connection with the region but is no longer resident here and paying rates here.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Tiffany?
I just wanted to follow up a similar line of questioning to the other commissioners. You made a comment in your answer to the chair that in terms of the representativeness of the community, you didn't give weight to the petition, but you do base it on the sheer numbers of submissions in your experience compared to other plan changes. So what do you mean by that? Are you familiar with other plan changes where they've got not such large numbers, or?
I just think that, yes, I think the numbers were about 700 odd submissions from memory. And I do think that is a relatively high number of submissions for a plan change. And definitely the higher proportion of those were opposing.
Yeah. I can tell you in my experience with plan changes that they're usually around the 1,000 mark, and that's certainly in the last 3 plan changes that I've done, mostly opposition. And I've been told by council at length, council and submissions, that it's not a numbers game.
Yes.
There's nothing so loud, the squeaky wheel's always the loudest. So I just think that for me, my concern is the extent to which you then take that to being reflective of the community's expectations. I think that's a bit of a leap, but I'm happy to just leave it at that. Just one other thing in terms of the whole issue around insufficiency of evidence.
Yes.
And you clearly said that you were happy to rely on Ms. Jepp's legal submissions there. But I wondered, as a planner, do you think that our assessment of the plan change request essentially requires a more comprehensive assessment of effects of the type of residential development that could occur at this site, as opposed to being centred on the effects of actually confirming the provisions themselves and including them as proposed within the plan?
I think it's a mix of both, really. I think we do need to understand the effects so that we do understand that the planning mechanics are acceptable and workable. Yes, I think they go hand in hand, really.
Okay, I understand your answer. Thank you for your evidence. I found it really clear in the way that you've stepped through everything. So
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deputy. Mr. Mark Brown.
No questions from me, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thanks.
Ms. Jeff, it's 1 o'clock and we're probably running, according to the timetable, we had 3 other of your lay witnesses, but I'm thinking it's probably better to break here as a natural break with your experts. And we certainly can cope with a 45-minute lunch. Can you?
Yes, that will be fine.
All right.
I think we've also got a little bit of slack in the afternoon schedule, so I think we'll be okay.
We may well catch up, and we may just, I suppose I'm just signaling now that we are a little bit behind time. We may end up taking more time. The day might get extended. So it's just on 1 o'clock now, so if we come back in 45 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. We'll reconvene the hearing. Ms. Jeff, I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got Mr. Stallard speaking next.
Mr. Stallard, welcome.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. First, I'd like to thank the Commissioners for their time and expertise. I'd like to acknowledge the applicants for their hard work in putting this plan change request together, which we appreciate. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge Ngāti Koata, Tangata Whenua, and other submitters and all those who have contributed to this hearing. I will skip parts of my written statement, in part for brevity, in part because they've been covered by previous speakers. I'll have some new points that address issues raised during the hearing, and I have a hard copy of these new points for the panel. My name is Aaron Stallard. I'm an 8th generation Nelsonian. I'm a geologist, and I have 3 adult children. My family, like many in Nelson, has a long history of enjoying the peaceful rural setting of the Maitai Valley for relaxation and recreation. We've heard the Maitai Valley is highly valued by the community and visitors alike for its tranquility, open spaces, scenic beauty, recreational opportunities, lack of traffic and lack of development. Today I will tell the story of Save the Maitai. It is a story of community and values, of understanding the importance of the valley to the people of Whakatū Nelson. Until 2019, Council had taken a position of do not provide for any future residential zoning in this area, being the Maitai Valley, because of strong community opposition to rezoning in the same area as being considered in this hearing, on the grounds of loss of open space, conflicts with recreation values, and the effects of more traffic and noise. This was all expressed in a public consultation for the 2006 Nelson Urban Growth Strategy. This is the set of slides for tomorrow. Are we able to change the set of slides for today's talk? Shall I just continue?
Sure, thank you.
For the 2006 consultation, an image would be better at this point. Shall we wait for the slides?
Sorry, say that again.
An image would be better at this point, the slides.
Have you got those?
I submitted 2 sets for today's presentation.
So you haven't got them put up here. We've got them. We've got your...
Okay. Shall continue?
Sure, thank you.
Okay. The consultation document for the 2006 Nelson Urban Growth Strategy shows the area very well. Council's intentions, thank you, are clearly conveyed. So you can see how following this consultation, the public's understanding was that the valley was protected from urban development. Fast forward to 2019, when the Nelson Urban Growth Strategy was replaced by the FDS. Again, Council proposed development in the Maitai Valley, but this time did not adequately inform the community of its intentions, receiving only 4 responses to the proposal. The Chief Ombudsman gave the opinion that the consultation in this aspect of it was unreasonable. However, via the FDS, Council changed its stance from opposing to supporting rezoning, and this opened up the Maitai Valley to development. So when Mr. Lyle states that the entire proposed subdivision is on the back of the FDS, we know what he means. The essential problem with PPC 28 is that the city's main recreation area in the lower Maitai Valley, along with nearby hills and other areas, which are currently in a rural setting, will be overtaken by an eastward shift in the urban-rural boundary and will become part of the urban area, with all that entails, including a massive increase in traffic, noise, air and light pollution, loss of open space, loss of rural character, loss of natural landforms, threats to river health, and so on. The story of Save the Maitai starts with this media article in June 2020 that first alerted the public to the proposed subdivision. The article reports on Council's application for money from Central Government's Post-COVID Economic Recovery Fund for investing in shovel-ready projects, specifically to fund infrastructure to support a 750 home development in the Maitai Valley and Bayview area. Now this explains in part the strong public reaction against the proposal, given that many people believed the valley to be protected and they had no knowledge of any plans for development, whereas this article indicates that Council and developers considered a suburb-scale residential development in the Maitai to be a shovel-ready project. This led to the formation of Save the Maitai in July 2020 to protect the Maitai Valley from urban development. Hundreds of local people mobilised to protect the valley. Meetings were held, an incorporated society was formed, a website was made, fundraising began, public information and awareness events were held, submissions made, letter writing campaigns, presentations at council meetings, media releases, articles, and so on. Nearly 1,000 people have joined the Save the Maitai Facebook group, and a regular email newsletter reaches 1,500 people. Over the 2 years since its formation, Save the Maitai has performed various roles as following. An initial role is to explain the proposal to the community, to explain council's intentions and seek the views and values of the public on the issue. Many members of the community consider there has been insufficient engagement from council and the developers. We provided the public's views to council. Another key role has been to hold council to account, to scrutinise its decisions and actions. An example of this is exposing the inadequacies of the consultation for the 2019 FDS. Save the Maitai has found council to be generally dismissive of the views of the public on this issue, and the Mayor has indeed refused to engage with the group and even took the unusual step of sending a letter to government ministers in Wellington asking them to examine the views of the group and to become involved in the issue. Despite the various submissions and consultations that consistently show 80 to 90% of submitters oppose such development, and I believe you have this table that summarises the submissions.
Thank you.
Council is on track to include the Maitai Valley in the revised 2022 FDS. Another role of Save the Maitai has been to assess the accuracy and information being presented by the applicants. For example, the applicant has claimed that the development is 2.6 kilometres from the city and that this proximity will make cycling and walking, quote, the preferred form of transport, unquote. However, the reality is that the site is between 4 and 7 kilometres from the central city, and other parts of Nelson a similar distance from the city are not characterised by high rates of cycling and walking. So it would appear to be a case of wishful thinking, suggest high rates of cycling and walking in PPC 28, also given the steep terrain for some of the site and the cold winters in the valley. The applicants seem at a loss at the suggestion that the PPC 28 would result in the loss of tranquility in the Maitai, given that the proposed subdivision is located, in their words, in a closed side valley. I have included an in-depth analysis of this point in my further evidence that I won't present here for lack of time, but put simply, the eastward jump in the rural-urban boundary will mean the lower Maitai Valley will change from a tranquil rural setting to an urban setting of traffic, noise and motion. In support of the plan change, Mr Lyle says that greenfield developments are needed because intensification in Nelson cannot do the job on its own. We are not suggesting that intensification alone is required. Indeed, within the Nelson City Council area, a huge greenfield subdivision in the Ngāwhatu and Marsden valleys will yield 2,200 homes. The truth is, we are racing ahead with greenfield developments without sufficient focus on intensification. The applicants also state that there is no alternative to urban development in Kāka Valley, it simply must go ahead. We disagree. The country is in the middle of a record housing construction boom. COVID has reduced immigration to near zero for 2 years, and we are seeing house prices and demand fall as interest rates rise and new homes are built. Council documents show that we can meet our housing needs without requiring urban development in the Maitai Valley. Why open the valley to urban sprawl unless all other options have been exhausted? In legal submissions, the applicant suggests that council has not got any runs on the board when it comes to intensification. However, intensification has already started in Nelson, Tasman. I have before me a list of 8 projects that total 291 dwellings, with well over half of those being affordable homes. In addition, with pending increases in building height limits, site coverage, proposed via a housing plan change, imagine how more successful intensification will be. Mr. Lyle says that intensification will be expensive, that such projects are not affordable for most parts of the community. This needn't be the case. From the list of projects I mentioned earlier, many provide affordable housing. As an example, Council has agreed to sell 2 central city sites to Kāinga Ora for high-density affordable housing, a total of 175 dwellings. This is the kind of project that can make a real contribution to affordable housing. The supplementary evidence contains more ideas on intensification. The applicants claim that Save the Maitai has worked at the political level, whereas they work at the expert and legal level. I disagree. Save the Maitai has engaged responsibly in this process at the expert and legal level. Crucially, we also work at the community level because the evidence from all consultations shows that we have the social licence to do so. To dismiss the efforts of Save the Maitai as working at the political level, whatever that means, indicates a lack of understanding of the importance of the community's involvement in decisions that affect them. The issue that we consider today is important for many reasons, including that it's an intergenerational one. Save the Maitai's position is that the plan change should be declined on the grounds that it is inconsistent with the known values of the community has been excluded from decisions affecting them, the loss of the special characteristics of the valley related to its rural setting, and the real risk of poor community and environmental outcomes. We seek to protect that which is so highly valued by many. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Just a comment at this point. I mean, whether you're working at a political level or community level, I mean, we're here to consider the RMA issues, so we're not turning our mind at all to anything political. Just to put everyone's minds at rest if you think we're political, and hence the idea of the independent commissioners. Ms. Ratt, do you have questions for Ms. Dr. Stallard?
Thank you, Dr. Stallard, for that clear summary of your views. In terms of future use of the Maitai, we obviously have two very opposing views. Yours that the recreational values of the Maitai will be significantly downgraded as a result of this plan. On the other side, we have a developer who's saying our commitment is to do the development in a way that won't detract from those values. One of the issues is the quality of the water and swimming in the river. And they would certainly maintain that if their processes that they would put in place, and with the requirements in terms of further consent applications and the like, that the quality of the water in the river, in fact, may well improve. And that you'd be shifting from a rural zoning where, certainly at present, and I acknowledge that may change in future with the NPSFM, but you've got agricultural runoff and into the stream that wouldn't be happening any longer. So I guess I'm just asking you again whether you completely disagree with the applicant, and that if their vision is able to be achieved, and admittedly that requires the sufficient information and sufficient rule changes, etc., to make sure that what they say they want to achieve is achieved, you would still maintain that that is not consistent with the enjoyment of the recreational opportunities in the Maitai Valley, the lower Maitai Valley.
Yeah, thank you. So there are two types of impacts that we should immediately distinguish, those that can be mitigated against and those that cannot. Mm-hmm. So it's simply a reality that if the proposed subdivision goes ahead, we will see a huge increase in traffic volumes. Mm-hmm. The landscape will be completely different. The views from Botanical Hill and so on, it will be looking over a suburb. The urban-rural boundary will take a big leap eastward. So these are things that cannot be mitigated against. They will simply happen, and they will significantly downgrade the user's experience in the lower Maitai Valley, the experience of people who are seeking to escape the city. Then there's a whole class of effects that we can attempt to mitigate, and you've heard those debated by the experts, and commonly you'll hear the experts say there are no guarantees, we'll do what we can. So I won't comment on the water quality, but I will repeat what was said this morning, that even without this development, one would expect the water quality to improve because of freshwater standards, even if the land was to continue to be used as a farm. Another important aspect, and if I speak from the community, people perceive things as well as we can hear from experts. So what I suspect we will see is that parents of young children saying, I'm not going to take my toddler to that swimming hole because I know stormwater is discharged into it. Now, whether there's a valid concern or not, this will also affect the recreational experience of people. And I know people also already talk about that for sites we could swim in the wood, in the suburb, in the urban area. But rightly or wrongly, people say, well, as well as the lesser experience, the water quality is degraded wherever we have urbanisation. And we've seen that in a promotional video by the council on the Maitai, where we saw a Cawthron specialist say there's two things that harm the river, potentially, and one is urbanisation, the other is clearfell pine forestry. So, even the council's messaging and the messaging from Cawthron is that, the river quality will be degraded, potentially be harmed by urbanisation. So that's important for public perceptions, I think, and their inclination to enjoy the valley.
There is also a proposition from the applicant that they will actually be extending the recreational opportunities for Nelson residents by opening up a valley which is currently not accessible to the public, and enhancing that valley with plantings, both riparian and revegetation overlays.
Yeah, so public previously had access to the Ridgeline track along the Melbourne Hills. The reason people would use that track and other tracks in the area is because it's in a rural setting. They have escaped the city. So I appreciate what the developers are saying. I would encourage all efforts to restore the environment in the valley and plantings, but I'm not sure that people want to have access through the valley when it's a suburb with all the urban infrastructure. To me, a lot of the people who access the valley, that's not what they're looking for.
Although people access the current recreational areas through the city already.
Well, I'm saying people go into the Lower Maitai because once you're there, you have escaped the urban environment. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure they want to go into the Lower Maitai area to go into an urban environment.
They could go through that.
Through Kaka Valley?
Yep.
They certainly could, yes.
Okay, thank you. I think that makes your view clear. Thank you.
Ms. Tiffany, anything from you? Sorry, Ms. Tiffany, sorry, I missed that. No question?
No, I don't have any.
Oh, good, you're fine, thank you. Mr. Mark Brown?
No, thank you. That was very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Saylor, just one final one for me. So is the basic proposition that you're saying, I mean, all those things, you're saying there's really no need for this. Is that if we were rounding this right up?
No, I think my top line thing would be that the adverse effects would outweigh the benefits.
Okay, right. So, right, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, well done. We'll hear from Jennifer Duncan next.
Thank you.
And I'll just point out, in my legal submissions, I refer to Rosie Duncan. That's how I know Miss Duncan, but her name is Jennifer Duncan. So if you could just make that adjustment, thank you.
We can cope with that sort of thing. Welcome back, Ms. Duncan. Now, I note that you've, in the statement, you've got quite a lot of material, and then you've provided a presentation as well.
Yep.
Cultural heritage, I think you're focusing on.
That's right. Kia ora. Tēnā koutou again. Ngā mihi to the commissioners, especially also the two who are joining us remotely. And ngā mihi anō to my...
Can I just check that the microphone's on? Because I was... Keep talking and I'll...
No?
That's
maybe
better.
we can...
Yes, perfect.
Okay, great, thanks. So, kia ora koutou. My name is Jennifer Duncan. I grew up in Hope near Nelson. I'm an amateur historian with an interest in social history, and that's why I chose to speak about this topic today on behalf of Save the Maitai. The taonga I'm wearing today is a pakahe from Maitai Valley. The evidence I'm giving will give a brief overview of the cultural history, the cultural heritage values, and the value that the community places on open space, tranquility, and rural nature of the Maitai Valley. My verbal presentation will touch on key points of my statement. Historically, Nelsons have highly valued the River Valley land for public recreation and scenic purposes, and it's easy to find fond mentions in magazines and newspaper articles right back to 1843. In 1910, the public expressed concern around continued access to the valley and river and petitioned council to secure the land. From 1911, council urged the acquisition of Maitai lands by government and continued to support attempts to purchase land. In 1913, Cawthron gifted 1,000 hectares for public and scenic recreation purposes. And in 1918, council was finally able to purchase some more land in the Lower Maitai for the citizens of Nelson. The high value of this unique area continues to be felt and expressed to this day, and the magnitude of that association is more than moderate. I'm just going to skip to paragraph 19. What is culture? Dictionaries say things like it's the way of life or the ideas, customs, and social behaviour of a group of people. My interpretation is that it's how we live, how we participate in society, and how we identify as New Zealanders, and in this case especially as Nelsonians. I'll share some ideas people have expressed about the Maitai Valley to illustrate the historical and contemporary relevance of the Maitai Valley and river with regard to social behaviour of our society. But firstly, although, or perhaps because I am he wahine Pākehā, I think it's important to acknowledge pre-European uses of the Maitai Valley by Māori. There was a kāinga, which is a settlement, in the mid-valley that's known of, and there potentially were others, and an urupa is also acknowledged. The valley provided resources including kai, harakeke and pakahe, and it was also a transit route for Māori through to Waiharakeke, which is Marlborough, and the same route was used by early settlers, presumably because Mātauranga Māori was shared with them in terms of where and how they could get through. At paragraph 27, I note that the PPC says a cultural impact assessment was being prepared. However, I understand no cultural impact assessment has been done. I argue that the PPC 28 application fails to acknowledge the breadth and depth of culture of the cultural value of the Maitai Valley to the broader Nelson community. Now I'm going to skip to paragraph 34. So what is cultural heritage? Ministry for the Environment uses a definition. I've highlighted the keywords in bold there for you, but I would argue that the Maitai Valley clearly possesses those keywords: historical, aesthetic and social cultural significance for Nelsonians. Kaka Valley is part of the Maitai Valley and forms the aesthetic backdrop to multiple social and recreation destinations. Department of Conservation says that the preservation and protection of such historic treasured landscapes maintains an important link with the past and contributes to community identity. Save the Maitai speakers are here today to protect and preserve this culturally historic taonga in order to not only maintain Nelson's links with the past, but also to ensure the valley can continue to contribute to community identity and wellbeing in the way that it has always done. The Kaka Valley is culturally significant to Nelsonians. However, paragraph 39, the PC Joint Witness Statement on Heritage focuses solely on buildings, structures and archaeological sites, which are namely a shearing shed, a chimney and some wall remnants. While it notes that Charlin's submission statement that the historic heritage of the Maitai is great but has been overlooked, the JWSH contains no further exploration of what that great historic heritage might be or how our community connects to and is affected by the Maitai Valley. So yes, historic heritage of the Maitai Valley has indeed been overlooked. Regarding heritage value of the area, there are two criteria that include area as one of their subjects, which the JWSH has failed to consider. In brief, firstly, the first one at paragraph 42 is that a group or community holds the area in high esteem. I'm just highlighting the bold keywords. Paragraph 43. So the JWS has assessed that that criterion is not considered to be applicable. I would argue that, in fact, Kaka Valley area clearly contributes not only to the distinguishing characteristic of a way of life for Nelsonians, but is clearly held in high esteem by many in the Nelson community. and that the application has ignored the community's love of the rural characteristics of the Maitai Valley. Secondly, at paragraph 45, the second criteria says that as a definition could be the area makes a significant contribution to its surroundings in terms of 7 key criteria. And the JWS makes no assessment again of the significance of the area. I argue that Kaka Valley in fact clearly makes a significant contribution to its surroundings in terms of all 7 criteria, and I did omit to put the word scale in my sentence here, so I'd like it added in 47A, please. And clearly it's an important landscape feature by the Nelson area and the Indian Nelson community consciousness, albeit by a different name, known as the Maitai Valley. It's become more than clear during the course of the campaign that the Maitai Valley holds hugely significant cultural value for many people in many ways. So how does the community value the Maitai Valley and river? Many Nelsonians and ex-Nelsonians have stated their love for the Maitai Valley and recalled stories of time spent there. Some of the themes are love of nature, uniqueness as a peaceful, beautiful environment close to yet separate from the urban environment, and that's documented as well in various newspaper articles, again, over the last 180 years, quoting one from 1937 where someone wrote, "I doubt if there is another city in New Zealand possessing such a wonderful asset right at its very door." Another value that's frequently expressed is tranquility. It's a theme that occurs repeatedly in comments about the Maitai Valley. Paragraph 53, it also supports health and well-being. This is another thing that's often expressed. Many people visit to rest and recharge away from traffic, noise and the built environment. And in 1897, the Premier of New Zealand at the time, King Dick Seddon, acknowledged the value of the Maitai as an asset. He wrote, "The project to open up the Maitai Valley as a tourist resort is most commendable and will prove advantageous not only to your district but to the whole colony." So it's a unique site that has been long valued by the community. In 1911, the president of the Nelson Swimming Club said, "A city with one lung taken away could not be a healthy city." People felt strongly about public access to the peaceful recreation areas in the valley, just as they do today. So I've covered some of the story earlier about how it was acquired, but I'll pick up at paragraph 62. So in 1971, council bought land below the Maitai motor camp and created the Wahitakaro Reserve. The prescient Premier Seddon in 1897 was not wrong in recognising the Maitai Valley as an asset to Nelson. To this day, the valley is hugely valued, as evidenced not only by the petition urging our council to protect the existing rural zoning, but also by hundreds of submissions made to council over the last 2 years on various other consultations. Our council even has a sign that says the river is one of Nelson's most loved landmarks, and proudly announced in 2006 that further work was undertaken to enhance the area for recreation. Historical relevance. From at least the 1800s, and no doubt earlier, through the 1900s and to the present day, the valley has been and remains a place of resort, respite and relaxation, inspiring poets, painters and photographers, and providing significant and notable public amenity for everyone in Nelson City. Secondly, so that was firstly with historical relevance. Secondly, the valley has been the go-to nature destination for generations for so many different activities: fishing, camping, picnics, boat races, caravan club, girls brigade, scouts, cub camps, cub weekly meetings, gymkhanas, orienteering, other sports, celebrations, dance parties and more. Over 100 years ago, thousands of people would head to the river for New Year's Day picnics. The swimming spots in the river are highly likely to have been used by pre-European Māori for bathing and swimming, and have been used by Nelson residents for over 160 years, which I'll touch on a little bit more later. The valley was also, in terms of historical relevance, promoted to tourists by council as a tourist attraction. It topped the list of scenic drives near the city and was often reported to be on the itinerary of visitors to Nelson. So current uses of the valley. These days it's used by people from all walks of life and of all ages for gatherings and events, picnics and sports. Some are listed at paragraph 74. Some events require full road closure for part of the Valley Road for the duration of the event. There are lunchtime runners and organised running races. The Valley is very popular for all types of cycling, and you can walk there with or without your dog. Dog walking, the hillside tracks and the hillside and river tracks are extremely popular for dog walking, bushwalking, view gazing and general exercise. Those tracks also provide wonderful views of the surrounding countryside, including Kaka Valley. This inland view is enjoyed by locals and visitors alike. It's highly Instagrammed. Now with swimming, the earliest reference I've found to bathing dates from 1858, and certainly by 1863 swimming was a popular pursuit. However, in 1867, nude bathing was causing offence to passers-by, so bathing hours were restricted. However, local landowner Ralph Richardson, presumably because he understood the popularity of swimming, published his own notice allowing all persons to bathe where the river crossed his property. And certainly nowadays, the river is an extremely popular swimming destination. Many people care about this place. During the campaign to save the Maitai, I don't need to read this out. Many people care about this place, I've made that point already, and there's no doubt the use and enjoyment of the valley are strongly tied to the character of the area. Just a couple of quotes on that, one from an Auckland-based supporter of the campaign who wrote, "I'd love for my kids to be able to enjoy the valley and the river as I did growing up." And Morris G. wrote, "Where else are people able to enjoy an unspoiled river valley so close to a busy little city? The Maitai is Nelson's treasure." Paragraph 87. So photographs in the attachment show people using the valley in different spaces for many different reasons. The appeal undoubtedly relates to open grassy space, green backdrop, quiet ambience, rural setting, a river to swim in, and all within an accessible travel distance. Just before I move on to paragraph 89, I'd like to comment on the proposed new recreation opportunities mentioned by Mr. Greenaway. I hope he understands the community values the Maitai because of its relatively undeveloped, tranquil, rural nature. That is the setting where people want to run, swim, cycle, walk, relax and have a picnic. There are already lots of other opportunities to recreate in urban environments. People go to the Maitai specifically to escape what the applicants plan for Kaka Valley: houses, roads, traffic, noise, the built environment. What we value far more is a peaceful rural setting for quality recreation. I'd also like to address the private land arguments raised by Messrs Spittle, Greenaway and Toya. I understand the PPC is for Kaka Valley, which is located in the Maitai, and that it's private land. In terms of the significance of the land being private, there is, however, a fundamental principle. The land is private, the zoning is public. Zoning is a public issue because rezoning of that area would affect the well-being of many thousands of people. The owners of Kaka Valley are free to use the land as they wish under current zoning, but if they wish to bring about urban sprawl into a sensitive area directly adjacent to valued rural recreation areas, the voice of the public must be heard, and we must understand the impacts of such urban development on all affected parties, including nature. So I'm just going to have to figure out how to use the clicker to get to the next slide. And I want to show you, okay, so that is a screenshot of the indicative master plan provided, and how did you do that, Sally? Okay, there's an artist impression of houses on the Kaka Valley based on the indicated sections drawn on the indicative master plan. And that dotted line area there will now be zooming in on for the next slide. So at the bottom in the centre there you can see Denny's Hole, the swimming area, and the density of proposed housing very close to it. And then I'm just going to zoom in on that. And I think just once more. So this is what people are concerned about, the intensity of housing very, very close to recreational areas, not to mention if we go backwards on the slides to see, you know, where the housing is likely to be kind of up on the slopes. Okay, so I'll continue at paragraph 89. In conclusion, the valley provides an open space setting for a multitude of recreation facilities. There are no comparable destinations. The site is located right at the gateway to this hugely important cultural space. It's the combination of 5 key assets, which are freshwater swimming, multiple recreation opportunities, proximity to CBD, accessibility for all, even those without cars, in an open rural setting that makes Maitai Valley unique for both passive and active recreation and enjoyment of nature in a quiet and tranquil environment. So in the rural open space setting, that's what makes this area unique. No other urban setting in New Zealand has a comparable river valley. The Maitai Valley is unique for Nelson, but possibly also for New Zealand, and worthy of protection for current and future generations. Urbanisation of this area would result in the permanent loss of the rural amenity of the space that was originally purchased as a public park for the citizens of Nelson in 1918. Mitigation is not protection. The green space is currently protected from intensive urbanisation by the existing rural zoning. Pretty plantings, etc., do not stop a huge subdivision from being a huge subdivision. In closing, I'll compare a comment from 1878 with a thought for today. So 144 years ago, the newspaper said, "There are few places that for picturesqueness can beat the Maitai Valley, and that alone proves an attraction to many. Yesterday was a perfect day, and the holiday appeared to be enjoyed to the full by all those who visited the grounds." So my thought for today is there are few places that for picturesqueness so close to a town in New Zealand can beat the Maitai Valley, and that alone proves an attraction for many residents and visitors to Nelson. Yesterday was a perfect day, and the beautiful, green, peaceful rural environment was enjoyed to the full by all those who visited. Let's hope the same can be said again in another 144 years. I'm asking for PC 28 to be rejected because subdivision and intensive urban development in the Maitai Valley is inconsistent with community values and inappropriate due to the intergenerational cultural significance of the area. Ngā mihi, kia ora.
Excuse me, thank you very much, and again thank you for how you took us through that. It was a lot to cover in a short space of time, and clearly acknowledge the amount of work you've put into that. I think I've only got one question, and it's somewhat rhetorical in the sense that looking at cultural heritage, and I think I understand what you mean by cultural heritage, but I'm assuming you would accept that culture changes over time, but in this context you're telling us that this is so valued by the community that it should not change. Would that be a fair representation? Does culture change is the first part, and can change, but you're saying in this context it should not be changed in terms of the land use?
Yes, I understand that culture does change. Can you please rephrase the second part of your question?
So the question I'll put to you then is, I mean, you've made it very strong submission to us to say that because it's so highly valued from a historical cultural heritage perspective, which has endured till now, you're saying, even though you accept that culture and heritage change, you're telling us in this context it should not change.
Yeah, I think I'm saying that the cultural heritage illustrates how highly important it is to people across time, and I believe from what we've seen during the campaign and what's available that there's still an intensely high level of significance to people now, and I think that the value of the area as a whole would be significantly diminished in terms of people's experiences if there was a massive subdivision in that area.
And then does that reflect in Dr. Stellar's view that in your view, is that the adverse effects outweigh the benefits? Because if this land were developed the way the developer or the applicant would like, would allow people to live here and presumably use the same recreational facilities like Denny's Hold and like the other open space. So you're saying in terms of the broader benefits to Nelson outweighs the benefits of this proposal per se, but also those people who may live there. Is that how you're characterising it? And I'm not trying to put you into a difficult position.
No, I know, it was just like such a long question. It was like,
oh, sorry.
Okay, so, yeah.
So should the people here who might be able to live here, the value to them, they might hold the same value of those recreational opportunities, but what you're telling to us is the wider benefit to all of Nelson means that...
I think they wouldn't get the same value from the area if it was an urban area.
Right, okay, that's clear. I think your position is clear. I was wondering,
yeah.
Can I say, Ms. Tepani, do you have questions?
Ms Duncan, thank you for your evidence and the hard work that you've put in. It's a really thorough piece of evidence, I thought. But I just wanted to ask you, and you were present the other day when Ngāti Koata presented their evidence?
I came in part way through. Yeah, I haven't actually heard all of their evidence.
Okay, I just wondered, in terms of, in preparing your evidence, did you consider the historical context and experience of Ngāti Koata in terms of this area?
Yes, I considered it, but I don't think that it's my position to speak to it.
Did you consider that in terms of when you, in establishing what you've put forward as essentially the Nelsonian culture in relation to the Maitahi Valley, did you consider the history of their experience of landlessness and dispossession in this area?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not quite sure what I can tell you. I don't really know a lot about their experience, but yes, I do consider the all iwi, all tangata whenua and mana whenua, that they've got their own story to tell, and I think that it needs to be given space to be told as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mark Brown, anything from you?
No questions from me. Thanks, it was very clear.
Ms. Rett? Very clear, thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Okay, next we've got a joint presentation from Astrid Sayer and Sophie Wienink.
Welcome to you both.
Kia ora, can you guys hear me? Yep. Cool. I'll just take a second to set up.
Would you like to start? Who's going to start?
I'll start,
Hey.
cool, since it's me up on the screen. Kia ora koutou katoa, no whakatū me tine maka aho, ko Astrid Bunkasei tōku ingoa. Kia ora, my name is Astrid, I'm 16 years old and I go to Te Kairati o Neirana to Neyland College, and I live very close to the Maitai Valley at the end of Nile Street. And this here is a photo of me swinging over the river. I'd like to acknowledge the other applicants, the commissioners and tangata whenua, tēnā koutou. I've not read all of the applicants' evidence, but I've looked at the indicative master plan provided by the applicants' rebuttal evidence, so I have an understanding in a general sense of what type of development is proposed. Is that the right button? Mm-hmm. Very good. Many of my happiest and most memorable parts of my childhood were spent up the Maitai. Here you can see one of my favourite childhood summer activities, where my neighbours and I would float down the river in life jackets. As a child, I spent many days swimming and exploring the valley. My friends and I would meet for picnics and hut building, and I know some children who learn to swim in the river, and I watched them swimming in little swimmer wings until they were able to jump in off the rope swings. As a teenager, the valley is a place I walk my dog, where I run, and I still regularly meet with my friends and go for picnics and swim. And I know a group of boys from my school who still have a hut that they're building up in the valley. As you can hear, I have a deep, lifelong connection to the valley. The Maitai to me was and is both a place of everyday rituals of walking and swimming and a place of celebration, where I would spend birthdays and family gatherings. But ultimately, it is a rural, undisturbed escape. This will be put at risk if urban development is allowed in the valley. Today I want to try to capture a perspective that hasn't been heard yet. I want to attempt to give a child's perspective, or my childhood perspective, by reading an interpretation of my favourite picture book, The Lion in the Meadow by Margaret Mahi. The Maitai version. There is a big yellow lion in the meadow up the Maitai, says Astrid. Nonsense, says Mother. There are only cows and sheep and lots of free space for you to run around and have fun. Astrid says, Mother, there is a large roaring lion in the meadow up the Maitai. Mother says, Nonsense, Astrid. Why do you keep saying that? Do you want there to be a large, roaring, scary lion up the Maitai? Astrid says, Mother, I didn't say the lion was scary. The big roaring lion is the children's friend and guardian. He protects our wonder and our adventures in the Maitai Valley. He treasures our place to play and discover, and he keeps us safe. He just has to look fierce to protect our special place and to keep our adventures alive, as there are rumours about the Maitai turning into an urban zone so that houses and roads can be built. The big yellow roaring lion knows what the children of Whakatū need. They need rural places that are free to explore, where we can ride our bikes and go swimming. We can go for runs with our friends, build huts and go for adventures. The Maitai is perfect as it is. It is our haven, protected by the big yellow roaring lion. Please don't change it and risk spoiling it. Next time you go walking up the Maitai, listen very carefully and you can hear it roar. Listen to the lion. Thank you for bearing with me on that one. If the urban development is allowed in the Maitai, it will no longer be a place where children can explore and develop their love for the natural environment. Calm and natural spaces are vital for our well-being, especially for young people. New Zealand's young people are facing a mental health crisis, and we cannot deny that connection to nature is good for our mental health. The Maitai Valley is the most frequently used and the most accessible natural space for young people. The reason the Maitai is so loved and visited so often is that it's very close to town, with safe access. You can bike and walk there safely along the cycleway on Nile Street and use the valley's walking tracks, and then suddenly you are out of the city and into nature. The Maitai is unique in this way. There are no other undisturbed, safe spaces where you can escape the noise and bustle of town for young people in Nelson. This is why the valley must be preserved and protected. If urban development is allowed in the Maitai's atmosphere, the calm, the quiet, natural space it provides for young people will disappear. It will also no longer be a place where children can explore. With the traffic and number of houses the PPC 28 would enable, the Maitai would lose this rural, undisturbed feel and may no longer be the safe place it currently is. The thought of this loss upsets me. There are many times where I or one of my friends would say, "Do you want to hang out up the Maitai?" And that may no longer be a way of thinking if this is disrupted. And I would love for my future children to be able to enjoy the childhood that I did in the Maitai. For these reasons, I request that the PPC 28 be declined. And since I'm running with my storybook theme, I'd like to end by sharing a quote from Maurice G., which was also referred to by Jennifer Duncan. Maurice G. is one of New Zealand's most distinguished authors, having written over 13 novels for adults and children, and he's won numerous awards both in New Zealand and overseas. In 1975, when I told a friend who'd grown up in Nelson that my wife and I were shifting here, his face lit up and he sighed deeply. Ah, the Maitai. We soon understood what he meant. The river and the valley became part of our lives. We picnicked there, we taught our daughters to swim in the clear green pools, we walked in the bush and in the hills. Where else could you have done this? Enjoyed an unspoiled river valley so close to a busy little city. The Maitai was and is Nelson's treasure. Allowing a subdivision to go in will destroy much of its unique character. An important part of Nelson will be gone forever. Maurice G. Thank you all for listening and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Ag. If there's a joint presentation, we'll hear from Ms. Wiener next, and then we'll come back to see if there's any questions.
Kia ora. Oh, just move the microphone a bit closer. Is it working? Is it? Okay. Kia ora. My name is Sophie Wiener. I am 16 years old, and I cannot stand by and not speak up for the Maitai Valley and River. I have not read all of the applicant's evidence, but I have looked at the most recent structure plan and Mr. Milne's evidence and indicative master plan provided with the applicant's rebuttal evidence, so that I understand in a general sense what type of development is proposed. As a young person, I cannot stress enough how alarming PPC 28 is. Although we cannot have more of us speaking here today, from the many different young people I have talked to about their favourite parts of Nelson, the Maitai Valley and River are so loved. Close and accessible, peaceful and barely developed, confirming PPC 28 and putting in place plan provisions that would enable urban development in this area would be taking it all away. I'm extremely concerned that I will be amongst the last generation to enjoy these open spaces, peace and tranquility and beautiful natural landscapes of the Maitai Valley if construction of many hundreds of houses go ahead. I'm deeply concerned about the impacts on the Maitai Valley and river. While more housing is needed, there are other options available in our area as identified in council meetings and documents such as the proposed Bishopdale housing. I am a child of a single parent, and of course we want affordable housing for us and others, but this is not an option which will see one of our true highlights of our city lost. These houses being developed will not help with our housing crisis in New Zealand. I understand the cost will be up to 7 figures, resulting in even more demand for sustainable and lower price housing. To follow up from that point, even if the houses were to be developed for those affected by the housing crisis, the Maitai is not an area where we need 550 to 1,000 plus houses due to the valley's natural environment, where there would be a lot of air pollution causing health risks to those at the bottom of the valley, the proposed area for the cheaper houses. The urban development that PPC 28 would enable would affect the valley's natural environment. The Maitai Valley is known for its tranquility and is a safe haven for people and animals. I have visited the valley since I was a small child, and it has always been a space for myself and others to enjoy summer swims, winter walks, watch the autumn leaves fall, watch spring flowers bloom, and much more throughout the seasons. It is always beautiful, and it is why I became a nature lover and an environmental activist. Opening this natural environment to urban development would mean these values and experiences are taken away. An overload of people and cars in what has always been a quiet and protected area. Air pollution will damage the health of future generations. As a child, I loved growing up and being able to walk or cycle down into the valley and instantly being able to breathe in the fresh air. I was an active kid, constantly doing cross-country races in the Maitai Valley. It was such a safe area. As kids, we were able to expand the races over the roads, along the river, and up the sides of the hills. When I was younger, my mother moved me back to New Zealand from England. In contrast, the places where I would have been brought up were dull, grey, grim, and bleak, with barely any natural spaces left. My mother moved me to Nelson because she knew spaces like the Maitai were so close to town, yet so rural, bringing me up in an environment where I could appreciate everything around me and yet keep me so safe. To add to this, as a child, I used to be able to swim in the Maitai River, one of my many highlights of my childhood. But over the last 10 years, the swimming spots I used to swim in downstream have now become unswimmable due to algae produced from various reasons in such a rapid time. We are lucky to still have spaces like the Black Hole, Sunday Hole and Denny's Hole, which are swimmable. I'm concerned that PPC 28 will mean that these places are no longer going to be pleasant and safe to swim in due to an influx of people and water or air pollution from stormwater, traffic and construction. Nelson's youth does not want to lose these iconic swimming holes. You already cannot stop the rubbish, which is abundant on the sides of the Maitai River every day from the existing population. I know this from all my litter cleanups. I can guarantee that with added population, our special Maitai River will never recover. From the river to the sea, as my 7-year-old friend says, Papatunuku is crying. As a decision makers on PPC 28, I ask you to preserve this beautiful space. Save the Maitai has had to protest to be in these meetings, fundraise money for potential court cases and collect thousands of signatures for petitions from many living in Nelson to many who have lived in Nelson who truly believe in protecting the Maitai. There are other options for residential development. This is not the only option on the table. In summary, I imagine that the Maitai Valley to be a space where future generations can come together and thrive in a natural environment so close to urban areas. We do not need to ruin this tranquil space for more urban development that can be developed in other spaces. We have a housing crisis, and from my own volunteering with the most vulnerable and homeless in our community at Giving Aroha and those affected by poverty, I can tell you that these houses are not for them. I can also tell you that even for those who are middle class, these houses are not for them either. Air pollution will travel down to the schools such as St. Joseph's and Nelson Central School, affecting all the children and houses in that space. As a young person, I am concerned that the risk to our environment and health is not being taken seriously enough. Please stand with us on this and make the right decision for future generations to come, the future for our natural environment and the future for Nelson. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. Ms. Rat, do you have any questions of either Ms. Sayre or Ms. Weinick?
Thank you both for that very clear description of why the Lower Maitai is so important to you. This is probably a bit unfair of me, but to put it very concisely, I guess, what I'm hearing is that a really important aspect for you is the peace and tranquility of that area. And I guess I'm saying that partly because physically, none of the area that you're talking about is changed directly by this plan change application. So the opportunity to run, the opportunity to walk, to experience the vegetation, and if the plan change is delivered as the applicants say, they would also protect the quality of the water. And that essentially leaves the key aspect being that peaceful tranquility of the area. Is that correct? Is that a fair summary?
Sorry, do you mind rephrasing the last part of that question?
There are a lot of aspects of the Lower Maitai that is currently publicly accessible and that you've so eloquently described recreating in that won't change. What is it that will change that mostly concerns you?
Can I start? Okay. I personally feel that although they may have been putting in place things to protect the valley and protect the natural landscape that is described, as you've seen from the artistic interpretation that has been shown today, if there was a lot more houses put into the valley, I believe that it would change all of the surrounding area. It doesn't just affect that one part, it affects everything. It's like a domino effect. If you put something in place here, then it's going to knock over something further down the line, including ecological systems that are in place around. I would have to say that yes, you will still be able to run, but it won't be the same, like run, walk, experience the valley, but you won't have the same experience. You'll have now the urban sprawl of everyone coming from Nelson expanded into that urban bubble. That's how I feel about it, and I feel that you won't have that same experience due to a domino effect. So yeah, I'll let you follow up.
Kia ora, and thank you for your question. My answer to that is that, I understand physically those physical attributes might not be directly impacted by the development, but my argument is that the atmosphere of the Maitai, the thing that people come to the Maitai Valley to be in and to relax in and recreate in, that is what will be affected, the quiet, the peacefulness, and that is proven by how popular it is. That is what people are travelling to come to. There you are.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Tiffany, anything from you?
No, I don't have any questions, but thank you both for your kōrero today.
Thank you, Ms. Tiffany. Mr. Mark Brown? Mr. Brown? Mark Brown?
Sorry. I don't have any questions, thank you. It's shown as unmuted. Can you hear me now? No?
Thank you very much. Just one question, I just want to be very clear, because you both talk about the Maitai Valley, which is much broader than just the Kaka Valley. I just want to be clear that you understand that it's a portion that's proposed to be developed of the Maitai. That is your understanding? But when you refer to the Maitai Valley, what do you think about the Maitai? Is it the whole valley?
There we are. In my sort of kōrero, I was sort of referring to the part of the Maitai Valley that would be most frequented by young people. So coming from the early part of the Maitai, Kaka Valley area, Cricket Ground area, going up to, really all the way up towards the campsite and everything, but mostly sort of Sunday Hole area, So then including Black Hole, Denny's Hole,
Right,
Sunday
so-
Hole, that little area
I mean,
there.
that was about, I think that's what you're really referring to in the main, is that it's really that recreational where most people go, and the swimming holes seem to be really popular.
That's what I'm referring to,
Yeah,
but
right.
Sophie might be different.
I'm pretty much on the same page, just apart from the fact that from a point of view from the public, a lot of people don't understand that it is actually the Maitai Valley that is still in the general sense of the valley, because when it's referred to by other names that the public might not be familiar with, then it's difficult for them to sort of understand and get on board with what's happening. That's part of the reason why I referred to it as the Maitai Valley and the Maitai River, because these things will be affected by any changes made on the Kaka Valley, if that makes sense. That's just from my point of view, and also what Astrid said is completely true. Yeah, that's how I...
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank you both for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Clark-Grill.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. Could I please have the PowerPoints here? I want to talk about the Maitai Valley's significance for community health and well-being. And also, I believe that the urbanization in Kaka Valley would have serious detrimental community health impacts. I've been a GP for several decades, and in my time I've seen people suffering from a variety of health conditions, some of them so-called lifestyle diseases. It's always better to treat the root cause rather than condemning to lifelong chronic disease and drug treatments. A healthy diet, sufficient amount of exercise, ways to find inner peace and tranquility. It's all easier said than done. And it's not only up to the individual. Even with willpower and determination, a health-promoting environment is a crucial precondition. People have always sought out natural environments to enhance their well-being. But what exactly is a natural environment? There is a distinction between a natural environment or space and a green space. A natural environment is one with no or only limited human activity. We are all multisensorial beings. So a natural environment applies to all our senses. That means we perceive a natural environment when there is no built-up areas, no vista of houses, no human-made noises and odors, no other human-made disturbances. And we all instinctively know that that is important to us, this kind of natural environment and ambience. But it's also quite good to have some scientific evidence proving it. And when it comes to the link between the positive impact from access to natural space on human health, there is now also overwhelming scientific evidence from over 1,000 studies. And these research studies show that nature is not only a nice to have, as many kind of seem to believe, but a have to have for physical health and cognitive function. I'll give you a quick overview of what I want to speak about. First of all, I want to talk about the studies that show the connection between access to nature and community health. I also want to go into who is particularly affected, particularly in the Maitai context or Kaka Valley context. And then ultimately I want to talk about how this all fits into the bigger picture. So in general terms, one of the big studies says, according to the best available evidence, nature contact offers considerable promise in addressing a range of health challenges, including many such as obesity, cardiovascular disease, depression, anxiety, and that are all public health priorities. It's losing the recreational amenity of the Maitai Valley to urbanization of Kaka, which will have a spillover effect, would have not only a negative effect on everyone, but a particular negative effect on children and young people. As we just heard, seniors and disabled people and people who have limited financial resources. I want to start with children. Children are truly affected now by our modern lifestyle and urban lifestyle. And there is something which is now increasingly called nature deficit disorder. A systematic review in a pediatric journal says children are spending more time indoors while mental and behavioral health problems are increasing. And here's some health status statistics of children and young people in New Zealand, which I think are very worrying. 20% of our children have mental health issues. 1 in 5 has depression by the age of 18. Nearly 1 in 5 has anxiety disorder by the age of 19. And according to the WHO, the COVID pandemic has increased mental health issues by another 25%. And on top of this, 13% of New Zealand children are obese, and the trends are growing. In contrast, that there is the systematic review on the health impact of green space was associated with improved mental well-being, overall health, and cognitive development in children. And you can see it promotes attention, restoration, memory, competence, supportive social groups, and so on and so on. Even that it gives higher standardized test scores. Now, as a next group, I want to come to the seniors. We all know that the percentage of population older age group in New Zealand is growing, and which means it is really important for New Zealand to provide health promoting environments so that older age groups can keep independent, keep active, can keep well. And this is also confirmed by a research study on older people. It says spending time in natural surroundings encourages physical activity and engagement, increases energy, fights depression, boosts memory, improves physical health, reduces stresses, provides restorative experiences, and encourages social relations. These are the summing up of their findings, and it's definitely better than comparatively exercising indoors. So why is the Maitai Valley a special recreation amenity in Nelson? Well, you have heard this now, I think, so many times. And
I think we're getting a very clear message.
I think so. What I also want to add here, apart from the tranquility and swimmable water, is that, and this is important for seniors, that is mostly flat walking tracks among trees and close to river. It means particularly also there aren't no other comparable places in Nelson. You know, the Grampians, which is another space, is steep. Queen's Gardens is a sort of a don't touch, nice environment. Other reserves are limited to grassy patches or are pretty noisy, like for example, Neil Park is pretty big but noisy and just green. And so the degradation, sort of the build-up of housing in Kaka Valley and the spillover effects of that onto the Maitai Valley will degrade the Maitai Valley from what I would call a natural space into a mere green space. And that means there is a loss of nature experience and enjoyment through constant evidence of human activity. So the negative social impact of urbanization in the Kaka Valley is comes with, as Dr. Stella already mentioned, he said it's just unavoidable. You can't mitigate away from it. The houses take away significantly away from the present recreational value. And in my mind, it would also go against clear scientific evidence that shows a strong connection between accessibility to natural spaces and community health and well-being, which I do think needs to be considered. There's also the National Statement on Urban Development 2020 that stipulates that a well-functioning urban environment has a good accessibility for all people between housing, jobs, community services, natural spaces and open spaces, including by way of public and active transport. I'm not a lawyer, but I do believe that the wording of a policy document is done with great concern for detail and has certainly an intention to convey something. The word natural spaces does convey something bigger than just a green space. It conveys something to me that has truly an ambience of a lack of human activity in that. So I do actually think that was intentional in that policy, even though I'm not a lawyer. So my conclusion is the PPCA 28 does not address the loss of recreational amenity of the Maitai Valley and the detrimental impact that urbanization of the Kaka Valley would have on the health and well-being of the community. It goes against best scientific evidence of what makes a health-promoting environment, and it is not in line with the latest national policy statement on urban development. So my request to you would be, please reject the plan change request. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Ms. Kepany, do you have questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown?
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, good. Thank you very much, Ms. Clark-Grill. So it seems to me that your most concerns were the spillover effects on the Maitai River. Can you just summarise what those spillover effects that you see that would cause an adverse effect on recreational values of the Maitai River as it's currently used?
I think that is sort of a slight misunderstanding. I meant more the sort of the human impact that would spill over. Not necessarily. I mean, the Maitai River will be also affected, but in a way, it's more. I was referring more to human activity as such, like seeing the houses from the Maitai environment, also hearing the traffic noise and lawnmowers and so on and so on. So that would be what I kind of classified as spillage from the Kaka Valley into the Maitai Valley.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry.
And you did mention development within Kaka itself, but it's really the spillover effects rather than development in Kaka Valley itself that's your main concern?
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
Sorry.
This is sort of quite distorted.
Yeah. Mr. Mark Brown, can you ask the question again?
Yes, I will. So you did, as part of your presentation, I think you said you were concerned about effects in Kaka Valley itself, as distinct from that spillover. Is that right? Are you worried about the effects within the Kaka Valley, ignoring, for this question, the spillover effects that would affect the Maitai?
I'm in general concerned about the effect of urbanization within the whole Kaka Valley, Maitai Valley, because it's one unit in a way. It's not to be. We can't completely separate the two, and so when I'm saying I'm concerned, it means that I'm concerned for the natural environment that is going to be lost.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Ratt.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I certainly appreciate the importance of the natural environment to our mental welfare and well-being. As I'm sure you're aware, we're on the panel having to balance up different perspectives on this particular location. And one of the perspectives that hasn't come through in your presentation, and I guess it's been raised earlier in the context of some of the other, in particular cultural, is the benefit to Maori, and in particular Ngāti Koata, for whom this is the Kaka Valley is ancestral land. And we have heard from them, and I'm not sure if you heard it, but on Friday morning we heard from them that they see this development as an important opportunity for them to connect with their ancestral lands, to have people living in the valley, and to connect their people with the improving the biodiversity and improving the natural environment of Kaka Valley. Do you have any comment on how, as a panel, we take into account what you've presented us and the perspective that we've been presented by Ngāti Koata?
I totally appreciate that wish and that kind of intention to improve Kaka Valley, and I would really like to see this in the rural kind of zoning context as it is at the moment, rather than having to kind of basically trade it off with 750 or more. I don't know how many houses there are now planned, but several hundred houses. It seems to me like it's a kind of a bit of an odd trade-off. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to try to present Maori values because I'm not Maori, but my reading is that that there is perhaps a much closer connection between people in an environment and the environment that they live in. So not the same distinction that you are presenting between an urban environment out there and a natural environment out here.
Human activity always brings lots of disturbances to a natural environment, and I think we can't get around that. And whilst I appreciate that being close to nature, living close to nature is something that we all enjoy in some form, but as soon as it turns into an urban environment, nature is actually lost. So, yeah, it's it's part of it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We will
you.
continue to think on those tensions.
Just before you go, just a quick couple of questions for me. I just want to sort of understand. I don't live here, but you talked a lot about limited human activity and people needing peace and tranquility. From what we've been told, Denny's Hole, all the swimming holes in the summer are really busy. There are lots of people there. There is lots of traffic. We've been told there's not enough parking. How do you reconcile that? So I assume when a whole lot of people there, it's not peaceful and tranquil. People might be having a lot of fun. How does that fit with what you've been telling us? And am I wrong? It's not that busy.
No, it's in the summertime. It is definitely busy, and young people, old people, anybody enjoys the, particularly in the summer, the swimming holes. And there are little clusters of activity and joy and fun and what the summer can hold. And otherwise, in other times, there's and other places like on the walking tracks, and away from the swimming holes, there is a lot of peace and tranquility, and it's just it's sort of a recharging environment, and yeah, so they both can coexist.
Right.
Yeah.
So just that, and there's the second question, coming to your second part about, needing to provide those spaces and walking tracks. You would have heard that if this goes ahead, the applicant is proposing to open up the site, Ngāti Koata, talk about eventual public access. Do you accept that there would be, put aside whether it's more tranquil or not, do you accept that there could be more opportunity for people to walk up the Kaka Valley than there is currently?
That could be so.
Right.
The question is it an urban environment or is it a natural environment?
Right.
And as I have highlighted, and also the studies all highlighted it, it's a natural environment that is actually the valuable part.
Right, so it's keeping it natural, which is the key.
That is the key, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, it's very clear, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, welcome.
Thank you. No. Kia ora to everybody. Thank you, Commissioners, one and all, for making yourself available for this onerous task.
You all say that as if we have an option to be here.
Yeah, it's true. I will introduce myself. I'm a founding member of the Save the Maitai. I'm a registered osteopath and registered psychotherapist. I'm a former staff member of the Otago Regional Council, where I was Director of Strategic Communication and Education. I also spent some time as head of school at the Polytechnic. I regularly use the Maitai. I care for it very much, and probably most importantly, in my practice as a primary health practitioner, I seem to have specialised with working with people with quite chronic conditions, so severe arthritic conditions, disabilities, cases of chronic anxiety and depression. And I regularly refer people, both physical and psychological conditions, to go and use the Maitai, often for strolling along the tracks, because the tracks are very quiet, they're fairly level, and they, as people have said, they are a place of peace. And I would say that we're talking about ambience here. There's an ambient quality. The Kaka Valley is part of a catchment. You cannot separate off a part of a catchment. Hydrologists don't separate off streams from that are tributaries to rivers. Air quality people don't set off aspects of an atmosphere in a large area. So the Kaka Valley is part of a catchment and it needs to be seen as such. I'm addressing you today on climate change effects of the development. My interest in climate change stems from my work in the Otago Regional Development, where I worked as Chief Executive Officer to set up a climate change strategy unit to gather together evidence of climate change in Otago and to pull that together to make policy formulations and give advice to the district councils. In that role, I had to read the the International Panel on Climate Change reports and a lot of other reports and synthesise them for policy people and the public. At that time, I was fairly ignorant about climate change and naive, and I have to say that reading all that material frankly terrified me. Since that time, I've been lucky enough to have discussions informally at conferences with Professor Blair Fitzharris, who's one of our international experts on climate change, and I have continued to take an interest in the area. I want to start by springbacking, if you like, off Bill Gilbertson's presentation. He was the chap with the white hat on Friday, and he outlined that New Zealand has in fact signed up to various agreements, that there have been the Paris Accord and climate change emergency declarations all over the country. And he put the question, well, what does this mean? And his answer was, it means we should be doing something. He also cited Professor Janet Hayward, who recently delivered the Cawthron lecture, and he cited her as saying that we need to be doing everything we can to combat climate change. Every time I read the IPCC report, it tells me that the window of opportunity to address the terrible effects of climate change that are coming our way is shrinking, and the more emissions we keep putting out, the worse it's going to be. Bill Gilbertson put to you that 750 units on this housing estate, or suburb as I prefer to call it is a suburb, will produce between 15 to 30 tonnes of CO2, and plus the amount coming off the roading and other materials, that will equate to around about 36,000 tonnes of carbon that will be put into the atmosphere by this suburb. These are lay figures. He said they're rough figures, but he is a representative of he does work on the Forest Stewardship Standards Council. I found a figure, this is on the Clean Car Import Standard, which is on the government website, the Clean Car Import Standard. It says most of the cars coming into New Zealand at the moment produce, I found this quite stunning, I have to say, 171 grams of CO2 per kilometre. Still can't quite believe it's there, but it's there. If we take the figure of around about 6,000 vehicle movements per day, and I've looked at the traffic figures, it's pretty hard to quantify the traffic, but it looks like it's going to be somewhere between 5,000 and 7,000 car movements a day. And if we say they're going to be doing maybe an average of 10 kilometres, because the Maitai is between 5 and 8 kilometres into town, so we say, well, they're going to be doing 10 kilometres a day. That means 60,000 kilometres a day will be travelled. That translates into 10,260 kilograms per day of CO2. What does this mean? Well, it means that this, I think, along with the government moves to align with the Paris Accord and various other declarations that we have moved into, that there is a burden of responsibility that falls on the applicants to do a greenhouse gas emissions assessment. There has been very little attention paid to in this application to climate change at all, and yet we all know that climate change actually trumps just about everything else in terms of its environmental effects. The building sector in New Zealand accounts, according to the government report and to brands, I'll mention in a minute, to about 15 to 20% of our carbon emissions. So you would wonder why we would continue to allow green space developments, given that it's known that the greenhouse gas emissions from these greenfield developments is much higher than intensification. And indeed, one of the sort of sad side effects upon it is that the more we grab these areas of land, sort of cherry picking them, I think it will provide a disincentive to the people who want to get into more intensifications, which is what the public of Nelson, at least through their submissions to the FDS recently, were crying out. There was a group called Nelson Tasman 2050, who are a group of urban developers who made stunning cases to the FDS submissions, scientifically based, trying to increase the amount of intensification to reduce carbon emissions. I won't go over what we're going to have from this greenfield development. It's a low-density traffic car-centric location. Its design is pretty standard from what I can see, although there's not a lot of detail on that. Massive new infrastructure is going to be needed. That's also going to add to carbon emissions. And it's in a socially isolated area. It's up in the valley. It is a few kilometres from town. It's unlikely to have access to public transport, really. Mr. Gilbertson also presented to you, bless him, that the active transport part of the development is not going to work unless the cycle tracks have gradients of 3 to 5%. And he gave examples of the Bayview development over the road, where there's gradients of 10% and there's no cycleways anyway. It goes without saying that Bayview is a part of this development. So that unless the developers, as he pointed out to you with a squiggly line, can actually make a cycle track that has very low gradient, it's unlikely to achieve the sort of figures that they are saying, and that will achieve any major effect. Chapter 13 of the government's first emission reduction plan says, as I said, 15 to 20% of our total domestic emissions come from greenfield developments. This is being acknowledged by Brands New Zealand, Brands New Zealand is a fairly independent organisation, and they've done a huge amount of research in how to mitigate and reduce this. They have a program that's available to builders that is aimed at decarbonising the whole building construction and cycle. This, Private Plan Change 28 doesn't seem to take any of this into account. It doesn't seem to take any of the government's regulations, the implications of the regulations, nor does it seem to be connected up to what is available in New Zealand to assist builders with reducing carbon emissions. I think it should. I think it's a great loss and a disappointment that there is no work being done on this. Given the scale of this suburban development, it is huge. We're not talking about 100 houses here. We're talking about 750 houses and a massive area of land in a quiet area. So I really think it behoves the developers to do a little better and come up with some sort of, as Bill Gilbertson said, some sort of assessment that's thorough about their emissions and a proper plan that will say how to mitigate them. None of that has been done. A recent study in New Zealand, as I say in one of my slides, focusing on detached houses, identified that housing must shrink its carbon footprint by 80% to do its bit to meet the Paris Accord. There's nothing in this plan change that indicates that's been addressed at all. The key to decarbonisation is the ability to live well with minimal private transport. This is located in an area where there will not be much public transport at all. When I worked in the Otago Regional Council, I was heavily involved with bus services. We had bus services. The policy was to have a bus service within 250 metres of every household. You would think that would improve bus patronage. It didn't. Why not? Because having a bus going to within 250 metres of every household meant the buses had to take very long routes. So suddenly you took an hour to get somewhere that in a car would take 15 minutes. So then the Regional Council, after a great deal of public consultation, went for greater intensity of timetabling and further away, and it has made a little bit of a difference. We're talking about a suburb up here, which is a satellite suburb. It's not connected to routes currently. It's unlikely, I would think, that the Nelson City Council is going to subsidise a passenger transport system to that suburb, and so there will be emissions, strong emissions from the 6,000 or so cars that are coming down the valley every day, and there's not a lot in the plan change that mitigates this, apart from some overstated figures about how many people will use the cycleway. The proposal, I think, if I can just find it in my notes here, the current Nelson usage, I think, is 6.1, and they're going for 8 to 20% usage. And the usage based on of 6.1, if I think I can just find that somewhere, is with some very good cycle tracks in Nelson. So the railway reserve is flat. It links Nelson with Stoke and Richmond. Much of it is in very pleasant surroundings. It is off-road completely, so you don't have to put up, except in a couple of areas, with the traffic noise. And I might say, being a cyclist, that when one does have to ride alongside a road with fairly heavy traffic, it does detract from the cycling experience considerably. So despite the fact that we have some very good cycleways and quite a strong movement, it's unlikely that this subdivision, I think, will meet the sort of targets that they are saying they would like to meet, which is fine. They won't meet them, according to Mr. Gilbertson, unless they get the gradients right, and even then there will be difficulties in terms of weather and the distance from town and that sort of thing. So I think climate change is a huge issue. It is very disappointing that this plan change completely fails to address any aspect of it. It completely fails to take account of government urgings and regulations that we're trying to meet internationally. And at the very least, I think it should be taken away, and they should do a very thorough greenhouse gas emission assessment. Again, particularly based on the scale of it, it's huge, and then see where they want to go to after then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Just a couple of questions from me, and then I'll hand over to the others. The extent to which we can take into account climate change and greenhouse gas emissions are somewhat limited, but let me put it to you in this way. What the applicant are saying to us is that if you accept that there needs to be some greenfield development, and I think that's the council's strategy, some will be intensification and some will be greenfield, this is a better site because it's close to Nelson. It will result in shorter trips and it enables public transport, and the alternative that we've been told is likely to be greenfields development much further away. What do you say to that in terms of that this is a better site because it's likely to have fewer emissions than, say, a greenfield site further away?
Well, first of all, I would say we have to speak about this contextually. At the moment, there are many greenfield sites being developed in and around Nelson. In fact, some of the applicants of this consortium are doing quite a lot of work out in the Richmond Plains area. They've developed hundreds of houses out there. There are greenfield sites going up the Marsden Valley, which is other valleys, the Ngāwhatu Valley and Brook Valley. We are not short of greenfields development. We are short of an intensification development. So we keep repeating the same cycle that we go into greenfield, which inevitably increases our carbon footprint. So I would say it doesn't actually make sense to say that. This may be a good site if you're cherry-picking greenfield developments, but in response to the possibility of well-designed intensification, it sort of makes that even harder. So I don't quite follow the logic, and I would say there are 2,200 houses currently going up in greenfield sites, and we're quite short of the opposite, possibly because it is a little easier. Right. Although having said that, Commissioner, I would add that I did do a search of council, and there are around about 300 to 291 to be exact, houses going up through intensification. So there is a lot of public support for intensification, and really with respect to the developers, this development is a little archaic.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown, questions from you?
No, thanks. I have no questions. That was very clear.
Thank you. Ms. Tierney?
Thank you for your evidence. Just in terms of the solutions that you recommend at the end of your evidence, you're basically suggesting that the applicants build less housing using current zoning permits. I'm assuming you mean in terms of the maximum 40 house type thing that they're allowed under the current zoning, and coupled with that, establish larger carbon credit green zones, so more planting and regeneration to offset. Is that what you would recommend?
I think it's very important to state here as a founder of Save the Maitai that Save the Maitai has not opposed housing in Nelson. It has opposed this development. And we are very mindful of tangata whēnā of Ngāti Koata's wishes and aspirations in this regard. But the trade-off of 750 houses of a new suburb and all that means hardly mitigates for all the adverse effects that you have been hearing about. We have been not said anything about stopping any development there. We have actually said publicly, keep it rural and fire ahead and build up there, which would be, sort of a win-win for Koata if there was building up there under the restrictions and conditions of the rural zoning. So our message has been keep it rural and do what's possible within those constraints.
I understand that. And then the second part of your solution, though, is still around the preference. You've stated to pursue and practically support public and political interest in greening the Kaka Valley and integrating it into Nelson's first regional park, Maitahi. Is that essentially a bottom line?
No, that's not a bottom line. In some sense, there's a little bit of history to that. We were kind of shocked as a community. There has been some discussion about the community, but there is an extensive community of interest in this. Thousands of people did sign the petition, and in fact we are here because hundreds of people have funded this. This is a very expensive and onerous business for our community. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort and a lot of money, and the fact that we are here testifies to the community of support that we have. The bottom line might be that if it was at all possible, it would be great to have it as a regional park, and this was mooted with the Mayor at one stage, but we didn't get anywhere. If that could be integrated with Koata's interest, that would be fantastic, but we really acknowledge that that's in the status of a dream.
Kia ora, thank you for that.
That's right. Just before you go, I just want to make a comment about community and the petition and the number of submissions, and what I'd like to realise is certainly wasn't trying to denigrate. I think the issue and the reason I've really asked the question of the expert planner, it's really understanding from a legal planning perspective who is the community. Not for 1 second, I don't think there's significant community concern certainly from those submitters and the evidence we're getting. And I do accept that a group, and I think Ms. Jepp's made this point number, I mean, you're clearly a community group and you're here and you've had to fundraise to get here. I take my hat off to you for that.
Thank you for that acknowledgement, Commissioner. I just might say, if I can, in relation to the petition, there was a technical problem, is that many people local signed it, but their server was in Wellington or Auckland, and so on the electronic version you got something that wasn't a local address. But so the numbers that are stated by Mr. Spittle are not correct and they're understated, but I would say that lost my train of thought now, I'm sorry.
Well, I think the point is that we don't really need to go there
Sure.
in the sense that there was a petition that was signed by a significant number of people that's been put in front of us. Clearly, people were concerned, however they did it. As I said, my point was Ms. McCabe then making the conclusion that the community was completely opposed to this
it's difficult to define a community, but this campaign has been going for 2 years and a lot of people have been supported it, so it makes it, there is a high level of community interest in this development, and I would urge you to give that sufficient weighting.
We're certainly getting that message, as I've said, from all of you who are presenting, so thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
I think what we'll do, Ms. Jepp, I think we'll just take the break now for 15 minutes. We're still running slightly behind time, but not too far behind. So all the other people who are here, Dr. Clark Grills, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Haddon's coming on. You will understand that we're running slightly longer and you're still here and we'll cover those off.
Yes.
So we might need to sit slightly later.
We're just 1 or 2 behind at the stage.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll get the Zoom sorted while you have a
Right,
cup of
on
tea.
Zoom.
And
yeah, okay.
be ready
Thank
to
you.
go. Thank you.
So we'll take the break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Oh. You don't know. Okay, great. Thank you.
The way that under that pictures of it. I knew it was going to be happening 6 weeks ago. I told Monica, but she said I read it somewhere and I thought, yeah.
So do you think that was just her way of kind of stating it, or raising it, for them to discuss? Yeah. Because that's a question. Whereas she's saying, did you consider it? So, yeah. Because I was thinking, like I said at the start, I'm not but want to acknowledge that there's some connection. And then once she asked him, it's quite strange. She was like, did you consider it? It's like, yes. And she kind of went, oh, thanks. It's like, what am I supposed to say?
Tony.
Sorry?
Should we pull that end curtain?
Oh, if you want. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of the light.
Yeah.
Your beautiful side.
Thank you, everybody. If we'll reconvene the hearing. Ms. Jeff, back to you. Excuse me, everybody. We're just reconvening. Thank you. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've got Mr. Haddon coming in on Zoom. Mr. Haddon has tested positive for COVID, so hopefully he's feeling not too poorly.
Right. Can you hear and see us?
Yes, I can. I'm not sure if I've got COVID or nervousness.
Either way, you decided to stay away.
Oh no, you know
Yes.
you've got.
Yes. My name is Tony Haddon. I have lived in Ralphine Way on the edge of the proposed subdivision for over 33 years. Until recently, I regarded Karka Valley as a kind of backyard. I've walked through the area on the hills above it many times. I know the whole place intimately. A lifelong outdoorsman, I'm reasonably familiar with most native flora and fauna in the area. I have read most of the information that has been lodged in relation to PPC 28, including the most recent structure plan and the master plan, so that I understand in general what type of development is proposed. The coherence and articulation of the previous presentations leave me metaphorically gasping in the dust. I'm in awe. I'm going to be all over the place. I don't propose reading my whole 7 or 8 pages. I'll just go over the salient bits or the bits that are important to me. Indigenous fauna, the birds. There's a bird, the applicants have noted briefly some birds that they happened to spy when they were looking through the place. I've managed to add another 8 or so to that, and the birds I have regularly seen in Karka Valley are the New Zealand falcon and the pipit, wood pigeon, paradise shelduck, spurwing, plover, moorpork, kingfisher and shining cuckoo. The falcon is endangered. It's a regular visitor. The pipit is even rarer, but I have seen the pipit on Malvern Ridge. I noticed the Department of Conservation has requested that a lizard survey be carried out. They requested this in their pre-application consultation, as I read. And I also see the Sweetman request for further information asks that provisions for lizard protection be made. I've regularly seen skinks of some sort or another in Karka, and I have occasionally encountered a gecko at my home in Ralphine Way. It's probably the common gecko, not one of the green ones. It's a brownie terrestrial species. So if they're in my woodshed, they'll be up the valley. So far, there doesn't appear to have been, or PPC 28 does not appear to have addressed lizard protection other than acknowledging that there may be a number of lizard species present. Similarly, bats and Powell-offender snails, nothing's sort of been mentioned about them. What does concern me a bit is the latest ecological assessment, the Supplementary Terrestrial Ecological Values Assessment, which is part of the Ecology Joint Witness Statement, fails to identify at least 6 indigenous plant species, not counting little ferns, present within the area identified in Figure 4.1 as mixed Maitahi exotic scrub. In fact, this gully area supports lemonwood, large Cyathea tree fern, Puta weta, 7-finger, mature and juvenile titoki, and a large pukatea that has been nominated for inclusion in the Nelson Plan as a notable tree, along with the kahikatea identified in the structure plan. Now, how they've missed this pukatea is beyond me. It towers way above everything. I can see it from where I'm sitting right now. and it takes my wife and I to wrap our arms around the thing, around the base, that is. My view is the omission of these plants from this assessment and consequent misrepresentation of this area calls into question the adequacy of the survey. And apart from these plants which are in area 2, the New Zealand jasmine, or Parsonsia, is present amongst the scattered Carnuka elsewhere. And until very recently, this gully by Area 2 and the adjacent gully to the north contained a number of kotukutuku, tree fuchsia. These plants were exposed to stock as a result of scrub clearance and have been eaten. And there's some further down, C5, ecological opportunities, wetlands. There's a wetland flanked by exotic rushes, gorse and manuka scrub. Well, I haven't seen any manuka in Kaka Valley, it's all Carnuka. Now there's the area further up Kaka Valley, sort of upstream from the Maitahi village area, the other side of the power lines, above the power lines, is indicated as a revegetation in rural zone. This is sort of a bit like about crying for spilt milk, really. However, I have to mention it. The ridge top of this area was cleared, machine cleared 2 years ago, and a couple of swipes down each gully was made. But the bulk of this revegetation in rural zone is now bare dirt, which was cleared as recently as March, April. It was largely regenerating Maitahi exotic scrub, which is described in the supplementary report attached to the Ecology Joint Witness Statement as being of high ecological value. So, having very recently bulldozed 40 years of regenerating brush off, PPC 28 are now proposing that it all be replanted. It doesn't make sense to me, and if this is how the whole project is going to carry on, I don't think it augurs well for the future. Now, the proposed subdivision will lead to degradation that hinders, I beg your pardon, that hinders efforts towards restoration. There's Project Maitai. $400,000 has been spent on restoration of the Maitai River, riparian and riparian area over the 4 years from 2014 to 2018. And now we have Project Maitahi. It's a $3.7 million project that aims to restore the Maitai River over a 5-year period from 2020, aiming to plant 125,000 trees, restore 1.3 hectares of wetlands, and create an 8-kilometre long food corridor for native wildlife from the mountains to the sea. Funding is provided by the Ministry of the Environment and the Department of Conservation's Kaimahi for Nature Fund. The Nelson City Council Facebook page, I quote, in the last year, 2021, Council's Project Maitahi project, backed with Jobs for Nature government funding, has planted 30,000 native trees, trapped more than 1,000 possums, set up and monitored 98 hectares of trapping network for rats and mustelids, and tackled 26 hectares of pest plants. This restoration of the ecosystem of the Maitai Valley is admirable and builds on work that landowners and friends of the Maitai have been doing for many years. Nelson Deputy Mayor Judy and Edgar has said the work of planting 25,000 trees this year was a significant effort. Planting made a big difference to the community through recreational and social benefits, mental health benefits, and climate resilience. The Arbor Day Foundation. The Arbor Day Foundation is an American non-profit organization dedicated to planting trees. The foundation has more than 1 million members and has planted more than 350 million trees in neighborhoods, communities, cities and forests throughout the world. The Arbor Day Foundation has provided $107,000 for the planting of 32,000 native trees and plants in the Maitai Valley. This funding is in addition to Project Maitahi spending. So what does this tell you about the Maitai that this American, way distant outfit has zeroed in on it? It's a pretty special place. And on top of that, we've got the Nelson Biodiversity Strategy, initiated and developed in 2007 by a group of partner organisations. Now there are 32 of them, ranging from forest and bird to federated farmers. The purpose of the strategy is to create a biologically rich and sustainable future for Nelson through aligned action on biodiversity. The applicant's actions, in my view, to date show little awareness of any sort of alignment. And another purpose is the ecological health, Maori and Wairua of natural ecosystems are sustained and native biological diversity is restored, enhanced, and where appropriate, connected. What would PPC 28 connect? Another purpose, the community has the living resources it needs. And I quote, the open space and recreational amenity of the Maitai that other witnesses are testifying to is a valued resource that must be retained for future generations. I'm sorry, that was me speaking. Countless hours have been spent planning this Maitai restoration and revegetation project. Over $4.2 million of public money has been committed to it. There has been enormous effort by many members of the community over many years. Now there is a proposal to construct a new suburb in the middle of this anticipated wildlife corridor. Such a massive subdivision would lead to destructive outcomes for Indigenous fauna and would render useless much of the hard work of previous years by many people that aim to protect wildlife and improve the valley as a wildlife habitat. I'd like to point out PPC 28 proponents are keen to point out all the ecological enhancement work that they'll be doing, that they'll be carrying out as part of this project. Well, there's absolutely nothing that they're promoting that would not be happen equally well or better with any development under the current zoning. Now, stormwater and sediment discharge into Denny's Hole, I've got to sort of add a bit, well, supplement or agree with our expert, because it's something that really knocks me. Save the Maitai Incorporated has provided expert evidence on stormwater. These comments are based on my own reading of expert evidence and observation of such things over the course of my 71 years. PPC 28 describes the proposed stormwater runoff and sedimentation treatment systems variously as being good practice, best practical, best practicable, and a minimum of best practicable, and acceptably minimised. Acceptable to who? The designers, the builders, those who are paying the bill, whoever might end up with the responsibility for monitoring and maintaining them. The panel indicated on Friday, I can't remember the exact context, I'm sorry, that it was not able to take into consideration the ongoing necessity of or effectiveness or otherwise of City Council monitoring or compliance checking. As a layman, I would guess the various means by which stormwater runoff and sedimentation are controlled could all vary in complexity according to the specified requirements. Usually, the more complex something is, the more it needs to be looked after. Some are amongst the reports I have read of the possibility of individual on-site treatment solutions. Are we talking here about all the residents having a gizmo in their backyard that they personally will have to maintain? We all know there's a percentage of the population who can't be trusted not to toss their leftover paint thinner down the nearest drain, and we're probably all familiar with sump gratings blocked with leaves. In my view, the downstream environment here is sensitive in the extreme, It's a shame the long-term effectiveness of proposed stormwater and sedimentation controls cannot be considered, as it is directly related to ongoing environmental effects. The joint witness statement on recreation informs of 2 points of agreement, one being the swimming holes in the river are a significant recreational asset, and that maintaining high water quality for contact recreation is essential, and that the existing and proposed plan provisions require that existing recreation amenity for swimming is maintained and enhanced. A report suggests that during the earthworks and construction phase, Carker Stream will discharge sediment into Den's Hole during storm events. This further suggests that monitoring of Den's Hole may be desirable. Does this suggest the necessity for periodic removal of sediment from Den's Hole? Unforeseen accidents, design shortcomings, and construction inadequacies can all occur in construction projects. This would apply not only during the earthworks and construction phase, but in perpetuity. Everything that could be discharged, spilt, thrown away, worn off, washed off, or onto every single hard surface in an entire new suburb would end up being sluiced downstream towards the Maitai River. An expert witness has told us that it is not possible to remove all contaminants. Therefore, Den's Hole will be polluted by urban runoff. Is this really compatible with the agreed requirement to enhance the water quality? Microclimate. I understand the panel visited Carker Valley in April. Autumn is a gorgeous and dry time of year in Nelson before the shadows get long. Carker Valley in winter is not the same place you visited. It's now cold and wet, and if you get the chance to have a wander around, I hope you do. The 7 sections in the existing Ralphine Way subdivision were stage 1 of a subdivision of Carker Valley approved in 1979. Stage 1 took 10 years to sell, and as a result, stage 2 was never built. The Maitai was regarded at the time, as now, as a cold place. In winter frost conditions, the Ralphine Way properties have the benefit of a katabatic airflow down the Maitai Valley. Carker Valley does not have this airflow, and the flats are significantly colder. Houses built on the valley flats will require more heating than in most other areas of Nelson. I question if this is a desirable attribute. All in all, I'm asking for plan change request 1028 to be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haddon. I'll just check if there are any questions. Ms. Rett, do you have questions of Mr. Haddon? Ms. Stephanie? Thank you.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Haddon.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown?
Yes, I do. Well, it's more of a comment, Mr. Haddon, about Denny's Hole, and would council need to come and clean up the sediment? Now, I don't know if you were there. I questioned the 2 expert witnesses about that extensively, and what I was told that because the Maitai River is about over 10 times the size of the Carker, that any sediment would get flushed out fairly regularly from Denny's Holes. So that was the evidence. That's not my evidence, that's the evidence of the applicant. In response to your question about would they have to clean it out. So
thank you.
They're saying no. So
Thank you very much.
Yep, that's all I have. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mark Brown. Thank you, Mr. Haddon. I don't have any other questions either. I think your statement to us is very clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and patience and effort.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. The last speaker for Save the Maitai is Annette Milligan, who's also coming in on Zoom.
Thank you. Kia ora, welcome.
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. My name's Annette Milligan, and if my computer's sending me messages to say that my internet connection is unstable, so if it becomes unstable, I'll switch off the video, but otherwise I'll just progress and box on.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to come in by Zoom. And I do want to acknowledge the incredible work that the commissioners are doing, and all power to you. I want to acknowledge the work that the applicants have done in the preparation of this proposal, and particularly Ngāti Koata, and hearing particularly the need for housing. I guess my argument really is that yes, housing is needed, but not in this area. I'm not going to read out my statement. I'm just going to speak to a few areas of it and try and skip over things that I think have already been said. I've got a feeling of you're bored to death, and I would prefer not to do that. And I'm just intending to speak for no more than 10 minutes and allow time for questions.
Thank you.
Just to add a little bit to my background, for 5 years I served with the Nelson Marlborough District Health Board as the Clinical Director for Women, Child and Youth. And it became very obvious and very quickly that every area of every part of those 3 areas, mental health was a significant concern, and we've heard that from other submitters. So that remains a major focus for me in all areas. I've talked about the value of the Maitai to myself personally, and I've talked about in my submission about the restorative and I think inoculating effects of those natural areas, particularly in response to mental health concerns, post-traumatic stress disorder, trauma, which is a huge issue in our community, anxiety and depression, and none of these are going to decrease in the future. They are only increasing. I then want to skip over to the issue of housing, and it seems to me incredibly tragic that we have 2 words, housing and crisis, sitting side by side, but here we are. And there is no doubt that there is a lot more housing which is required, and it is housing that needs to be affordable. But I think there is an issue which I haven't seen here, and I haven't heard voiced so much in the hearings, and I've listened to quite a lot of the Zoom hearings. And that's a distinction between the capital cost of housing and the ongoing cost of running a healthy home. And I speak with a little bit of experience, having come to Nelson from Southland and expecting, having drunk the Kool-Aid, that Nelson was endlessly sunny and that there was no cold areas, and there were no cold areas in Nelson at all. So without doing proper due diligence, I bought a house on an eastern flank of quite a hill at the bottom of a valley. The real estate brochure did not mention that from May to August, there would be 20 hours of shade every day. But there it was. The sun didn't reach that house until 10:30 in the morning, and it was gone by 2:30 in the afternoon for pretty much all of what was then the second term of the 3-term school year. So although, yes, it is true to say that the issues of sunshine are just for part of the year, they're a significant part of the year. And when your house is in shade for 20 hours a day, there is no solar heating effect at all. If you're at home, you need to have heating on all of the time. There's no ability to dry your clothes outside under the sunlight. You have to have either a dryer or, sadly, more commonly, what we see is clothes being dried on a temporary clothes rack and often in the warmest room of the house, which is the living room. And from that, 1 load of washing will be discharged 3 litres of water per load into the house. There's the issue of what happens outside the house when a house is in 20 hours of shade a day. The ground is cold. And I would argue that we need to be very, very careful about transposing the standards which might be well applicable in Auckland. And I've spent a bit of time in Auckland. My sister had a house in the Waitakaris that was completely surrounded by bush. The ambient temperature in that house was significantly different to the ambient temperature of a house which is located in a valley, in a sunless or a very minimally sunned valley in Nelson, significantly different. And I now live in a house which is high in the hills. It has all day sun. It's an older home, but it's fully insulated and double glazed. During a sunny day, it needs no heating at all. And during a cloudy day, it does need heating. And regardless of what the day is, it most certainly needs heating from the beginning of May until the end of September every night. That is 5 months of heating that is required. So yes, we need housing, we need sustainable housing, but we need housing which is located in a place where people can afford to live. And we need to I think we need to do some work on understanding that the ongoing costs of housing can be prohibitive for some families where their income is really low. And I'd like to note that there are some concrete examples in the building industry in terms of the payback that we know of double glazing. The difference between the payback time of double glazing in Auckland as compared to Nelson is many orders of magnitude, and that's been verified by brands and Consumers Institute, and I'm happy to dig out those references and pass those on to the commissioners if that's required. So yes, we need housing, but we need affordable, not just upfront, but we need the ongoing cost to be manageable for families as well. I've talked about the unique character of the Maitai Valley, and other people have talked at length about the quietness and the openness of that and the importance of that. So I come to my next points about urban development in the Maitai Valley and the negative effects of that. And I've just focused on 2 points really, and one is noise, which in many ways is the most difficult, if not impossible, to mitigate. Urban areas are noisy. They just are. And much of the noise that is generated, and as someone who's retired now and what work I do at home, I certainly know this, it quietens down in the morning and it gets noisy in the afternoon as people come back home again. And it is very noisy during the weekends and during the summer. And those are the primo times when the Maitai is used recreationally. And I just thought I'd like to pick up on a comment that the chair made earlier about the difference of noise, the noise that is of the activity that goes on in the Maitai when it's heavily used. And my comment really would just be that there is a qualitative difference between the noise of children who are squealing and screaming as they're playing in the water in the Maitai, and the noise that's generated by, as in my area at the moment, a water blaster, which has been going Saturday and Sunday regularly for several weeks now. We have a neighbour who tests an outboard motor on a regular basis over the summer. The sort of noises that are generated by an urban area are qualitatively different to the noises of recreation. And the noises of recreation are not noises that go on and on and on. They have a peak and they go down. And if you want to get the quiet, you can get that at other times. I think one of the things that's really interesting to me, when you travel, you see things that are different. And I see cultures, other cultures, which have quite a different attitude to noise. If you live in Switzerland or Germany, you do not use noisy equipment on Sundays. It is forbidden. You're not allowed to drive a truck through Switzerland on a Sunday. We don't have that culture of having a time when it's pretty sacrosanct to keep things quiet. And I think it'll be some way before we do. The other issue I've focused on is transport. And again, I'm just using my own personal anecdotal example. I live in a street which has a high commitment to sustainable living from a lot of the residents. There are about 45 families living in our street. There are 6 who commute regularly by bicycle, and that's 3.5 kilometres from town. We're a long way from a culture of
Ms. Milligan, can you hear me now? Might need to come back to her if it wasn't come back in a second. Ms. Jep, do you have her phone number, just or something, just to give her a?
Someone able to give her a call and just let her know that she's frozen.
I think she's now completely dropped out. So. Why don't we, I mean, Ms. Jep, are you, we should slot her. We'll try and slot her in somewhere else. I know she's your last witness, and she's nearly done. So,
Yes.
why don't we continue with the others and see if we can get her back a bit later on? Could you just pass that on to her, that we'll deal with the others? We might come back to her in 45 minutes or an hour or so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So right now, Ms. Yip, that's your client's case, but I mean, we'll come back to Ms. Milligan. So if you're happy to stay sitting there, that's fine.
Yes, thank you. I'll just shift over a little bit and
thank you very
let
much.
the others carry on.
So there are still 4 submitters who have been asked to be heard today, and the order I've got is Dr. Clark Grill, if you want to come back, and then we've got Mr. Taylor, Mr. Haddon, and then Mr. Krishnasamy, is it? Thank you. You're all happy to just follow through? Right, thank you.
Is this on? Yeah. Well, thank you very much to give me another opportunity to speak. This time I was going to speak about my own experience and my family's experience, but I have decided not to, because you have heard so many experiences already, and they're so similar to mine that I think it would be just a repetition. But so I will only use my time here only very briefly, because I would like to clarify something, or kind of talk about something that puzzled me. And this is a question of urban sprawl. Mr. Lyle, at some stage, kind of considered that the development would not be an urban sprawl, because it was not on a plain, it wasn't going to rural land, and was kind of within a valley which was held. So I must say, this is for me very surprising to think that PPC 28 believes that it's not an urban sprawl. So I would like to just talk to urban sprawl a little bit. Urban sprawl is clearly something that is a problem in New Zealand, has become a problem in New Zealand, and everybody kind of seems to agree on that. And still we are carrying on and on and on with it. And I only understand, I mean, you can hear from my accent that I'm not from here, that I was born overseas in Germany and Austria, and I've grown up in a very different environment, and in apartments and so on. So I had to get my head around urban sprawl in New Zealand. I actually dug out an article by a historian, The Origins of Urban Sprawl in New Zealand, which helped me to understand why it is such a thing here in New Zealand. But given that it's now a problem, and considered to be a problem, I do think we need to actually approach it with open eyes and not deny that there is no urban sprawl when there actually is. And Kaka Valley is basically a new suburb. And what happens when there is a new suburb, we always have info from that. It's sort of a precedent. As soon as a new suburb is there, it kind of opens up to further suburbs, to further residential zoning, and so on. So I would like to have a little bit of honesty in this debate, that we are actually dealing with urban sprawl, with all the negatives that there is, and not to deny it. So that was only the point that I want to make here.
Thank you. The question of urban sprawl arose because it was it was raised, I think, by submitters who were talking about urban sprawl, and I think I raised the issue: is this urban sprawl, in the sense of in a sort of a planning debate. And when I look at this document, this is the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which we've been talking a lot about, and sort of acknowledge that it doesn't have this preference between intensification and greenfield development. And looking at the Nelson context, even with the strategies the council have got, there's a sort of split between intensification and some greenfield. And so hence I was asking the question, was this urban sprawl, in the sense that what we're told from the applicant, this site is close to Nelson versus somewhere out in Richmond. So if greenfield land is required or it's appropriate, is it better to put it close to Nelson, or is it better to put it further away? And it was kind of in that context of urban sprawl. I think your position would be that if the Maitai, if Kaka Valley got rezoned, you would constitute that urban sprawl. That's what you're saying?
That is definitely what I would consider, yeah. And I just wanted to make that point. And
yeah, no, exactly. Thank you for that. Can I just check in? Mr. Mark Brown, any questions for Dr. Clark-Grills?
No, thank you.
Ms. Tiffany?
No, I don't have any questions, but more a comment, and just in terms of that urban sprawl, it's less about the labelling of it as it is about the effects of this actual plan change and how that fits within the current environment. And we've heard extensive evidence, as you've noted, around natural character and the current character of the landscape.
I think that's what you're saying, that that's what we clearly need to consider, whether it's an appropriate activity or zoning. Just, Ms. Reid, anything further from you? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. This is my personal submission as an affected party. And I don't think I'll address traffic too much, Commissioners. I think it's fairly outlined clearly. I'll just pick a few points out of my statement. I just need a little bit of guidance from you, Mr. Hill. I'm sorry to bother you. The noise report that I had prepared, am I allowed to pluck anything out of that, or is that out of the question?
That report, which has been prepared by Mr. Bladen, as I understand it, and it was filed with us under his name, and I know, and he was to present originally, but it was been away overseas, I understand, and hence you presented it, you were presenting it for him, and that was that whole issue. I said that it was expert evidence and it couldn't be entered anyway. So your own submission does address issues of noise. So to the extent that you want to extract something out of Mr. Bladen's evidence is fine, except we are not accepting Mr. Bladen's statement as any expert evidence.
Okay, that's clarified it. Thank you very much. Noise is a major symptom of this development. There's been lots of talk about tranquility. Tranquility is the absence of noise and the absence of movement. If we would all be quiet in this room and turn off the air conditioning, those of us who were able, because the experience of tranquility is a mental operation actually, we would have some experience of peacefulness. So when you think about the Maitai, one of the major disturbances to that tranquility is going to be the movement of traffic and the noise that it produces. It's quite difficult. As far as I know, there's no standard for assessing noise in New Zealand, but when they do come to assess it, they sort of assess it using subjective terms. These are the experts that I understand. They assess it using terms like, is this annoying? Is it very annoying? Is it a major impact on your experience? So when we talk about the Maitai catchment, that's how I would prefer to include the Kaka. I would prefer to say the Maitai catchment. At the moment, it is a special area because there's very low noise. So we're starting from a very low base of noise disturbance. It goes up and down, of course. There's a little bit more noise in the summer. And as Annette said, the sound of joyful noise of children playing is quite different from people screaming at each other or having a fight or even what you'd find beside a rugby pitch. So we're starting in a special area when part of the human experience of it is really low noise, and we're going from there. So in that context, we have to think about what is going to be lost. If an area has low noise and we put a lot of noise into it, it's this much is lost. If it already has this much noise in it, we go up to here, not so much is lost. So in that context, we need to be aware that this is a special area of low noise. It's reading through the traffic statements. I have in my In my written statement, I've said that PPC 28 suggests 7 vehicles per day per household. The NZTA assessment report 453 uses 9.5 vehicles. The PPC figure comes out to 5,250 trips per day. The NZTA assessment comes out to 7,125. Just for the purposes, I'm a layperson, I have averaged that for the purpose of this presentation, and the average of those two figures is 6,187 car vehicle movements per day. This would substantially increase if the road over Bayview was to come also down the Maitai. So I think the figure of just over 6,000 still is relatively conservative. There's been no great assessment of the noise nor of the traffic effects. And I think this is, again, a really remiss of the developers. Who's going to be affected by the noise? Well, obviously, it's going to disturb the experience of people who are wandering and who in the parks and in the lanes and in the cycleways and who are swimming and picnicking. It will particularly affect some of the families, some of those flat areas along the side just before you get to the park on the left, big picnicking areas. So noise will certainly disturb that. But more importantly, once you come out of the valley down Nile Street, you turn right at Clouston's Bridge, you come into Nile Street, there are houses. You have an urban environment. So this new suburb is going to leak noise into that urban environment. During construction, it will leak vibration into that that environment. You had an elderly gentleman on Friday who said, look, the valley functions as an amphitheatre, and I'm already quite aware of the noise down the bottom of the valley, and if this goes ahead, he didn't use these words, but he implied that it would be unbearable. He said, I will no longer be able to enjoy my own household outside. So there are hillsides up above the valley, Mayroyd Terrace, Cleveland Terrace, Atmore Terrace, on the sides directly up above. The noise raises up. They will have certainly a degrading effect on the ambience of their living quality. Then we come down Nile Street, traffic, so we've got 6,000 or thereabouts cars coming down. We come down to the intersection of Nile Street and Collingwood Street. There's currently a roundabout there. Seems to serve the traffic flows currently adequately. I know this because my office is on Collingwood Street, just up from the roundabout, except on wet days when there's more kids being taken to school and traffic slows and there is congestion already at peak hour, both coming home and going. So that is not able to just absorb all of traffic under all conditions at the moment. And of course, the traffic figure of 5,000 to 7,000 is going to go up depending on weather and parties and things that are happening. So this suddenly leads us to this development, creates the potential for a linking road. You come down Nile Street, there's going to be a lot more noise on Nile Street, probably beautiful trees there that will have to go, probably it'll have to be widened to cope with 6,000 more. Some of that traffic's going to turn right at Nile Street, Collingwood intersection and go into town, and some of it's going to turn left and it's going up Collingwood Street, and it's going to connect directly via Brougham and Van Diemen Street to Waimea Road. So Waimea Road is currently a major connecting road that brings people into town from Richmond, Motueka. They come in to go to the Polytechnic, they come in to go to the hospital, they come in to go to the major employers in town. So this suburb is going to put a lot of more increased traffic right through that laneway. As I say in my submission, there's already congestion at Van Diemen Street and Brougham Street. These are quite wide. There's not a lot of land to widen the road. The road goes past some lovely community facilities, Melrose House, Fairfield House. If half of that traffic, half of those extra 6,000 or so cars go through those areas, they will have a degrading effect on the quality of the experience of those community facilities. So the traffic is a major noise, not to mention the air pollution, the dust that will be generated from it. And the plan change doesn't seem to accept that it is a part of these existing suburban areas in eastern Nelson that enjoy relative quiet, as do the recreation users. And I think there's a great need for this to be accounted for in some way. This is a serious adverse effect from this development that cannot be mitigated. You cannot control the number of cars. You can't say, okay, every household is going to have 2 cars. Okay, you'll only go out twice a day. Thank you very much. None of that is possible. Because it's a suburb, it is going to increase congestion, as I have said, in many areas. And the noise from those cars, I suspect, will go, according to Mr. Bladen, will probably increase the noise level by 5 to 10 decibels. I don't really know what that is, but I won't say any more about it. It's in his report. It is considered a noticeably adverse increase in noise. And as I said, noise also rises up. So you've got people on the side of Niall Street, you've got people on the side of Collingwood Street and on the hills that rise up about them who are going to be seriously disturbed by noise. By way of a story, just to illustrate this, the Bayview development is happening. I have a friend on Tui Glen Road, which is just beyond the Bayview development. She lives up off the road, and we were having a cup of tea. I said, how are you going? She said, oh, my sleep isn't so good anymore. Why not is your sleep so good? They've shaved a bit off the hill, and there's so much more noise coming up off the road, particularly at night when the roads go. I'm sure this is not taken account of. There'll be other people feeling the same way, and when we go to build a new suburb, really, if we're going to have a very degrading effect on other people's experience, because noise and the increase in noise is measured subjectively and emotionally and mentally, then there will be serious adverse effects from this. I will skip to transport. I just want to say a little bit more about that road. So these figures, I think, are conservative, because if the road comes over from Bayview, although there's all sorts of construction things that need to be addressed, they aren't. Andrew James, I think, addressed some of those. If the road comes over from Bayview, it will be possible for people to skip going through Nelson, come over the hill, go down the valley, up Collingwood and out to Richmond. So this is potentially a massive increase in traffic, and some of it will be heavy traffic. And it hasn't been adequately described or investigated.
Well, let's just explore that for a moment, because I don't think the applicant is saying that there will be no increase in traffic or no increase in noise from urbanisation. That they've brought along experts, council's got experts, and Mr. James has a different view. So all I want to say to you, I mean, it's useful to raise it, because I understand the concerns you're raising. So we have a number of concerns raised by the public about the increase in noise and an increase in traffic, and we have expert evidence in front of us, contested, which we as the commissioners will need to decide what we prefer. So I think we clearly understand the issue.
And I understand your position, and really, Commissioner, I'm just saying to you, the effects from this are massive, and as I understand it, one of your roles is to assess the effects and outcomes of the implementation of the development during and after the completion of it, if it was to go ahead.
We have to decide whether the zoning is the most appropriate.
Sure.
In terms of the evidence that's put in front of us, and in terms of those documents and the Act that we've been talking about.
Sure. But is that not linked to the outcomes of the execution of this vision?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
The adverse, as I understand it, you have to assess the adverse effects of the of the implementation and the final subdivision of the suburb. So
we're not looking at the effects per se, and that's been that whole discussion that's been held about the extent to which we look at adverse effects. Generally, that will come through in a resource consent process. But in terms of that Section 32, we need to understand what the likely impacts of this proposal are, and have they been addressed in the plan machinery. And as I said to you, we have got evidence on both sides, so it's clearly before us, so we will be considering.
I understand that. So we may be talking a little bit about the degree of effects. The number, as I said, is very difficult to assess of the vehicle trips. There has been no, as far as I understand, no investigation into the noise effects. And one could say if you are developing a suburb of this size that is going to impact in terms of its noise effects on adjoining suburbs which are starting off from a low noise level, then surely you should be doing some sort of investigation into the noise effects and consulting with those residents who are affected parties before you launch into this.
So I understand that's the position that you're putting to us.
Yep.
And we'll need to work our way through.
Okay, Thank you. I'll just see where I am. I think actually, Mr. Chairman, I can probably just let things stand. I think I've made it fairly clear. Other than to reiterate what I said before, the active mode trip rates I think are overstated. The other thing that I would like to say is the road is also coming down. The extra traffic will be coming down into an area where there's a polytechnic, where there are 2 schools, where there's a police station. It's quite an already congested area. So the effects of 6,000 cars a day coming down into an area where there are schools does raise safety concerns. There will obviously have to be modifications to the road and that sort of thing, and those need to be considered in some way. I think I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. There may be some questions, right? I'll go to Mr. Mark Brown first. If you have questions of Mr. Taylor. Mr. Mark Brown, do you have any questions?
Sorry, did you hear me? No, thank you. That was very clear, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you,
Can't hear me.
Thank you. Ms. Stephanie?
Mr. Taylor, just in terms of the effects you've talked about in relating to noise in the urban environment, I wonder if you could, I wonder how that compares, or whether you've considered whether those effects would be very much the same with further urban growth and intensification of that urban development in any event.
I apologise, I haven't quite followed that question. Try me again.
You've talked about the impact of this development on the urban and residential areas, not within the valley, but along Nile Street, etc., in Collingwood. I think that's what you talked about. And so I'm trying to understand or get my head around how the noise issues from this development would differ to intensification and urban growth within an urban centre in any event.
Oh, just because I think some of the areas that are being intensified, and at least the ones that I know, are in very close proximity to town. So there's some intensification going up behind just near for example, near the warehouse. There's a bunch of apartments going up there. They can just walk into town. So those levels of intensification, depending on where they happen, won't actually necessarily generate a huge amount of traffic. It totally depends on location, really. It just happens that this subdivision is going up into a rural area of land, and they have to drive 7 k's or thereabouts to get downtown and then to go wherever they're going to go. I did want to, I hope that answers the question. I did want to say... Sorry, what was that?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
In looking for standards for noise, it's actually a neglected area, but as a psychotherapist, I know it actually disturbs people quite a lot, noise, through sleep deprivation and just the sense of its incessantness around. And I did look for some standards.
I'll help you out here. Noise there is clearly noise standards, and there are health effects of noise, there are amenity, and you get a lot of experts, as Mr. Bladen's talked about, the dBA level and what's appropriate and what's not. The reason we didn't let in the expert evidence is because what Mr. Bladen said would need to be tested, whether that was appropriate, and of course the whole process that we set up with expert conferencing, it needs to be done in time. So there are very clear standards on noise.
Okay.
It's a very well developed science and discipline. So there's no difficulty around that. I think the issue that what you're saying to us is that you're saying this is going to increase the noise from traffic and other things, and that's unacceptable because it will be significant.
It will be significant, and I will finish now with two points. The World Health Organization guidelines for community noise states the following for parklands. Existing large quiet outdoor areas should be preserved and the signal to noise ratio kept low. And one other standard comes from the UK Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, and they say for an area which is recognised for its tranquility, that is, the existing noise level is very low, even a very small increase is an impact which should be considered as potentially significant because of the existing special tranquility will be easily eroded.
See, and had we had expert evidence, we might have investigated that in terms of, for example, we've heard from Dr. Clark Grills and others about how busy this is, and everyone's saying that noise is different. And noise is perceptive at one level, but a noise level is a noise level.
Yeah.
And we're told that a lot of people go to these areas, so they are not tranquil when people are there, they are noisy. But it might be noise that people accept, and that's where I don't want to take it any further because we don't have the evidence.
No, so you're quite right. Noise is a subjective and emotional quality that affects us in different ways. Mostly what I want to say is there will be a substantial increase in noise from traffic, and that will most certainly be disturbing on a large number of people.
Yeah, and I think your position is very clear on that, so thank you. Thank you very much. I think we had Mr. Haddon back, and you were online a second ago. Are you there, Mr. Haddon?
I believe so.
Yes, you are. I can hear you.
I've done everything I can to. Oh, there we are.
I can see you now as well.
Yes. Right. Hello again. Good afternoon. It's getting late in the day. You might be pleased to know I only have 2 pages. I'll remind you that I live at number 2 Ralphine Way and have done so since 1989. I'd like to say for a start that I greatly appreciate all the conservation work that Ngāti Koata have done in the Maitai over the last few years. I'm a compulsive weeder myself, and I know how daunting thicket after thicket after thicket of old man's beard barberry and blackberry is. And I'm very pleased to have Ngāti Koata as near neighbours. I know Kaka Hill is in good hands. I just wish there was no residential subdivision involved. The Maitahi Village Syndicate feel hard done by with so many people complaining about their proposal. I do believe that they genuinely do not understand our grief or our beef. But the fact is, Maitahi Village is the pointy end of a large and unwelcome 900-house wedge, not counting council's enthusiasm for another couple of 100 houses elsewhere in the Maitai. The Maitai is a place of peace and quiet, a retreat from the humdrum. It's been treasured for those qualities for over a century. The progression of this zone change application to full-blown subdivision would produce many effects that undermine these qualities. I had a hand in developing the A4 pro forma submission forms that many people sent in to you. They echo my sentiments, but I'd like to tell you that what would particularly annoy me would be the proliferation of various sources of noise, a large increase in traffic, and the effects of a valley's worth of new street lighting. The executive summary in the plan change request states that the scale of this combined application site and its proximity to the heart of Nelson City provide for an opportunity that will never be matched again. Well, I say this opportunity, if carried through, will permanently remove all that is valuable in Nelson City's last remaining rural valley, just to provide for a mere 4 years' worth of housing demand. We all know we're chasing our tails trying to keep up with the demands of population growth. Why do we have to destroy so much stuff that's precious to us in the process? You would have read the comments that accompanied the 13,065 signature Save the Maitai petition. I'll remind you a few if I may. We need to keep our peaceful places. Where else can our minds and ears get a rest? We owe our future children the safety and pleasure of the Maitai. Don't let them down. The last and loveliest valley. Why would you? And my personal favourite, developer-driven decision-making must not be tolerated. I respectfully ask that weight be given to the concerns of the community and the negative effects of PPC 28 on the community, especially as the community has not been involved in decisions about the subdivision to date. All the benefits of public access mentioned, along with the earlier ecological enhancements that could be provided by PPC 28, could all be equally well or better provided for by development under the existing zoning. A PPC 28 landscape report refers to the area of the Maitai between Nile Street and Ralphine Way. We are advised that over 40 years of recreational use of the Maitai has informed the author's professional opinion. My relationship with the Maitai has likewise spanned over 40 years, and I have resided in it for over 33. Just as he recalls seeing Nelson City on breasting Spooner Hillcrest on State Highway 6 and thinking, we're there. I have a similar feeling of relief, joy and thankfulness when I turn the corner from Nile Street into Maitai Valley Road. With all due respect, I do not agree with his labelling Brantford Park as a traditional landscape. It is most certainly my gateway to my preferred world. This report also refers to Nelson growing as anticipated by the future development strategy. I'm a bit sensitive about the FDS, and mention of it raises my hackles, and for some reason, maybe it's just me, I don't know what it's doing in the landscape report. There's a further effect of this subdivision that I would find most objectionable. It's the certain contamination of the Maitai River from dense hole downstream. PPC 28 claims river water quality will be enhanced. With respect, I believe it would simply be swapping one lot of junk for another. Practically all New Zealand rivers that are valued for recreation carry low levels of mammalian waste contamination. This is universally accepted as an inevitable characteristic of rural freshwater, and as far as I know, few people die from ingesting river water. Certainly any serious Maitai River issues have been drownings. PPC 28 proposes that I will be better off swimming in the runoff from 900 houses. 900 is a figure mentioned by the FDS. My view is that I would not be the only person who finds this thought particularly unattractive. And again, in my view, this would be an effect that cannot be mitigated. So accordingly, I ask that PPC 28 be rejected. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haddon. I'll just check questions. Ms. Reid, any questions from you?
No, thank you. That's pretty clear.
Ms. Tiffany?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Haddon.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mark Brown?
No, thanks, Mr. Haddon. Very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. And nothing further from me
Thank
either.
you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Haddon.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Krishnasamy.
Thank you. So I've either got the graveyard shift or lucky last, one of the two.
You might not be yet. We might have Ms. Milligan back yet.
Oh, indeed. Well, unlike Miss Milligan, you can't turn my Zoom off, so I'm here.
Right, yeah.
So you got me. Good afternoon. So I have a vested interest in this application because I live on Nile Street and have done for 22 years. Even though, as you can probably tell from my accent, I'm from elsewhere. I am a city boy, so I'm used to noise, traffic, urbanisation, etc. But this place is special. My children have grown up here. My grandchildren are now growing up here. And a lot has been said by people far better read and more eloquent than I about the beauties of the place. So I want to concentrate on one area in particular, which is Nile Street North. So it's Nile Street East, but the northern side of it. So if you were to take this as Nile Street here, and this is probably not much wider than Nile Street now, that would be the south side, that would be the north side upon which I live. And that in particular is the area that I'd like to discuss, because when you're pulling out of your drive or trying to cross it, you have to cross a lane of traffic to then go into town. Whereas people living on the south side at least have less of a chance of getting into an accident because they're only pulling out into one lane. That's where I'm coming from here. It's about 500 metres from the Nile Street Road Bridge up to the Maitai Valley turnoff. And I'd like to refer you to the Transportation Impact Report done by Mr. Gary Clark in 2021. That's the one that I'm going to refer to in terms of paragraphs, etc. So he concludes in his report, and this is on page 41, the analysis shows that there are existing deficiencies in the road network from a safety perspective. that may be exasperated by the increased traffic. Now I have to say, as a resident, I think that's an understatement to say the least, and that the risk to the safety of driving residents, pedestrians, including school children and cyclists, is far more than just a deficiency. And it's not a may be exasperated, it will be exasperated. And I'll give you some fun facts, some of which my fellow submitter touched upon. So the current traffic movements, as per this report, are about 2,700 a day, about 230 during the peak time, and that's on page 19. So he suggests there'll be an extra 7,200 movements per day at 680 at peak, 55% of which will travel down Nile Street, one way or another. So simple maths tells you that's round about, and again, my friend here alluded to this, that's a total number of movements of about 6,600 down this road, okay, up from 2,700. And that's 604 extra movements at peak hours. So cut that cake any way you like, layman, expert, or just resident, complaining resident, it's more than double the current traffic that's going down this road now. And it's all going, in the morning, it's all going into town, and in the afternoon, it's all coming home again. It really is that simple. And the issue is, as I said, I've lived there for 22 years, so we've grown with Nelson getting bigger. That's part and parcel of life. And again, there's a bigger question about urban sprawl, which I won't get into, being a London boy, and that's part of it. We've got used to that. We have adapted to the increase in traffic. We have adapted to more pedestrians, more cyclists, more kids, and that's fine. I haven't got a problem with that. Some of it has been a bit creative, to say the least. So we might meander down the footpath to try and get in. What you can't do is you can't be driving along from this direction from town, stop by your driveway whilst you're on the road, and then back into your driveway. That's just not possible during peak hours. There's too much traffic for that. You can't drive into your own driveway and then back out. That you're just asking for trouble particularly. And this is not me being dramatic or hysterical, it's just a fact. If you stopped to try and back into your own driveway during peak hours, you would either cause a traffic jam or an accident. And that's fact. It's as simple as that. So this is the first slide of 2 that I'd like to show you. So this is me in my car taking a picture from the driving seat. And this is me looking left towards Maitai Valley Road. So could I have the second slide, please? And that's me looking right, down Nile Street towards town. You can't see the oncoming traffic. So this is the reality. And with the greatest respect to all of the experts, submitters, etc., this is how life actually is on Nile Street, particularly on the northern side. And as I said earlier, I'm not getting hysterical about it. We've got used to it. We understand and we know what we have to do to stop getting into an accident, to stop hitting cyclists, and to look after ourselves. I can tell you for free, my mother-in-law, who lives next door, just won't drive anymore. She can't. She drives into her garage. She's 86 years old. That's fair enough. She's formed a habit. She can't back out. And so she just doesn't drive anymore. It's as simple as that. So there is an impact upon the local residents of Nile Street East, from the bridge to the Maitai Valley Road, which is ongoing. It's just carrying on with life. If you double the number of movements down that street, particularly at peak hours, you're now, in my humble opinion, you're beyond the threshold of slightly exasperating the traffic problems. I think you are now causing a danger to people crossing the road, to people trying to pull out of or back into their drives. And, you know, the Local Government Act of 2002, I think it is, says that the local council have to be responsible for the health and safety of their citizens. And if they knowingly said yes to this application, knowing that we are now facing the prospect of trying to get into a road where you've got double the amount of traffic, again, as a layman, that to me suggests that they're actually putting us in danger. So they're not actually fulfilling that requirement or that obligation. I'd like you actually to think about your own particular circumstance, wherever it is that you may live. Just imagine, whilst you're eating your tea tonight, which I'm sure you're thinking about now, that just imagine if you came out of your own driveway or your front gate, you're on your bike, you're in your car, or you're going to walk, and the amount of traffic on your personal road, wherever it is that you may live, is now double and always will be. How much easier would it be for you to get out of your drive, front gate, or whatever it is? I would suggest not. And I would suggest you've actually got to start thinking quite hard about how it is that you're going to exit, rather than the day before when the traffic was half the amount or half the volume. So I'm not a negative person. I've told you up front, I oppose the application. I don't believe that that's good for the community. If indeed they decided to grant the application, I've got some proposals here which are not particularly palatable, and I'm not suggesting for 1 second that I'd like anybody to do this, but this is what I think would need to have to happen to the street to keep us safe. So could I have the next slide, please? So that's the view down Niles Street now, and what I believe you would actually have to do is, on the northern side is to the right-hand side of the picture. I think what you would have to do is you would have to remove all of the berms going down that entire length of the northern side of Niles Street East, cut down all the trees and move all the lampposts to create enough of a safety buffer zone for people to get in and out of their drives safely to cope with the extra traffic. Just fun facts for you here. That's 14 berms, 16 trees and 6 lampposts that you would have to move, get rid of or destroy. Now, I'm not a civil works engineer and I don't pretend to be. I'm sure there's an expert somewhere that can tell you that. But to me, my gut feel tells me that's upwards of $500,000 worth of work to be done there along half a k's worth of road. And as a local ratepayer, I would not be happy if an applicant made us pay for that work to be done to our street, which we're quite happy with at the moment, if you follow my logic. So to me, this is, without a doubt, one of the nicest, most tranquil and beautiful streets in Nelson, quite simply. I think it's got something about it and that look which is actually quite beautiful. Could I have the next slide, please? If you were to get rid of the berms and the lampposts and the trees, this is what you'd be faced with: a car park. So what I'm asking is that you refuse the application, because we don't want a 500-metre long car park. I would much prefer slide 3. And that's really the end of my submission. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for putting up with me so close to tea time. But I would actually ask that you do think about that when you come out your drive tomorrow morning, or whenever you're home. Just think about what it would be like if you had double the amount of traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. I just check with your question. Just remember, 3 of us from Auckland. We have a lot of traffic too.
Sure.
Mr. Mark Brown, questions?
Yes, I do have a question. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. So that last photo, I mean, would it be an option of removing all the car parks and then making it a 2-lane road? Would that solve the problems?
What, if you removed all of the berms on the northern side?
Well, I understand part of the problem is you've got cars parked along the berms.
Correct.
Is that right?
Well, yes.
That restricts your visibility. I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer either, but I'm just asking, in your view, if those car parks are removed and people couldn't park there, you think that would go a long way to solving the problem?
Yes, I do, from a practical, operational point of view, but then you've also got to consider where are you going to put those cars.
Yep, sure. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Tiffany?
I had a similar question. It's along the lines of, it seems to me, like we've heard your evidence and I do understand it, but then towards the end you said, look, we're quite happy with what there is now. so don't make it worse. But it seems to me you've been pointing out that there are problems now. You already have existing problems with being able to pull out with sight lines and visibility and safety. So overall, I understand your point is that that would be exacerbated by this development and it would double the amount of traffic and issues that you already have.
Substantially, yes.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Red?
Yes, that's very clear.
Nothing further from me either. It is very clear. Thank you for your submission. Ms. Jeppers, I'm having a blank. Milligan.
We think we've got her back.
Right.
She was possibly going to have to come in on her phone, but we'll just see how
She's on
got
I'm here.
Welcome back.
I'm here.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, you can see you again.
I can. I can, thank you.
So do you want to round out your submission and then I'll see if there are any questions?
Look, thank you very much, and I do apologise that Wi-Fi gets a bit dodgy, but the phone seems to be quite stable. Look, I really had nothing else. The only final point I had to make in my submission was saying that I had to come up with some positive things that the valley could be used for, and that it could possibly be made as a national park, and it could be part of a thing that would make Nelson a national park city, which could be really, really exciting too. But really, that's the essence of my submission. So I'm available for questions.
Thank you for that. Ms. Ratt, do you have questions?
No, I don't think so, thank you.
Mr. Mark Brown?
Yes, I have some questions. I'm interested in your public health expertise and your comments about sun and shade. And I questioned the applicant's urban designer about this. And in summary, the proposed development down the valley gets 4 to 5 hours of sun a day, but up on the slopes, I guess the east-facing slopes, some of the lots are going to have only about 3 hours a day. And they said they've removed the lots that get less than 3 hours a day. And then we asked how they're going to enforce that. So, and when I asked guidelines, he came back and said there was a Auckland design guideline, which I think, I haven't looked at that, but I think that relates to apartments. Do you know of any guidelines on what sort of sunshine hours should be provided for healthy homes in that aspect?
I don't know of any specific guidelines and concrete guidelines, but I do know that it is a public health issue, and certainly in countries which have very long periods of dark, the Scandinavian countries, particularly very northern hemisphere countries, there are, and also it's a very individual thing too. Some people are more affected by the lack of exposure to sunlight than others. So seasonal affective disorder, SAD, is very personalised, and not everybody is affected by it. But the treatment for that is to expose people to particular lights, even indoors. You can do that to mitigate some of the effects of seasonal affective disorder. But I don't know of any particular guidelines, but I think there is a double whammy here of not just but the solar heat that comes with it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Tiffany?
You there?
Yes, I'm here, sorry. Thank you, Ms. Milligan. I don't have any questions.
And again, thank you. I think they've all been answered, so thank you very much for coming back on.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Jepp, I think that's your case. Is there anything you want to round out?
No, sir. I think that that covers everything. Thank you very much. We've taken most of the day, so thank you for listening to all of our experts and our speakers and my legal submissions. We are very grateful for the time that we've had, and we look forward to seeing how the rest of the hearing goes.
Thank you very much. Just before you do go, the panel wanted me to pass on. I mean, we are very grateful for you for coming along, and I know, as I said, you're a community group and you've community fundraised and you have brought expert evidence, and you in particular will understand the importance of expert evidence in this. So we understand the huge amount of work has gone in. So on that basis, we really want to thank, say, the Maitai group for the amount of work that you've put in, because it's probably far more than we can even imagine. So we're very grateful.
Thank you. I'm
very
sure
much.
that the group would appreciate that. I think there's just one further thing. Thank you.
I'd like to weigh out our speakers
Sure.
for today,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you for closing off. Thank you very much, everybody. So that concludes today's session, and we'll adjourn now until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, everybody.